You started off so strong, winning
against
Team Liquid, but after that foot comeback on Fracture, it looks like the team has not been the same. What has been your biggest reflections looking back on what has already happened?
Tamek Bomb with the 29 months. Thank you so much for that, bro.
You know, like just
appreciate
fighting the games, all these like technical poses, issues, new things for them. I think the Carmine Corp game, we actually started off good. But yeah, eventually we kind of
Divine Evil as well with the 12 months. Thank you for the whole year as well, bro. I appreciate the support.
This week, you know,
hello, YouTube chat as well. I see you guys. Hello.
And that's what we want to bring today.
Yeah, I love that. Juancar, I know that you guys also mentioned when you were in the watch party with Sergio, the energy was one of the things that you were struggling a little bit, especially when the match goes longer.
Wolves, yeah, I saw Wolves win.
On,
they might do it. They might actually do it.
Yeah, I mean, one of the things that we have practiced this week as well is we encourage the guys to start like hyping each other.
Wait,
like,
Jeff, give me a link.
During the practice event. So
someone has to scream at Mini when he gets a 4K. That needs to happen. Someone needs to be like, man, you're the best.
Yeah, so this was one of the main focuses actually on the practice. You know,
why is it laggy? It might be your end. It doesn't look like anything my end.
So yeah, like I think it was paying off. The last matches, people is starting to like cheer each other up and everything. So yeah.
Love that. Now that I was mentioning Mini, I also wanted to ask about him. He's been spectacular. But I wanted to ask about the expectations versus reality, not only of putting Mini
Wolves
on
the fortunate side of the bracket,
but also bringing in Kamek.
I did, what happened in the second game? I saw Nova was a map down.
What do you think you are right now?
Check.
I mean, it's been really good so far, and the thing is that it's really good. Like prospect, like he's just getting better. Like Mini is just so hungry to get more experience, you know, and improve as an IGL, and he's doing really good. And I mean, I think it's obvious Kamek is providing like really good value. You know, this guy's really smart. He's performing like, I think it's working really good. Like we just need to bring this a bit more to a stage. I think it's there many times. We just need to do it consistently, and it's gonna be great.
Yeah, as I was saying, it is do or die today for you guys. So Juancar, can you tell me what you think your biggest win condition is?
I think like everyone has a part of the role on the winning condition, but I think today is a click day.
Click day,
yeah,
okay.
I'm really sure that today is gonna be the day that he's gonna.
What do you think about Click?
And show like
he's underperforming.
Really what he has inside, and yeah.
Okay,
Nova was a 1 week wonder.
Yeah,
they had some strats that
thank you.
That caught them off.
Now,
oh yeah, you got announced, dude. That's pretty cool.
Day,
dude,
but
where did when we take a look Jeff, at where did you get your where did you get the name of Hyper Hyper?
Or maybe they support exactly that narrative.
I can't remember what they're called.
Because right now we have to take a look on first
is it Electric Cool Boy? Something Cool Boy.
If we come into this week stats,
they have a song called that.
Leading on first.
It's a banger.
Also led by Turkey and Lewis.
Named after the German metal band. It is them, right? They used to be called Eskimo.
Click is the one we have to look at.
Cool Boy, right? And then they changed their name.
Say you've got to look at the untraded first deaths because it's going to put them at a disadvantage pretty much straight off the bat because you know that Click's the one that's going in, taking those early aggressive fights. So if they're not trading those kills out,
it's from them. They are. You know, when I was like really young, I used to listen to them as well when they were like really heavy.
Numbers mean for this
Let's take it easy. If you want to know what is the win condition, Click is one of them because right now we have to check on 4 against 5 situations. We see that they had most and half of the matches they're playing on a 4.
That's so funny, Jeff. Dude, it's a banging song though.
But they have to play much
better. It is a banging song.
They are dropping every single first.
The music's so funny. Yeah, the music's good. Dude, when they were like full-on screamo stuff, I used to listen all the time.
This is too much better. They have to improve and try to look to trade him or even win it.
Yeah,
hello, Fiat.
Absolutely.
Hello.
It seems like almost everyone from Group Omega has a horse in this race, and we would hate
to them live
keep
twice.
them
Wait, really?
waiting.
That's sick.
So without further ado, please welcome our first 2 teams to the stage. Is BBL and Gentlemates.
What did I predict for this one? I went for Gentlemates, but this is a 50-50. Just purely because BBL's map pool is looking a little rough. But I think Gentlemates are looking maybe a little bit rough as well, sometimes. Yampy loves it so much, man. Finally a crowd for Yampy. What about, I think about the player changes on Giants? And they needed something to change. So I'm glad they did something. I'm just not sure. I'm just not sure it's I don't know enough about the players to feel like confident it's a good move. But something had to happen.
I mean, I'm not shocked seeing these bans come through because we know that Icebox is Gentlemate's best map, and then on the other hand that BBL.
Okay, this is a great ban from BBL.
So, you know, I'm not shocked that they're changing.
Because they were going to
to
lose this,
Lotus,
for
though,
sure.
To go into this straight off the bat, I think it's really interesting.
Lotus, Haven, Ascent.
Is not playing really well in Lotus. They've been struggling every single day. And I would
Okay,
like to see how BBL is prepared for it, because it's not even his best map.
So they pick this as well. So they spent a whole week knowing they were going to do this and pick this.
Yeah.
Really good map
So this might be a
I think that the Haven was
this might be a massive curveball.
I think that we were going to see it no matter what. The surprise is that BBL, they do not want to show that Icebox again. I do not blame them for it. But Lotus, they've been banning it also in a couple of weeks.
Yeah.
So it's definitely a curveball that they're trying to send for the side of mates.
Yeah, for me right now, they're trying to look for a 2-0, because if we are going into Ascent, I don't expect that much. I mean, BBL used to have one of the biggest Ascent a long time ago, but it's not anymore. Right now, they were not performing that good, and I would like to see them, what they prepare for this Lotus.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen some crazy comps.
BBL? Nah, I like the map picks for them. I think I give them the advantage here now.
I'm really eager to get in and see who they're going to be.
I think they did a really good move here. It just depends on how prepped they are within this week from it.
Again, we've spoken about how Click is a win condition here for Gentlemates, so I think it'll be really interesting to see, have BBL gone above and beyond with a crazy comp to anti-strut this.
You speaking about the comps, do we expect any
China
surprises?
tomorrow?
Because
Nah,
the
not tomorrow, but
kickoff
hopefully I should be able to do the
onto
games
this
after that.
stage, we saw Gentlemates change in the composition, adding in the Vice, adding in the Fade, and going for a double control and a different approach in their game style.
Yeah, they should be looking for something different, and I expect at least BBL is coming with something special.
BBL in playoffs? If they win this, I think.
Okay, they bring up
if they win this.
Levin is playing Jet.
I like this.
They get a Jet, so they're going for the Jet preference.
I mean, for me as well, sociable here on
we got the
Tejo,
no
I think that's
flashes, but they can re-clear.
He is with an op, so I wonder if they're going to bring out the Tejo op. And yeah, I mean, running the
sure, I mean, a lot is down on the individual here.
Similarly, I guess. Yes, no, similarly, I'm seeing things to Gentlemates. So I like this. We're going to have a Tejo off, in my opinion.
Which one do you favor in the Tejo Breach kind of synergy?
Do you know what? I'm going to go BBL here because for me, I would love to see Mini on a Sentinel role. You know, previously having seen
maybe
him
they
on
both
maybe they both
practiced a good amount of Lotus this week.
You know who's also incredible? Our casters for today. Hey guys, how you doing? Passing this over to Mitch and Tom.
Thank you so much, Kukuka. Doing pretty good now with a matchup like this. A banger, not just in the maps we get and the players on the server, but also the stakes here today, Tom. BBL looking to lock the groups up, while Gentlemates want to see this nice and open as we move into week 5. This should be exciting.
No, Gentlemates could make an absolute nightmare for the team behind the scenes who will have to do all the math in the future weeks. But ultimately, yeah, for BBL, they can close out the groups here and now. It wouldn't be the end of the world if they were to lose, but it would mean they'd go up against Foot in a final decider game next week, which I don't think they're going to want to do. Going to want to clear it out here and now. But yeah, I think we've definitely had a
how are we doing today? We're doing great.
Look when it comes to that Veto.
Doing great.
Talking about Lotus was actually a fairly consistent ban coming through.
Okay, let me
for
put
the
this
side
down
of
there.
BBL.
Hopefully it's in a good spot.
We've
got Gentlemates on defense. We've got BBL on attack. If BBL win, then K-Cup and Foot are locked into playoffs.
By Foot when they battered them. So I don't know if you can recreate what Foot do, but with the Jet, it looks like they're going to try.
The fate of many teams in their hands. BBL come in only really worried about
insta trip, and they're off 3 people going aggro, and that normally means that they want to push all the way through. And then once the trip goes, do they insta react by hitting over towards site? Oh my goodness, Magnum's just Magnum's the solo duel in B.
Newest addition to this roster, a bit of a last-minute change. Managed to open up the B site. They're not content with just taking that control, though. Looking for the deeper push. 3 players on the other side of this smoke. Util fired, but Magnum, he's landed another and a third for Magnum. He'll eventually fall, but it looks like this round is set to land in BBL's hands.
Damn, I like the confidence from Magnum on this.
In their way. He's been good, but not good enough this time.
Oh, that's already a little bit of a worry for the side of Mates that gap has been found. That was a setup towards the A site where there was a stun.
Yeah, they wanted to 3-person push, but...
And because of that, Magnum had the freest kill of his entire life.
He got a really good timing on this.
Aggressive front. They were clearly aware that their opponents were going to try and set up with the retake off the back of that Teo utility, combined with the paranoia, so they just play up close, play in their face.
I don't know if this was any kind of like read or anti, but it was like the most perfect thing for what was going on around the map. Still a weird buy.
Shouldn't be too much of a competition, but they've gone for this early stack towards the A site. We'll see if that lasts long.
Indeed, it looks like it'll be easy enough.
Camera to spot, one hiding behind.
Especially the outlaw in play.
Are the losers out? They're not out.
If they can keep hold
They're not fully out, but...
Like you said, concerning seeing that gap exploited so early on.
Like, if Gentlemates lose, they're out. If BBL lose, then it gets really weird.
Now, B is equally, if not more open than last time, as obviously Mates go for this stack. It's a gamble. They've rolled the dice, and it's all coming up to A. 4 players around this angle, and for BBL, well, they seem to be set to at least open that door in towards the
Okay, do they even want to open the door? There's no point in it right now.
It's
should just be an easy call.
Based on the weaponry that's in hand. But now that you've got this far,
yeah,
you almost have
human
to
drone.
go back. Like it would almost feel foolish to go, okay, maybe there's someone hiding on the back side of the other part of the map. I do like the look at these compositions, though. I think for both sides,
yeah, sometimes the Outlaws just absolute freebies around like this as well.
Maybe not so much click on the Yoru. I'm still waiting to see this man truly.
Okay, this is nice. We've seen a couple of good examples of
for example, I think Kamek
like human drone at the moment.
Back onto that more
we saw it yesterday from Liquid, I want to say. We see it today from BBL. And it does pretty much deter you from doing these early stacks.
In my mind, not the ideal agent for this map.
Like early stacks like this, people just used to gamble all the time on the site. These days, it doesn't really work well because people just do this, walk into a free site or walk into a big stack and then just go the other place.
Versus playing to the players that you have. And yeah, BBL could come in and think there's a more ideal composition to run. There's a better way to
thanks so much for the bits. Yampy barking today? 100%. He probably already did for the pistol.
They're hunting them down, looking for the orbs in the fights. Yumpy with a double. And there's a decent margin for error. 2 players falling, though, and we've reached it. Anyone else? And those losses will be felt.
Very nice.
Luckily, it is cleaned up by BBL. Prophet gets the weapon recovered. And so,
why do you think somebody seems to jet over others? Yeah, pretty much just comfort. It'll either be comfort or they have like a... Well, it's still comfort, what I was going to say here as well. Like someone that likes to use the op a lot. You can do it on the Yoru as well, so...
This is where Gentlemates have an opportunity.
Glamorgo, thank you so much for the tier 1. I appreciate the 14 months. Thank you for that.
In combination with the Breach and the Teo, you expect to see some level of aggressive setups, and with all 3 players currently on one side of the map, that's exactly what
we're gonna get. Do you know which team started the Yoru meta? I mean, the Yoru meta was already here on... Well, not here, but there were definitely teams using it like end of last year for sure.
Late information taking as Mates gather their...
Like, let's think. Fnatic were using it on Split and Lotus. No, Split and Haven even. So there were already teams that were like starting to kind of use it with double duelist.
For BBL, you know, making the opportunities early on, they've spread out, they've looked for aggression, they show presence on A at that early stage. Nobody gets up in their face on C. I think this
K-Cop did it a lot, yeah. K-Cop last year did it loads.
And wait, play contact on click and avoid that early burst of utility that's coming his way, but he's been forced out by the salvos and caught in the open.
The door was open, right? Could even not just gone back through
well,
the
this
door.
one's looking real easy.
A second after.
Yeah, I'm a bit worried for Gentlemates from what I've seen at the moment. They look lost on this map.
Not having the TP online, they're getting slaughtered. That's 3 kills already. As you said, they were playing passive, looking for info. It was a slow round from BBL where they were taking their time to sort of feel
Breeze?
out the map.
I mean, loads of people played it on Breeze. I always like the map that people just played Yoru on anyway.
But that looked way too easy.
Well, it was because BBL were stuck in the spawn there a minute in. They don't have any control really to play off of, and then the first point of contact they go for, they're finding the picks, they're finding the site, and it really snowballs from that point where the player on door, now that it's open that little bit too late, wants to take the fight and at least trade out his teammate that died in the open moments ago. You lose that fight, the Stairs player's swinging with you to do the same thing. You're trying to crunch that angle. But BBL were ready, and even with the weaker weapons, as we said,
well,
it gives
it's
them
an
a good bit
incredible
of
stuff for
potential to
BBL.
still fight into this round. And
Got an
now,
armor rebuy,
3-0
3k for everyone.
with rifles upgraded for free, a massive economic
Might be a
boost.
quick map from what we just saw here in the big buy runs.
Disappointing way to have that one slip away. Again, looking at the setup, the idea was that Click is up close. He's ready to
I'm not sure about that one, Theo.
get out, but without a gate crash and without the door open, he had no way out. He was trapped.
But there's two things I want to note as well when talking about BBL. Slow starts and not the best attack sides.
Yeah.
They're 3-0 up on the attack. So for them, this is already as good as it gets in the early round. It seems like there's not going to be much of an investment here from the side of mates. Same stuns thrown in, but this time it's Levin looking for those battles.
Not sure about that one.
Well.
Surely Yampi's got a flasher or... Like, do we not want to... Do we not want anything for that, Joel?
This BBL squad gone. Now the retrieval of the gun, unlikely. Not in the greatest spot to try and challenge. Depends how much of a response there's going to be from BBL. Are they looking to just play this one as a squad, or is someone going to attempt to be a hero?
It's a big risk by 11 to just go swinging through
It was
that
a crazy
wall,
risk
especially
against
mates
Nico
are on
as well.
this lighter buy for so many of their players. Sure, they saved 2 rifles, but the others are going to be taking risks, and with the double up on the other side, that was an immediate shutdown. Mini had a pistol, Kata had a rifle, and the opening pick is mates. Result of a little bit of a mistake. Now, BBL left to look for control elsewhere, and the standard play, when you meet that resistance on the A site, go back towards B. Mates have not exactly rotated in super early, and now they're filling in the space, but it's already been taken, and the plant should be acquired.
Yeah, it seemed like the spike was going to go back in another direction. Magnum.
Surely.
Check his close corners.
Oh boy,
doesn't
Magnum.
win the fight. It's the classic to do the damage. Keeping that player advantage. Still 2 guns in play, but I am looking at that Armageddon and also the late position of Perfect. This is perfect. A man to save them so many times. It looks like he's done it once again.
Oh my
Armageddon onto
goodness.
the spike will force them
Sure.
forward into Yumpy. And from here on
Didn't think
out,
he was going to go for that,
shouldn't be
but
too problematic unless Kamik really does
it
have a round
wasn't
in
too
him.
bad.
No, it's just going to be another save option for Gentlemates. A wide enough net cast by BBL that they'll go hunting him as well. No guarantee he brings this through to the next round, and Sociable puts him
But could
in
he
the
have
dirt.
flashed? He'd just do behind the box, right? Do behind the box or top ceiling. There's like two one-way flashes there.
Pushing up against Pistol to take that deeper control on B. Luckily, Sociable was with him. That's the difference. If Magnum's on his own there, that is a that's an unforgivable mistake.
There's loads that you can do. I guess there was the wall up, right? So you have to flash through the box.
As well, to again contain space and keep them with something to play with. That made the best of a bad situation.
Would the flash through the box go on the other side of this wall? I don't know. It'd be
Sure, they had
close.
to commit the Armageddon, but
It would be close.
considering how that started,
That's fine, ult economy. Yeah.
well, yeah, but more importantly, what they came out with, considering how badly that started, I think they'll be quite happy with that. Nonetheless.
Okay,
now
fast from
looking like a
BBL
much more
though.
direct take. Levin leading the charge
I like this
once
different
again,
pathing
full
though.
site cleared with no response,
Smoke
but
towards the back.
Full retake, looking like the plan.
Oh, they're just going in, running through the cages.
Oh my god, he got unlucky with that though.
There's nothing in the form of a response from BBL. Sociable and Yumpy left to pick up the pieces, and they find a double.
If Yampy gets a kill, he is popping this ult for sure.
Held by an operator in the walk through.
Dude, this stun.
No
Dude, wait for the
flashes
stun.
left for Yumpy, so there's no way to make that fight any easier, and that results in Sociable falling. I mean, Yumpy
5 extra
trapped
seconds.
in a corner. There's no way that they're going to let him out of here. Has to fight his way, and Mini wraps around behind.
Okay, definitely like a couple of things from BBL where I feel like they could be more together. It's a nice fast love from Gentlemates. As soon as they killed Loon, it was like easy for them.
Too much from the side of BBL in these early rounds. Confidence building, space taken. They were very quick to react, and in the mid-round call to just go back in together, not allow them to set up into the post plants where it was always going to be incredibly difficult when you talk about having all of that breach utility in combination with everything Teo has to offer. There wasn't going to be much of a way back into the round, so
Deadlock? I think Deadlock's insanely strong.
You're going to have an operator coming back into this one.
I'm surprised we don't see more Deadlock. Teams are starting to get there. Very high win percentage at the moment in pro play.
squad hasn't got to play in
A
front
lot
of
of good combos that you can use.
Their moment with the fans. Kata, he was
Ooh,
spotted on the way, but still
very proactive at the moment.
Before being dealt with. A 4v4, 11 looking for that
That's
aggression, and he'll catch it as well.
insanely bold.
Mini down and pressure onto the C site. Right now, mates are spread out, holding angles all by themselves. A little bit of a group up with Kamek and Click, but it's the C site that BBL are setting their focus on. That leaves Zipan soon to be a
Deadlock believer. Yeah, I mean, ever since that update, I think the Deadlock's probably. Obviously, you got Teo, but I would say in the top 3 of best agents at the moment.
So no element of surprise. I think he might have hit his keyboard there.
Either that, or he thought that was the one rotator. And everyone else is going a different direction, so it's like, oh, well, I might as well have a pot shot. Yeah, getting back into this one's not going to be easy. It's whether they
do you think the 5, if you're going to pick a 5 to play every map at the moment, like a Cypher, Cypher, Deadlock, Omen, Teo, Yoru, like I feel like this 5, you could play it on every map and be pretty legit.
I'll say so far, like, okay, there's been
probably struggle the most on Fracture.
It does
just
seem like
you
BBL
can't.
well aware.
Yeah, you would still struggle the most on Fracture.
Like catching that initial round on B site where they were ready for
Vice.
to be setting up.
The thing is, there's a lot of maps where I prefer the Vice, but if you're just going off, if you're going off of just like solo initiator, what you need to try cover with the other util, I think the camera and the cage is like really strong.
He's gonna try and challenge me.
Yeah, well, as well, the fact that, you know, you've seen that aggression coming out from C. The orb is up, you know, Viper's been there most of the time. Yeah, it was a fantastic
Icebox? I mean, that's a legit Icebox
by
comp.
BBL. That's why you see on the back wall
it would struggle.
Have called the timeout. They're going to take a moment.
A little bit over towards B, but
what they've just seen. Again,
Icebox is a messed up map anyway.
No doubt they're coming in very well prepared for whatever Gentlemates have planned. And they have the advantage of not showing tape on how they want to play, their ideology of the map. That's something that Gentlemates have to put together over these last 6 rounds, and the challenge is to apply whatever ante they can to what's coming up. Especially with Yumpy having a rolling thunder.
I'll say that's the interesting thing from both squads, though, because although this map has been played, the compositional changes.
I mean, Griffer, the comp would be good on defense. I give you that.
Composition is completely different to anything else that's being run, and they've in fact gone away from having a Sentinel altogether and bringing in that Viper again. So
what duelist? You do Yoru.
The problem is
Teo Deadlock allows Yoru to do a lot.
Their aggression
a lot safer TPs.
Like it's either been avoided and then been late taken away
Teo
from
in
them.
general just does as well.
I think you look back at a lot of squads on this map.
I think solo Yoru is fine. I think solo Yoru with a Teo is incredibly good. Yeah. Like solo Yoru is fine on its own, map dependent. But then when you get this, and you can for sure 100% clear more angles, or even get through chokes that maybe you can get through before, like your options are just double, tripled.
Click have enough impact, and more importantly, Zipan is currently right at the bottom of the board. Those are the 2 players that are defending A.
Yeah, indeed. There's been problems there, and I think BBL wanting to put even more pressure on. That's an early fight for 11. A great idea.
Oh.
Doesn't quite work out. The ult sent through as well. This will slow the push of BBL.
Yeah, they thought the more people kind of committed to this.
Signals the push. There's aggression behind it, and Magnum is the one caught as Kata sidesteps the paranoia. Util thrown his way.
You can tell both of these teams haven't had the most practice on this map at the moment. There's so much like individual stuff. Like I reckon.
This time from the
I don't know. It's looking like 2 days for both teams, maybe, with the comps.
Completely disrupt, but it does seem like that played a little bit more into the hands of Gentlemates. A big round from Kamek, and I'll say individually.
No, I think you can, Fia. I agree. It just has to be the right ones.
Because obviously, you kind of had that expectation when he was in Liquid, practicing for quite a while, but from the get-go, he looked very decent in mates. Seems like it's going to be the same sort of
that is an incredibly well-timed Omen flash.
To take the hit, the Knives eventually get the job done. I think that was a stun that came out from
Zipan did get stunned, yeah.
That one.
I have no idea how Levin survived so long, and that's a big danger. The Blade Storm alive late into the round. Kata makes it back to heaven just in time.
Go for it.
Does Mini just send this? He didn't get hit by the stun.
Just on the bottom of the rope, he's caught Mini.
Yeah, Mini
he's
does just send it.
And won't find Kata this time.
Dude, this guy
but
just
he's put it
cleans
back
up.
to a 3v3. Sociable in a great position, but he's been spotted now. The shots land on Click and his decoy. And the op of Kamek. This is a real danger.
He's just gonna salvo.
He's gonna salvo him off the angle, holding the stun late, and now Kamek has to peek
Dude, the
into
delay
him.
is insane.
The timer ticking away, the pressure on.
What is this?
Look,
He goes off angle as well.
Sociable. It's a risk up against the op, and the risk that doesn't pay off.
It's got a long time though that was bought.
It's been going a while though, and look at where the remaining players are. They've realized that we could just play the backside. They'd have to try and clear absolutely everything in that late moment. And although you're going to look at this round and go, well, Sociable only got 1 kill, the amount of time he bought alone has won them the round. That's all they really needed, was that clock to be melted away. Right back to that same sort of direct, aggressive position.
Would I rather have Icebox or Breeze in the map pool? I'd rather have Breeze in the map pool.
The Zip
I think it's better than Icebox.
The entire time.
Worthless. My ult's ready.
Nice work from Sociable, like you said.
Jackdaw, thank you so much
well,
for the
you
prime.
have to look at Levin.
Appreciate
As
the
soon as that
28
Blade
months.
Storm is
Thank
popped,
you.
you know you're going to get all-out aggression, at least for that first fight.
Rather than
after the round
Breeze,
before
yeah.
he went up on top
It's
rubble.
just,
This
at least
time,
there's some stuff
he's
you can
running
do on
it
defense
down,
and Breeze.
Gets caught by a blind, somehow survives, and ends up having massive impact later on into the round. That's what we want to see. He's been suffering in those opening duels so far, and it looks like another on its way as Click lands the op shot into Levin, and the numbers sit with Gentlemates early on.
We've seen finally that operator have a little bit of extra impact. It's not been Click's day so far, or maybe not been his season so far, but being able to get his squad the opener, the spike still very much down within the spawn, and a massive gap. Mini clearly not realizing they've just walked all the way through, expecting some piece of utility. Now that spike is being retrieved by Prophet, and because of that, the TP from Kata not going to find too much. Okay.
Actually kind of winnable. TP manages to dodge this as well. Was going for the plant here, can't anymore. All with 2 people behind it. Kamek's just going to ult the hell out of him.
Exactly that. Click already on the run through. It's got an op, but I presume a shorty in the back pocket. Finding himself a little bit of extra control. Another angle to fight from. Delay from Sociable again. Looking good. Rolling Thunder deep into the spawn. It's caught 2. Sociable's the one with the pressure on. No support coming his way, but he lands 1.
He did pretty good though.
On the second peak, the defuse tapped the pressure now on.
That's incredibly unlucky. Dude, Yumpy had such a round here. Yumpy had such a round.
For the breach, the IGL, and the man who's been playing up to the crowd even when
3v4, and they ended up using what? Ended up using Yoru and Breach.
He's actually a bit nervous.
They're gonna have a mad half here.
With this team, and why it definitely seems like there's no pressure to be had. I'll say as well, I'm really enjoying what Social's being able to do in terms of delay. Because while they had the dimensional drift running through, clearing all of
and
the
they force by and they know. Oh, dude, he would have been so good.
No way you can now attack my squad. My teammates.
It would have been so good. They saw the Outlaw at the end. I was about to say they're in for an easy round because the Outlaw.
And it's been the difference maker now in a couple of rounds.
And it also means, like, exactly like you're saying, the delay, the fact that Click wants to get that little bit more aggressive. Well, now he has to go to Waterfall because the others are delayed a little bit longer. So it adds that time to the clock and, again, stops you from having the impact off the ult. And the way Click's playing, you know, we heard it from Wonka a little bit earlier on, that this is a guy that, a map at least, a series, a day that he expects to step up, but it's Kamek.
Bro, he always has one of these rounds. Kamek always has one of these rounds where he just kills everyone that's on the screen by 2 tapping. Great shots from him.
Well, again, I feel like it's Kamek coming to the rescue. Maybe getting a little bit sidetracked, but he just hits everything that's put in front of him. Only the one for Zipan that does anything more, but that said, I was mentioning it earlier, I think his individual level has not gone anywhere. Moving into a new squad,
last 2 rounds, let's see.
The other players
last 2 rounds, money's actually pretty low for BBL. If Gentlemates win this, they kind of get 5.
Up there as well.
They would have to struggle to lose against the UK.
Can't just have these flash in the pan rounds if they're going to win this series.
Well, that's it. Again, we talk about BBL's attack.
Oh, he messed up his jump. He saw him.
Lotus is going to play out. Here. It seems like a lot of those boxes that had question marks now have ticks. Turkish squad. Mates have done this same push-up on A. We've seen it. Zipan is here to assist. Kata behind the rubble. And this could cause a lot of problems as they look to be quite direct in their approach, but a little bit later in the round. Util dump is online though. Salvo's forced Kata back. Levin's the one to take the space, fighting his demons.
He has no fear. Like, he could be flash
in this little push though.
Completely blind, monitor off.
Oh boy.
To dash into a position and he will click.
That's nice. Oh my goodness, he just TP'd down to the open. Thank God the smoke was here, by the way. TP was just out in the smoke. Whoa, what the hell are they doing? Oh my goodness.
Gives a really good opportunity. It's going to be left more so on to Profit.
Well,
can't quite do enough.
Worked out alright. Definitely one of the weirder
we've seen mates get 2 rounds in a row. They can come in
maybe it's 3 over towards A. They cut sound and they wanted to get info because he saw him rotating over towards C, right? I guess he thought more people were rotating, so they didn't think many people would be here.
It forced them to continue the aggression towards this A site as toxins are coming back up, divvying up the forces and making it easier for mates to deal with. They wanted to root their way through the double door.
Okay, they do force him down to Nico. He got 3 stingers now, so they might actually be able to get a pretty decent half.
The blitz.
They've got a low buy, but I think because also it's been somewhere that this defense side have been pushing so regularly, they're just going to try and take it away from them. But look at the crossfire. 3 players here already.
Whoa.
It's Kamek who's in trouble, but he is finding one before
he
going
dealt
down.
with that incredibly well.
Now from BBL. And in fact, the reinforcements have come in. Ult is not quite going to land. They're already ahead of it, and C site to be taken. Okay,
yeah,
BBL
but they
avoided
for sure
of the
secure B with it at least.
Kamek down. No rolling thunder either for mates to fight their way back into the site. And now a possibility, especially with Yampi just 2 away, and now 1 with the plant. They can have a rolling thunder of their own. The swing is good, but it's Profect to claim the kill. Yampi goes down after 1, and Kata's stepping up to the plate.
Nice shots from him. They got a 5 at the end here. They didn't see me well, really. I am the true blue with the tier 1. Thank you for the 15 months. Of course, dude. Thank you for saying that also.
But they got there in the end.
Oh, a really solid recovery.
Definitely both the teams again on this map looking a little bit. It's looking a little bit uncomfy.
After the break.
Still nice shots though. David with the prime, appreciate the 23 months. I just have a rotator 3 man. Push ball legs and then whatever days I can. Yeah, let's pause this for a little bit. The Jet on Lotus. I mean, I feel like there's a lot of teams that have been wrecked by not having a Yoru player. And if you don't have a good Yoru, then you kind of just got to rely on off-meta pick, I guess, in terms of duelists. Sometimes it's a Jet. You can still make it work, though. It's not like the Teo is still good for setting someone up. It's just the fast rotate of Yoru that helps a lot as well. And obviously against the Vice stuff. Like against this comp, the Jet's not going to struggle too much. Wait, let's think. Yeah, they don't have a Sentinel. It's kind of fine. Anonymous gifter, thank you so much, dude. Appreciate that. Thank you with the gifted. Yeah, there's definitely certain comps that it would struggle against massively.
We're being blown about like a leaf in wind. It looks like they found their way towards the end of that half, sweeping away a couple of rounds from BBL and sending us to a gap of just 2. This pistol could bring them right back to neck and neck. And a challenge for BBL.
You think about 10-10, that's when Depp comes back. Let's see how 10-10 looks.
We'll see how they handle this defensive
Let's see how they look for another week.
Sharp and ready.
You would get that back, most likely.
A couple rounds in, the only player with a kill on the board, 15 and 8 right now on that Omen. But here on the attack, Tom, my eye is drawn to Click. I want to see what he can do. The coaching staff promising us that this is his day.
Yeah, I'm actually looking at Mini. I think the impact he's able to get on the lurks is so valuable to this squad. Like keeping the space, but more importantly, he's the guy making the calls.
That is an absolute shot, mate.
Wow. Immediately taken out by 11. It will be almost free
The
roam
double
the B side.
TP into the safe corner.
Able to sort of
Now
split
what?
these players up.
This is nice. This is nice from BBL though.
They're already going to
Smoke
try
this
and take
off,
some aggressive
pressure.
control, but not spotting anybody out. The drones
This is cool
will be
though.
sent through
Push over
just to make
towards
sure
C,
they haven't made
heavy.
it to the spawn.
Duel this when there's no one
Eventually,
here. Smoke
they will
open to
group up,
re-clear.
But so have the players of BBL.
They're ready to pounce right back into this site, and the Heaven control being sought after. There's players awaiting their arrival. It was Magnum who got shut down as Yumpy runs his way back.
Dude, nice
through.
pistol. Yumpy's really going for it.
Breach. Yeah, we talk about Click and Mini from Mates, the players we wanted to see step it up or see how this attacking side would fare, but Yumpy, he's been having a hell of a game. A couple of really, really big rounds. Think back to the 4K in the previous half that was answered by Kamek in the next. And then this one here, Levin gets his opening duel somewhere that he struggled, but understandably when you look at how he played the attack. And now, Yumpy to clean up the rest. That's a good sign.
Wait, it's another pistol round where I look at it and go, did Mates get a little bit lost? Like, the guy planting had no cover. Like, they were too busy taking further ground. They even got the pick on
I wouldn't say they got lost. I would just say that
and they just didn't get
BBL had a
so there was no
pretty
time pressure for BBL, but they,
pretty cool
as their
pistol, to be honest.
done, went
This
in
was
front
just
of
from
it.
Gentmates Wall to just get the plant down.
With both pistols going in one direction.
Enjoying the
Normally
Yumpy masterpiece. Yeah, he is absolutely frying them.
But we've seen it once that Mates are able to fight back. They're going to attempt it here, but walking into a site with a couple of players already on it.
Not the best of weaponry for
He did
Profak,
so
and he
much damage,
struggles
really.
a little bit with the trade-outs. This is going pretty well for Gentlemates. The pressure on, and Sociable might be about to take a big risk. Let's see if it pays off. It certainly does. 2 already under his belt.
Very nice on
the
this.
third, but Yumpy happy to clean it up with the Outlaw.
They didn't lose too
minimizing
much.
the losses, stemming the bleeding of that round, and putting us 9-5. 2 now in a row for BBL on this defensive side, but this is where things heat up, where Mates get their rifles out, and hopefully we'll see the wind change course.
Yeah, well, especially for a couple of the players. The Mini definitely had a bit of a poorer performance for his standards going out of the last week, but I have to wait and see.
Yeah, they know that Owl's out in play. Do they get that own Owl
A
out?
lot of the time, he's going to be the man commanding half
Salvo,
of
stun.
already. That's more of what we expected to see. Profek attempting
their
to get
own
aggressive
Outlaw.
and completely denied by the IGL.
Yeah, nice shot.
Another
He's
round
angry
where
enough after
someone has to
losing
jump
that
spot
opening
over
pick.
towards
In
C.
the pistol round on C, he goes back. This time gets the better of them. Levin is caught and pushed down
That
on
is
easy
devastating
kill
for him.
for Click. Great paranoia from Cadavra. And now a 3 versus 5. They had decent weaponry. They can do damage. You see that with 10 HP left on Click. But it's Mates who are clicking onto the heads of their opponents and leaving just 2 to stand in their way. Zipan, having sent the drone through, they know he's a little later. Look to isolate the pick, and that player is the one with the spike. There's a couple problems brewing for Gentlemates, but they're dealing with them easily. Now, only a Spectre in a 1v5.
Yeah, Social obviously had no idea that the spike was going to be walking through late. He's in a bit of a weird spot. Like, it's not something I necessarily expect
he's
anybody.
just going to be patient. He knows they've got to leave sight to save.
I'm more so looking at what he can actually do from this position. Maybe hoping that one of the players will just walk into his crosshair. Oh, there you go. That's at least one for free. Kada will go down. Anything more would need a miracle, and it's not going to happen. The breach on the opposing side will now have a triple of his own. Kamek flying still. But they are now 3 rounds behind, and this is where you expect things to get that little bit more difficult.
Without a doubt, both squads bringing in full armaments to the table.
17 to
See
8.
again, snowballing from some of those early fights, and when you don't have the weapon to back
out
up the duels
so
you're going
heavy
for,
now.
you're hitting people for 140, and they're easily able to slip away and survive into the late round.
It's either easy game or close game.
So Sociable did well to pick off a few. 9-6. The buy from BBL sees aggression, and in fact, the first player they spot on the side of Mates, it's Profek.
That's it. Thank you so much, dude. I appreciate that.
Of backup, not just the breach,
The
but
best
we see here
solo
Levin
Sentinel these days on every map.
and picks off Cadavra.
Honestly, it's really up for debate.
Down. And it's Mini on the other side trying to take up space on A to recover some
Cypher's
form of info. It
still...
looks like Kamek will be doing the same.
Cypher's forever going to be good.
Not getting anything from the early fights.
This is the Cypher setup. So
But
you may get a lot of
I
ground,
definitely
but it's
think certain
going to be
maps
noted
like Cypher on split, but then you got to look at Poe. Vice is definitely the best at Poe.
The door, a player rotating. There is plenty available here for BBL. A solid read and well misses onto the fake out.
Cypher's probably the best on Fracture just because of people's defaults, even though the Vice has really cool stuff.
That's at least one back for Mates.
You understand why Mates don't expect him to be there. He was on C, spotted with that triple peak early on, but the rotations came in right afterwards, leaving one just Profect to anchor on the other side. It means there's numbers more than Mates expect.
How did he win this?
Zipan does well to find one, but he's left to 11 HP.
Wait,
Still
he did great.
Another, and Levin's got the pressure on, but it doesn't look like it.
Very, very nicely done. Kamek does have his ult. They do have enough money to buy.
On the board, 10-6. Their defensive side looking good.
This is why you put him on the Jet. Are you going to get the cleanest Valorant in the world? No. Are you going to get him doing ridiculous things maybe he shouldn't? Absolutely.
That's it. If you're just talking about ranks, though.
Like that? Definitely. And that's what it is. It's comfort. The Turkish Jet is something we've seen.
Like Cypher is just insane in rank.
We've seen Zeus do it on this map. Is it compositionally the best thing you can do in the game? Of course it isn't. But that's not the point. It's difficult to play against when a guy is doing stuff like that.
Okay, let's see what the plan with the breach short is. Surely they have a plan with a breach short.
Yeah.
Game. Like if there's 4 other people, you can have one maniac.
He's going aggressive. Blade Storm in the stun, but now has to back off. That's bit off more than he could chew. Look,
oh my god, little fadeaway. Oh! Okay. 1-1. One more. Let's see it. Okay, honestly, chill. You did great. Just chill. Oh, God.
It won't land. It won't
oh, that was sick to watch.
He's done enough already, Tom.
Yeah, throw him a gun. Go on. Go on, Yampy. Give him your gun.
There's now a full squad waiting on the other side, and he's trying to get in with
he jumps the corner. That was nice. Jumps the corner to distract anyway, no matter what. Dude, that was nuts.
And if you're on the Gentlemate side, you're not going to be too happy about that one.
First and second was so fast. Oh, that's crazy fast.
I love the second one because he's like, oh, well, I hit the first.
Might as well go back for a bit more. Yeah, Levin's that guy who just delivers. That rumor you hear, oh, he's a scrim demon. Wait till you see him on the stage. And
hey, Koi saw him last week.
They did. Oh, they felt his full impact. 16-10 right now, and Gentlemates, their last pause is going to be burned up. BBL haven't even used one. They feel like they're in control.
How's easiest pause ever. Right, so we're going to try and focus some orbs on 11 so we can get Blade Storm and kill everyone.
BBL fan for the first time this year.
Yeah,
actually,
this is
might
now
be
far more dangerous territory. We saw this in the first
They were there for
half
kickoff though, right?
Or
was there no crowd for kickoff? I'm trying to remember.
It's just how much space
there was
they're
crowd for
currently
kickoff,
losing.
right?
Like the C site, that's now a couple of rounds in a row where they've been completely shut out of that.
Played on every Wednesday so far, yeah.
Are clearly comfortable to challenge. Maybe just reading into the fact that a lot of the time Mini will be there alone. You win that battle, and you have half the map.
I think a lot of it comes down to that
to say
crisis,
force
Once you
buy.
see that nerf to Vice, a lot of teams moving away from her, and while she's not unusable anymore, the way that she plays the game.
They lost 13-4 with
Let's see what the plan is. Simple B. Dude, I think BBL are really confident they were going to go for a B here.
I can look to, at least on that defensive side, to put up a few more early rounds if you master the comp here. There's been
yeah, we look at the minimap. Not too bad for Gentlemates at the moment.
Put on, and we saw it the other day.
Especially,
like
you would imagine they'll go relatively fast with this.
Mini as well.
With these
but it's
guns.
been a struggle for so many of these Mates players here on Lotus.
Up against a no Sentinel comp.
BBL
decided to get a little bit proactive. Especially when this guy's confidence must be through the roof.
So much space.
Sky high.
There's nobody currently on C. They know their A.
Well,
they have all the information, and we are what?
It's an absolutely mad.
He's still going.
It's absolutely mad strat, by the way.
So there's nothing
just to send it through with nothing watching
here.
They're
not going to be this disrespectful, right? They're not just going to walk all the way behind us. And even at this stage, Zipan hasn't turned around.
Oh my goodness, Kamek. And the spikes all the way at the back.
Rolling Thunder's gone through to catch the remainder of the players.
Dude, they now have to like breach all this way for one guy. Oh, is that? It's a shocker. I cannot believe they're going to win this round.
But the rest start to pick up pieces, start to grab a few picks here and there. The ult though grabs the information. Magnum left alone, 1v2, but Mini heavily tagged up. Click does have ulti though, and post plant, that could be very valuable.
It's peculiar that they've got to this point. It seems like just Levin being isolated, the rest of the players obviously want to try and group up. Both Rolling Thunders were used, and it seemed like just in that chaos, mates have come out on top.
Oh my.
This now leaves Magnum to try and clutch things out. We've seen far crazier things from this man in the past, but it looks like the mates players are going to look to try and take this together.
It's a big jump though with the 10 HP. How have they won that? How did the kills happen on site?
Like an unwinnable position, mates find a round.
Okay,
exactly what
everyone's pushing through smoke, it seems.
10 HP. If he's the guy trying to trade, if he's even swinging
Sociable's
first,
trying
it's such
to
an easy kill. But that jump
1v1.
makes it nearly impossible. 4-round gap. BBL, they're very close.
Yeah, they overheated a little bit there. It kind of needed Lunta to say that I'm actually good. You guys don't need to do anything.
But look at the gaps here. And again, we go back to not having that Sentinel device or anyone else.
But it makes sense, right? Breach ult goes in. They're probably hyper-focused on getting the spike is the full process.
That gave the space for those flanks to come into play. Click pops the ult off rip here, and a lot of info gained. As far as that A hold, one up in heaven, and they will catch Levin.
Tried to re-aggress.
I actually like what Levin did here, even though he went down. Dude, is it Loon or Levin? Why did they always say Levin? It's meant to be V's.
And I don't mind this from mates. And not wanting to commit into a site where they don't have the information. An upgrade or two available as well after some weaker purchases into the round. And actually, mates have read this quite well.
It is Levin.
Currently an opening on that C site. And with Viper's Pit and a post plant.
I actually like how he reacted to the ult here, even though he went
the round
down.
Is locked, but it's about as good as done if they manage to get the spike down.
I think the only person they saw as well was Mini on the cam before he broke it, and that's going to tell you that, okay, it could be a lurk. Oftentimes they will send Mini to do that, especially after opening pick. Early rotations coming through from BBL, but
it's a strong off angle.
It should catch them off. It does. They go to clear the close
That's
corner.
really nice. Little 1-2 on it.
And then Kappa swings in to close out that second duel.
Okay, well, BBL are definitely timing out after this round.
In hand, economy low, and definitely Sociable and Magnum looking like they'd like to carry some weapons through to the next round.
Gonna get close.
The Viper's Pit to fight through as well. They've definitely made the right call here.
Yeah, the difference not as far as you might think.
Who's the IGL gentleman at the moment? Mini's doing calling.
If they didn't manage to turn it into their favor. Okay, Viper's Pit will be used, but Armageddon's still available for the next round. Ultimate's not in a particularly good spot for BBL, so if they can cycle these nicely, they can get themselves into a position where they're within 1 or 2 rounds. And the economy,
muddy match.
It's not in too bad a spot.
Yeah,
like
these teams don't play this map much, I think.
Into the next, but
or like Gentlemates have been struggling on this map. They changed their comp up, and then BBL used to be their permaban.
It's Gentlemates causing those problems.
Looks like they might have switched it out on this one just because Gentlemates sound like good on this map.
Viper's Pit. It cost them.
They probably thought they were just going to ban it.
But an investment you're happy to make in a round like that. A timeout called now by BBL, leaving them with 1 still in the tank. And I like this.
Is the new Giants roster playing today? Yeah, they are.
It's enough to make you worry. Not to panic too much. Pal still seems controlled. I also noticed he's got a different notebook. I actually stole his other one. It's in my backpack. I'm gonna give it to him after. Yeah, sorry about that, pal.
I know that like you worked with Cadavra, but stealing the opposing
new roster with two new
like a little bit of an extreme.
I'm not joking. I genuinely, I said, you want to put it in my bag? We're walking around, and I forgot about it.
Just to clarify.
All his notes
this was
for this
last
game.
week.
No, this all his notes for this game.
You stole it today.
I'm kidding.
Like,
yeah, it was last
hey,
week.
do you want to just put this in my bag? See you later, pal. I'm out of here. Bye.
Straight to go, Ked. Hey, try this notebook, man.
Don't worry, Kada. The curse truly is broken.
No, yeah, look, it's. I think it's just blank pages. I hope so, for his sake. That's where he tells us he works a week ahead at a time.
No, what he actually does, he writes everything in invisible ink. Ooh. He's part of MI6, that's what I've heard.
I wouldn't be surprised. I would not be surprised. That man knows too much. Well, 11-8 coming out of this timeout. BBL looking to steady the ship. And as you said, Tom, they have those 2 rifles, sure. But the investments
Eco, and let's see if they want to use this against it. They don't know for sure. You would imagine they're Eco, just with money, but...
for that with a more direct approach, stacking up those pistols together, moving as a unit, and looking to at least have those rifles be point of contact. We're looking to Levin and Sociable, who's just received a donation. See what they can do.
Camera contact into stun into send it. Surely they could
play in the retake if they need to.
Again, I feel like with this comp, if you wanted to do this camera contact, you could probably
And knowing like,
combo
of course, again, when
Z's
you
a
have
little
like
better.
the Killjoy or something, you're going to put a piece of utility to stop this mid push up. Maybe their expectation is because they pushed it so many times that there'll be some sort of counter, but in this case there isn't. It's just a slow walk up from Gentleman's.
Why is Cypher there? I mean, Cypher's swinging as well.
A buddy system on the other side of the map, trying to fake out some presence.
What I imagine would happen is he stuns, goes to the side, breach damage.
Well, for the C site again,
so like they have to go out into the open.
Another thing for BBL is you might have looked at it and gone, okay, we left that open before. Will they expect us to leave it open again?
Well, they just droned up A. BBL realized that no one's there, but they're a little late to the party on the C site. Mates have already overrun it. They've staked their claim. The plant will come through fairly soon. Spams the best option that the defenders really have to work with. One rifle towards the spawn and one in Waterfall, pushed forward. Magnum had no choice but to take that duel. The ult even catches Levin. That's a rifle on the floor, soon to be retrieved. Well, no, not even. It's being guarded for the moment, at least. And now Mates, well, they rejig up the setup and look towards the spawn, knowing there's got to be a second
I was going to say, they can't feel too comfy for Jun's mates. I don't know why they push so heavy into this area. Dude, I don't know what they're doing.
The spike is ticking. They'll need to be fast if they want to win this round, and they'll need to get through Click. Not a chance. 11 to 9,
I hated this little play where they had 4 close.
Click has really
kind of in the crossfire.
In this attack side. I think he had 5 or 6 kills in that first half. It's definitely already beaten that out.
It was like the original call was to smoke heaven, tail, and then take the space. But then when they took the space here, it's like they didn't know what to do afterwards. And then they just tucked in this corner with 4.
A clear sign of a change.
There's like the original call was kind of nice, but then they gotta
clearly the expectation that
they gotta either just give up the space and let him use util or hold the space.
I like this. The cam combo with the operator could be exactly what they need.
Up in a bit of a gap, you can see. Levin will fall back.
I'm surprised he fell down here. No dash at the moment.
Goes the wall, and that's a tag, but no kill. Click surviving. Rotates coming through from BBL. Utility online. Social.
Oh, that's nice from Magnum. Shot the clone before they found the info trip.
And then I guess the problem with this, though, really, Tom, is that they don't have any control across the map. It's a big risk to go back here. If BBL pushed B or C, got into those nasty little corners, there's not a lot that Mates can do to have that info in advance. There's nothing really. But the risk is very much paying off. That rotate to the C side.
No lot. Thank you so much, dude. Appreciate the tier 1. Thank you for the 5 months, mate.
It's over on A. It's only going to be Perfect that has a chance to stop this, and a great fake from Mini.
Yeah, I mean, Mini's keeping everyone here.
Trying to sell that ruse. Here comes all the information. This will be where BBL start hightailing it to the other side of the map, but that's a lot of control lost. And Prophet needed to make sure if he does stick around. No way he goes for this plant.
No way he goes for this plant.
Fantastic stuff to deny the spike. That will make things a little bit more awkward. Rotations needing to be made from players that were already out of the site to try and get that spike down. In the meantime, the aggression of Click was basically just a bodyguard, trying to stop them getting in towards that site. But this now means that all the Mates players are stuck within.
Oh my goodness.
Nice shot by Mini. That was through the smoke. I think the second was too. And he's finding even more.
Second timeout for BBL, maybe. It's getting really rough. I don't know why they're going for that one. See the smoke there, and you go for the good plant.
We should see this equalize, Tom. And from there, it's anyone's game.
A little bit of luck. There's 2. Just the spams through the smoke that did enough.
Nice, guys. You are
stellar crossfires.
Let's go.
Especially when things got messy. Something we'd mentioned before with Mates is having this newer IGL. Those mid-rounds can always be a little scuffed.
Wee.
Oh, that's not the start they were looking for. I think Levin...
Is this an eco though? Wait, they didn't timeout? Yeah, they don't have one more timeout. They do, right?
To basically fight forward with a rifle, gets one, goes down, that's fine. Instead, he didn't get one, has gone down, and, well, it's not so fine.
Especially here on the defense, he's been doing great when it comes to those early fights. I know he was struggling a lot on the attack. Again, it makes sense for how they've been structuring their site takes.
3C once again,
He's always the man taking the risks. A lot of weaker weapons.
Not sure the retakes have been working.
Means you really want to play this with the numbers. Group up and approach these fights together. Magnum down to 50 as he swings, thanks to the decay.
Okay,
that is the only
short timeout. They gotta speak about.
That's not a big investment from BBL. That's
they gotta
not them
speak
putting
about C.
all their eggs in one basket. But here is where things can get dicey. They have ults, they have mostly decent weapons, and a timeout
Dude, look at
will
that
be
comp.
called. Because
they gotta go aggro somewhere.
The map probably falls to Gentlemates with their map pick up next. And Tom, we know how devastating it is to feel like you are about to close a map out and have it snatched out from under you.
Yeah, it looks in essence that some of these rounds have mainly been down to maybe BBL trying to close out a little bit too fast, like wanting to get aggressive, wanting to get in the faces of their opponents. And well, for Levin now, the Punisher said he was 2 away from a Bladestorm, hoping to get a kill. He's kind of damaged himself going into the buy round. Needs a pick to get the Bladestorm, otherwise his value is going to be severely diminished.
You do sometimes, Ovi. It's definitely... With Teo Breach meta at the moment, people are leaving site a bit more instead of hard holding site.
Fantastic work to make space. Combine that with...
Because it's harder for you to hold the site, obviously, and it's easier for you to retake the site with them.
This round with what they currently have online, and then you also talk
okay,
about
so
the fact that they have the
all the BBL are going to be talking about for sure is over towards. Okay, they're going to go aggro C. They're going aggro C because they're 1 away from this. This is probably the easiest AWP. I like this from Gentlemates. They know they're going to do something over towards C, so they're going to try and go straight insta towards A. Then they can pick up the orb, and then they can do something. Might be something based off the Euro ult as well. We'll see. I'm not sure they can go B against this ult though.
Pressure gauge, I suppose, is off the charts.
Yes, there is a free AWP here. Dude, they want to go B against the tail ult. I personally believe this is a mistake.
Before they finished out towards the C site with the door open and a swing through after Click got picked off. But this time, he's able to get his boots on the ground. Having control is his. Decoy set up and ready. It's sent out just
going to be the easiest retake of their life, isn't it?
Is destroyed in a little bit of time bought here with a Rolling Thunder deep into spawn. I like that angle. If Prophet wins this fight, they've got a little bit extra to work with from BBL.
Oh my goodness, they thought they took space.
They didn't take that spawn position, and
it's
the ult
doable.
clears it out completely. It's players on the site that have to hold strong.
They've done well to get up close before Yumpy kicks things off. The response, though, is decent. Putting things back into a close position. Kata's going to try and teleport behind them. And in fact, Mini has managed to buy time and an extra pick. Kata from behind with his opponent so desperately low. Mini
oh my goodness. They took this map control, or at least faked that they were taking this map control with the breach ult. And then the Teo ulted back that bit of map control, so they didn't have it for the main bit of sight.
They were backed into a corner, up against the ropes, but they have come back swinging.
I mean, it's a nice idea from Gentlemates to take the extra space, but
on the site, the TP out, I thought, was a mistake from Kata. They had the read, they knew where he was, but the fight not won.
It's because of the snake bite. It was because of the snake bite for a Mini. Yeah, he was able to just buy enough time.
Okay, one last chance, and it's gonna be he's gonna be feeling gunning for BBL.
It was very, very good timing, and in that moment, the communication had to be perfect. Otherwise, they lose that round. 12 to 11. Weaponry, not the best. Bladestorm for Levin, it won them around earlier. They're gonna hope that it can do the same again, and he has the full force of this Gentlemate side up against him. Rolling Thunder perfectly placed a chance. He's only going to get the one, but doesn't want to overcommit this time.
It's only one pick for BBL. They need that little bit more look at the disadvantages when it comes to weaponry. 3 SMGs to play with. The Bladestorm for 11 can at least make up for that somewhat. The aggression here for Prophet, trying something new, but Kata's watching it. The Outlaws trained in on the angle, and it's just one shot needed.
Oh god.
Back into even footing.
Didn't spot.
But this position from
didn't
Sociable,
spot.
not expected, not detected, and he's out of there for free. 2v4, great stun. And they're gonna be sent running backwards, or Sociable comes to meet them. Kata with it all to do. 3 to pick up, or we are going to overtime. And it's again anyone's game.
He's already tagged.
This HP, not much of a thing.
Magnum's SMG will become ever the more deadly, but Magnum with that extra Experience knows, okay, I'm not giving him a 1v1. I'm not giving him any sort of chance.
I mean, with the time, it's impossible.
They can literally sacrifice player after player off that clock. Magnum can run in on the last second just to make sure there's no opportunity for a plant round already done. The other two just not going to be facing.
I like the setup from BBL though.
An extra little
Breach short into Jet going aggro, but it did it did feel like Possum, I mean, it just felt like whoever messed up the least in this round, really.
That one corner, that's the round.
Drone not checking the corner.
BBL
we had over push over towards C in a 4v5, right?
Going into overtime, there's no ecos, there's no economy to send them into these disadvantages, although maybe they'll play against BBL. We eventually see them win. It's with those weaker weapons. It's with the lower investments. Back to the attack side now for the Turkish squad. They found a lot more success there. And as well, you have to point out, it was both halves. It's BBL having that early start, that little bit of a leg up. So if we really look
the buy rounds, yeah.
Yeah, the buy rounds have gone to mates more often than not. So although BBL have done well to get here, this is the real challenge.
Everything changes in OT though. Everything you remembered, all the strats that you've seen. Feels like Pal could really
use insanely bold, knowing that most likely they're here. The great Omen flash.
Stun is sublime, but it's only going to be the one. Zipan tries to continue, but it's Levin to fight back. 2 impactful kills, 1 away from having that blaze, and we've already seen what he can do with that. Unfortunate for Zipan as well, because he got his ult online from the death. The defense,
I thought they would have.
They're making a move.
I mean, honestly, Kamek did spam his GTL.
The group up here. BBL are looking to move towards that broken door. There's 2 players. Aggressive, holding on to that control. Flash is good, but Mini's better. It's 4-11. An ace needed. Steps heard, and the stun subsiding. Kamek standing in his way.
Oi, that's sick though from him. The bait of the dash insta-peek. Oh my goodness. He's actually a monster.
Lord. It goes into OT and aces, and all of those were trades pretty much up until the last couple.
And they were all trades.
Players peeking on his teammates, and he's just making sure that that trade is instantaneous, solid reactions. I love the final kill though. Bates with the dash, confident enough.
Oh, okay, he's normally chilling as well.
And I don't think that one was in the strat book. An ace for Levin. They need to turn it on the defense, though. The attack side rounds.
Guys, how many times am I going to see Mini walk through a smoke?
The hero of the last round will have to watch as a spectator. But more importantly, mates have to win a 3v4.
Yeah, he's watching on, but they've got the advantage, and it gets even better now. Kamek trying to make that fake pressure on A, break the trap and take a fight. Well, he's done both of those things, but the fight didn't go his way. Kata and Zipan to pick up the pieces. 6 rounds in a row.
Their own smoke, mate. It's been their own smoke like 3 times as well. I just don't know.
They've had a resurgence right at the final whistle. And from downtown, it looks like they're set to score this map. 13-12. 1 more, 2 more picks. And it's all theirs. The spike's still not planted as mates desperately try to find an advantage, force a fight. But when the duels come up, it's nothing but BBL.
Hey, nicely done from BBL. God, this got close. They definitely, yeah, I was going to say, you definitely got to thank that guy.
They're going to feel good going
Levin
into
absolutely owned this.
This is why you put Levin on Jet. Some of the greatest coaching decision-making ever is to take a man who hits
yeah, that's why you put him on their comfort.
Either way, it was a close map 1.
Dude, that was a shaky Lotus from both teams. Not either of these teams' best like map.
I don't give a what we're gonna do today. As long as we do it together, we do it with confidence, we trust each other, we're gonna go together with every single call we make. Doesn't matter if it's me, if it's even Burak.
What does that mean, if it's even Burak?
Sorry, Burak, that was that, yeah. Yeah, okay. Let's go!
That's good. bit iffy. I'm telling you, both these teams don't. I reckon both of their Lotuses in Prague hadn't been going too well. BBL really went for a big risk on this though, but it was a much better option than playing the Icebox, and it really paid off. Okay, I'll be back in a little bit.
It's all left on Vanya's shoulders.
Would either of those teams be Fury and Lotus? Not a chance. Every other map, for sure. Lotus, they would both lose. Okay, I'll be back in a little bit.
Your body, baby. No, I cannot believe that you're still single, lady. Wishing I could retreat. I want you here with me. Be my lover, be my trophy, be my woman, be my lover, be my trophy. Preliminary, let me caress the way I think it's necessary. Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, babe, 7 days, are you ready? I don't need to say you know it, girl, you're extraordinary. I want you here with me, I miss your body, baby. No, I cannot believe that you're still single, lady. Wishing I could retreat. I want you here with me. Be my lover, be my trophy, be my woman, be my lover, be my trophy, be my.
BBL, they're one step closer from securing those playoffs, not only for themselves, but also for KC and Foot. Welcome back, everybody. I'm Kakuka, joined by Ulises and Meg. That got dicey, that got extreme, but Ulises, any initial thoughts of that match, of that map going that long?
Well, I didn't expect the match to go that long on Lotus. I got a bit surprised, but the thing that surprised me the most is that even having many advantages, they were throwing it on mates. Maybe they get into overtime.
Yeah, exactly, because we're speaking at the end of the day of a BBL that manages to win both pistols, but when we're looking here at the 13-13 in first kills, as you were saying, Uli, I think that the first half told a different story.
Completely. I mean, they were playing on defense, and Mate got 8 entry kills against only 4, and they only managed to get 4 rounds out of those. I'm really worried about it, because also we have to take into account that they were making 4 rounds in a row for BBL starting.
I genuinely think there's a curse when people get to 11 rounds, that somewhere, somehow, people lock in. And of course, we'll get onto the 11 performance and ace. But yeah, you can see from those stats, from the post plants, from the first kills, it was an incredibly even matchup. And yeah, at the end of it, at the beginning, I was like, this is BBL, this is going to go their way. But by the end of it, you were like, it makes sense. It's a no.
I think that it says a lot that we saw that most of the plans ended up in a round win. Like the retas are, when it gets complicated, that's what we were seeing a little bit of the teams hesitating a bit on what side to enter and when to plant it because of those floats that we were seeing. You were speaking about Levin, and man, oh man, he definitely performed in this first map, especially when we take into account the head-to-head that he had with Click.
Yeah, the head-to-head was a really fun one, but to be honest, I have to say that Levin was completely amazing. I get amazed by every single play he was doing, and also he was leading on every single round, doing a very proper performance on the first blood.
Yeah, I mean, he was not just alive on the server. I feel like he was also living rent-free in Gentlemate's heads at points. I mean, we can talk about round 18 where they solo breach ulted him by a rubble because he was just that scary.
That's how annoying and scary he was.
I know, and he was applying pressure left, right, and center. But I do think that Click also did show up, maybe not as much as we were hoping on the Yoru, but I do think there were also standout points for Click.
I think so.
Yeah.
I mean, he was playing much better.
Yeah, exactly. But I think that when we speak about this duelist finding the impact, as you're saying, Click was definitely a bit better. We need to speak about the players that go with them, that supportive utility that we were seeing even on that clip. It would not have been that easy without having someone, for example, like Yampy by your side, Meg.
I mean, it's amazing that Yampy can put up such a performance on Breach, considering he's also IGLing, and he has spoke previously about how comfortable he is IGLing on the Breach. But it was just an amazing performance, and we speak about those post plants as well and how they did tend to convert to a round win, and that came through a lot with the util from the Taeho or the Breach. But then also on the other side of that, you did have Kamek, who we have seen in week 3 with 29 frags on Breach. And so we know that Kamek is also going to rival that with his incredible performance.
Completely. I mean, Kamek is playing amazing today, but I have to get the prop for Jumpy. Jumpy is not only playing great, not only killing, he hit 10 assists with Breach. It's not easy. And obviously, he was always assisting into Lowen.
Especially with the amount of kills that he was getting for himself, you know? It's like you get the kills, you get the assists, and when we look at the numbers, we can see that Kamek is a little bit ahead, but the story was a little bit different when we went into the map. It's good to see that both of them are given 100% today, because remember the stakes for mates if they lose here out of the contention for those playoffs. Of course, not only that, you know, you want to get those championship points when you think about the end of the year and what you're going to do. Now, let's take a look at the second map, at that Haven. This is Mate's pick, and they can be happy about taking that first map to overtime, even with losing both pistols and whatnot. What can we expect, Ulises, to see here coming in from Gentlemates?
I mean, Haven has been one of the best maps of the coaching staff, both Juankar and also Go. Okay, this is historically for them, that they've been playing really good with every single team they've been coaching at. So, to be honest, I'm not going to spec anything about the team. I want to spec something about Mini, because Mini this match, one of probably his worst performance, and his worst performance is a 14-16. I mean, we're talking about someone who's been performing, but it's true also that I seen that Mini maybe wasn't that hype like normally. He was a bit chilling, or maybe he was on pressure because he knows that it's a big match today and he has to step up and be on the top.
I'm really looking forward to this matchup because Haven, I feel like, is quite an even playing field for both of these teams. They both lost Haven to Team Liquid, so clearly it's not Team Liquid's map. So
BBL won. BBL won.
Yeah.
Yeah, BBL won.
Oh, I've looked at that wrong then.
Yeah.
Well, disregard everything I just said.
No.
But I do have to say, for me, looking into this game then, I want to talk about the Sentinel matchup, because you have Magnum on the Cypher, and the hours this man has on Cypher is just unbelievable. And then you also have Mini, who we have seen do everything. IGL, anchor the sites, frag, all on Cypher. So I do think that that will be kind of the win condition in today's game.
Yeah, exactly. Now that you mention it, Magnum actually in that match had an amazing performance. And are we expecting on the side of Gentlemates to stick to that Neon? We were saying that we expected to see this map maybe even as a third be in a pretty even field. Meg, what do you want to say?
Yeah, I just wanted to clarify. I wrote that they both won against Team Liquid, so that was that was what I meant to say.
It's okay, Meg.
Yeah,
that's.
And because I was thinking about that, I totally missed your questions.
I was saying that, are we expecting the Neon, or do we expect that maybe Mates have picked this map knowing that it's strong for both of them, trying to bring in something new?
I mean, I would like to see Neon. Neon is the agent I would like to see in Haven, but I don't think so. I think that probably we're going to see a Joro coming from...
Even I had a BBL look on Haven last time. Why can I not remember that Haven?
It's the first time he's performing properly.
Yeah, but what I mean is, like, they've been... double down on the Neon from the beginning, right? Especially on kickoff when people were like, oh, we don't want to play Neon, she's so weak now, and whatnot. They've been doubling down on what they do. That's where my question.
I also think with Click maybe not putting up the best performance, I can't imagine they're going to throw him onto a different role here. So I do think we'll see the Neon come in, and I do think that could be a great way to counter Levin on the Jet. But it is, for me, just going to come down to those Angels. Are they tapping heads? Are they hitting their shots? Because as we've just seen, Levin can do that.
Wait, they're about to 2-0 this?
So I think Click here probably going to play the Neon because they're comfortable in doing so, and then it just comes down to winning those aim duels.
I also would like to see how it's going for Zipan.
Jemmy Yuki.
The first match was a bit
Thank you so much, Jemmy
missing
Yuki.
in action. And they
Thank you for the 5 gifted. I appreciate that. 8 minutes ago. Thank you so much, Jemmy Yuki. I appreciate you. Hopefully everyone spammed.
Yeah, exactly. This jump right now into Agents. I'd like to see if we're going to see surprises, and Click is not going to be.
Dude, everyone's going back to the jet. What is this?
Girl,
Insanely jet build.
What are these comps? Where are the new agents? Guys, we have so many new things.
Uli's never going to live this down. This man's going to be like, I predicted.
You sure I say it. I was talking about it, and it was me. Obviously, it was me. I just predicted it was playing anyway. I never
Crew on 100 feet potential banger.
Yeah, what do we make though of BBL deciding to start on the defense? Maybe looking at those retakes and whatnot.
I'm not mad.
I wish that someone on Plat Chat went for Crew though.
In them on the defense.
That worries me. I wish someone went for BBL on this one as well, but here we are.
The way that Levin's been performing and sociable on the Sova, and of course, Profek on the Omen.
The beautiful retro comp.
So we'll see.
You know who else do not let us down is our casters. So question for you guys, can BBL close this out and secure those playoffs, or is there more fight in Gentlemates?
Thank you, Kakuka. Yeah, well, I mean, it depends on the day. Looking at this squad here, after an OT on map 1, going into their map pick.
Screw your question.
Yeah. I was going to answer it. I was in the middle of answering it. Mates are in a position that I don't think I can count them out. This is their map pick, and they push.
So can BBL win 2-0? Just to answer the question.
For sure.
Because if they win this map, it will be 2-0. So yes, they can.
They can. Will they?
Well, that's for the players to answer.
Dodge it.
I mean, if Levin's having the same kind of map, they probably win.
Click's going to try and match him.
This comp, yeah, is like 7-5 normally.
High octane gaming for him.
To be the
maybe
standard.
more so in the tier 2 than we have in the tier 1.
A little bit attack sided.
I think he's been a little bit underwhelming at times. So
BBL on defense, Gentlemates on attack. It can, like, you can put a pretty good score up on defense if you get the op out early, in my opinion.
Continue moving through this map
because he's always lurking.
He was playing the extremities.
Double kill trip over towards A with a camera for retake as well. But then you play a Cypher close. Oh, it's a Cypher camera that spots over.
Opening duels on the last map. There were 26 rounds. That's more than half of the rounds. He was the guy taking the first. It was half and half, 7-7.
Okay, set C split into this one.
A lot of that was the openings on the attack side where he lost. I think he was 2-6.
Let's see if he's having a really good game. He's got the Sheriff here, but he might just get overwhelmed with util.
Another opening duel on the board. Win or lose,
wait,
it's up to you.
How does his recon not scan him?
Well, it's not an opening, but he gets the pick anyways. A close fight for Profek, but Mini's managed to get the better of him, and Levin doesn't last long in the smoke.
Solid work.
I thought he might get loads there. Did he really miss that recon?
Did incredibly well on the defense. A lot of it revolved around aggression, and more so having those retakes in their favor somehow. But this one's actually going very well. Through the smoke, they've managed to pick off 2. Zipan already tagged at least a little bit, and I don't know if they will have seen him already. Kana has retrieved that upgraded
Gentlemates, you guys need to play together. Holy hell, why is no one playing together? Just someone commit to a swing. That's a crazy 2v4 to win.
And I'll be honest, that one is the one Mate should be most disappointed with.
Yeah,
oh, yeah, that was atrocious.
Really, very much figured out.
Why is everyone jiggle peeking? Someone commit.
They've got a little bit of damage dealt out in the other direction, but the fact that Levin, yeah, he gets one, but Mini
okay, recon, no one shoots the recon. This guy's dueling on his own. Oh my.
Then BBL walk back in and make it look easy.
Yeah, he's absolutely giving it.
Well, I think we need to get a better, much more aggressive compressor on Yumpy's.
Oh my goodness.
He is peaking, but maybe he'll do that in the server as well. Had a good map last time, and the energy starting off high.
You turn it up that high, his teammates won't be able to hear him when he talks.
That's true. Well, I think he mostly screams. A lot of pistols, a lot of opportunities for mates as
you
well.
might have screamed a bit too early.
Sight is theirs, and recovering the pistols, recovering the rifles in the other way of this Spectre that's in play, a little bit more difficult, but they get there eventually. The rest of the BBL players too far away to deny, and so a post plant, a weapon recovered, and a chance as they get aggressive, but straight into
oh boy, and they give him a chance to shout again.
If he was loud before, I think I just heard him get a little bit louder.
Oh god, he's actually just giving it every round.
My headphones, because I'm going to hear him over my own thoughts soon.
He is firing up.
You know what? I think it's exactly what they need. We saw it towards the end of the last game. 11 being able to win that clutch, and I'll just mute myself before Yumpy does it for me. Yeah, no.
Take one.
No, come on, there's got to be a second one. Oh no, it was
Nothing?
too loud to
You
play.
can hear him through the only way he doesn't peek is if it's in someone else's mic. That's wonderful.
This goes here.
Sure, the bonus is okay.
Right beside him.
Bonus is definitely okay. Who's going to ult first?
Maybe
sociable.
Up, I'm not sure it helps. Goodness gracious, Tom. Relax. A 2-0 start for BBL, and the buy here is decent. They've got two sheriffs.
He wanted to let it go and not shoot it and take a timing. I like that.
Spectre for Magnum. Mates still need to be careful, and it looks like BBL are taking the fight to them. The biggest weapon they've got, the Guardian.
Does he tuck in or camera contact, stun, swing?
I love this.
And
it's
everyone else is watching
with, but the stun doesn't ever get
window.
fired out. It's a little late.
It's kind of nice. Little punish over towards middle on the bonus.
You might think with the gun being dropped, it's not the best, but in these sort of scenarios, just whittling away at your opponents can do quite a lot.
Ooh, now it gets really weird.
Now, that's actually the
in reaction to losing A, do they push middle? Wait, recon goes super early. They want to fast flood when there's only one person here? I'm not sure about that one. I don't know about that. What's he done there? He got overhyped from getting the kill.
The dropout's dangerous. There's so many players here. And Mini does well to look up above, taking down Yumpy.
Dude, look at the HPs. Imagine if they like actually relaxed a little bit.
Left with it all to do. Look at the HP. They're all so desperately low, but coming in from that angle, it's always difficult.
I feel like BBL kind of messed up at the 4v3 there.
Less than 80 HP between them, but
they should have chilled for sure.
Rifles and they win the round.
Save the recon. Even use the recon for middle to go get the
definite opportunities.
Gun.
I think again, I want to talk about sociable, just wanting almost to be the hero in this round. And I think just overplaying when you already have an advantage.
Nice. All right, let's go.
Wasn't the best move. See if they can now convert back already. Gambling maybe that there'll be some light shields into this round.
What ult are we going for?
The sniper. In this scenario,
yeah, everyone has heavy armor.
Apart from heavy shields for the opposing side, so there's only one that will be dead to that first bullet. He's open to some more swinging, but
he did hit.
They're being careful with the drone.
TP is not going to be committed on the back of the site. That's a good thing. There were many players ready and
well, they did it. They held over towards C. They got the Omenal out of them. They got the drone out of them. They got a recon out of them. It's actually a really big win. That is insanely bold. But
to work around Levin with no look, trying to pick them off on the outlaw or even deal that damage. Click down to 48.
Bro is incredibly confident. I mean, no matter what, if he gets a kill, he probably gets traded just because of the door being broken.
Mini, Click, and Zipan actually. It's only Kamek and Kata that can take a blast.
But this pause from mates doesn't really give the game away. In fact, it baits them into thinking that they're going in the other direction. I think also
it's the same setup for the pistol.
There we go. We'll give them all that they need. Can Magnum actually get this pick off? No. The bullet's completely missing. Eventually gets the job done.
Oh, they're going to speed up over towards B. How does
this is the moment to move.
How do these two react? Someone's got to be pushing mid right now.
But with the aftershock going in and Levin still holding that backline, there's nowhere for them to go.
Spike planted.
Plan secured, but yeah, like you said, fully boxed in. They've chosen the better of the three options, moving towards just one player. Just Levin. Profect taking some control. That's going to force the movement on the other side. Kamek manages to take him down without a lick of damage, but he's got 4 more coming his way. Try as he might, the shots aren't landing. The big swing
it's looking
coming.
nice from BBL.
As all of BBL run into that angle.
This is looking nice from them here.
And an immediate response on the round win
this setup with the camera is really nice.
Played that one very well.
And they've been waiting a long time to get a kill from the trips over towards A also.
The setup meant nothing because the player when he swung wasn't stunned anymore. But then the quick reaction, having that aftershock late into the round for Yumpy to deny the plant, having the cross held by Levin, so someone is forced into that angle eventually. You can't just deny all of that extra space. And then the rest is just about playing
flash from Kata. Yeah, I thought he was going to reposition after he did it from up here.
When it comes to retakes, well, it's been 3 plants, and it has been 3 retakes of the rounds that they've won.
Honestly, I thought they were both going to take map
control. This now puts them in a position financially where
he wants to duel out.
They are not in the best position.
Oh my!
Fury actually could be utilized by Sociable.
Oh god, dude. Nearly got another as well.
Dead as well. One player picked off, and one, mortally wounded.
The BBL are doing an incredible job of shutting down C, and it looks like Gentleman's like game plan at the beginning was to try abuse C, and it has not worked at all.
This time, damage undeniable, making it that little bit easier up against the weaker investment, and with the rifle down, the easy follow-up, Levin has secured this round. A little bit of help from his friends. It's an in-zone flawless.
All the rounds have been relatively close.
Remember on the last map, over on
apart from this one, so the money's now great.
Beginning on their attack side. They built up a lot of rounds, but Gentlemates were able to sweep their way right back into things. It was wasn't it 7-5 by the end of the half after a 7-2 beginning? So there's no room to take your foot off the gas. And coming into the buy round from Gentlemates, they've called a timeout.
Yeah, I think a lot of it did turn with a pause as well, to giving an opportunity for the coaching staff to sort of talk things through with the team. I think that, again, they're sort of struggling with the same sort of aggression they had to deal with on the previous map. It's when you play into these 3-site maps, there's a lot of ground that can be pressured. And I think Levin is the main culprit of willing to sort of take that control away. And it also seems like they're super comfortable with just leaving Magnum to, at least on this map, hold down an awful lot of ground.
Like he gets a lot of outlaw kills.
Basically just having Yumpy as backup to sort of set up a stun wherever he needs it. I think this is where I've actually
you gotta have someone to do
most of Yumpy becoming an IGL is when he's on a breach. Because I think with the breach, he can literally just react off the calls of his teammates. I just go, okay, you are getting pressured here. I'm going to put this stun through. I'm going to put this flash through. I'm going to have the aftershock for delay. He can still almost direct the round from positions where he's not that guy who dashes in with a shotgun anymore.
We see that a lot. Think back
it's
to
funny because
Ballsy as well. He has good
Gentlemates kind of want to get the orb over towards C, but they've been shut down so many times in this like area that they don't go for it.
One that you have to look a little closer.
BBL have been waiting multiple rounds to try get any kind of value off of this double trip, and this might be the round. We'll see. Oh, dude, they did A pressure. Insta recon goes in, doesn't see anyone. And now they can just leave A with the trip camera spot.
He's the guy going first to take that duel, and yeah, Yumpy, breach, support, the guy that's going to be usually not taking the opening duels, and he thought he was Levin this round.
He forgot for a second. Had a flashback to running in with a judge on Jet. Glad we're not back in those days.
A little bit of pressure for Gentlemates over towards mid. There was nothing in garage yet, and they want to go back over towards A.
Or a kill.
Finally, they get something off the double trip. So second trip should get them a kill. That's the theory.
Dash into the angle, and they've claimed full control of long, but it has been very passive. Most teams will battle tooth and nail to try and get control of A main.
I'm looking at Sociable as well. Sociable is going to be able to rotate in time. Has recon also. The great shot.
That's the spike, by the way.
Yeah, that's the info
the
for
great
sure.
Flash as well.
From Mate seems to follow that spike right into the A side.
Dude, Omen Flash for Omen Flash. Yeah, Magnum got a second go at it with the ult, and that's an easy double.
Not working out with Sociable on the other side.
Dude, they've been waiting a long time for this setup, and it finally pays off. Ross as well. Ross 8703 with the prime. Thank you so much. Thank you for that.
On their own map pick, they're starting 5-1 down.
Now what? Now it's been discovered. Do they put Decisive over towards C, or do they just keep playing like this until they lose?
Utilized since the dawn of time. Right? I don't think it could really be that surprising, and especially going alone with the spike. I think he fired out a shock dart somewhere in there, maybe looking for a deep trip that's been placed, but
yeah, Cypher over towards C.
And then the team has to react because there's going to be the full rotation.
Yeah, I like this from BBL. They just do so much different stuff. It's been nice. Full pass and aggro though against the eco, this can definitely go wrong. I would much prefer this the round after.
The shock dart trade out, Yumpy up close, they know where he is, but they found out anyways! A double from behind, and the round back in BBL's hands again! Magnum coming in to save the day as Kamek falls, and Zipan has it all to do. For a moment, a brief moment, it looked like Levin going down, and the kills that could follow may just have turned the tide back into Mate's favor on a low buy. Instead, well, it looks like Mates will get a plant on Zipan, a post-plant Hunter's Fury as well.
Okay, off the trip, does Yumpy take the orb?
41 HP, Tom. it's not looking very likely that he can take down Yumpy, Sociable, and Magnum. Oh, and he's even...
Dude, it's just non-stop. They're getting so much info as well of the cage to sound.
Hunter's Fury is nice.
Look how nice this is right now from Magnum.
Player alive, it's going to be very difficult to isolate. Looking to wrap on him all together.
It's so nice from them. It's great.
Kill of his entire
Dude, the Cypher stuff looks really good.
I'd say
it looks horrible to play against from Gentlemen.
Was a bit more audacious than I would have liked. This is an eco. Just running.
Like, so now what do they do with the Cypher? Do they do like kill trips on C and then fight B, or they could go back to their A setup now?
Basically farm opponents if put into the right positions. He's gonna do some batshit crazy stuff.
Yeah, I feel like Magnum's really, either Magnum or the Caller's really on it at the moment. What do you do? Kill trips on C?
6-1 lead. We haven't really seen much from mates, if I'm honest, since the pistol round. That was probably the one
now he does kill
slipped
trips.
away from them.
The nightmare to play against.
Waiting to see if this jet was really worthwhile.
I'm really enjoying Yumpy on a breach. Oh my goodness. Well, Levin doing his best Yumpy impression. He's gonna grab.
Would have been 2 for 1 if the Click didn't get that kill.
It could have been, but what could have been for mates? They'll be thankful that it isn't. A 5 versus 4, Levin in the dirt already.
There is no way he should be winning that. There's no way this should be a 3v4 now.
They've been pushed on both extremities and lost the fight on each side.
Still going.
Relax.
I think this is just become
Look at Magnum, bro. He's having an absolute map.
TDM at the moment. Just everybody.
Why is Yumpy pushing with him? He's got breach ult.
Spawn in the form of Magnum. You've got deep control as well.
What's Yumpy doing?
They don't even really need to play this aggressively either, because they have Rolling Thunder available for a retake if they need it. I wonder if there's just going to be an attempt to try and find a pick off contact for Sociable, or if he's literally just looking to hold on the ground.
The shocks,
especially with that
the
Hunter's Fury
recon,
just went away. Good chance.
Everything here. Magnum's very fast on the flank.
Oh no!
But it's the flank from Magnum. They're not
incredible
even looking.
Timing.
And they turn to see him at just the last moment.
Oh, yeah, I'm not sure about that one.
Being played like
last bullet randomly hit.
It's only one left. It's Click, and he is boxed in on another level. Okay. 1 found, 20 seconds. Spike needs to be planted.
Get that spike though.
Or all of these players need to be dropped. And Profek, patient as always. He spotted him running up the ramp.
Very, very nice. Man, they look great though. This map looks really good for them.
Gentlemates, they are 1 foot in the grave right now, considering this is elimination on the line. And it's BBL shoveling the dirt in on top.
Getting flashbacks to their 18-16 defeat to Foot, where they had a really close map. They had a huge comeback. They looked fantastic all up until the point where they lost. They go into the next map and they get battered. And it was just a game where it really seemed like they looked very, very good until that sort of long match, and then they just, what, 13-4, they got destroyed. So I am starting to get very nervous that's a repeat of things. A map where they could have won it on their opponent's choice, they go into their own choice.
This might be their best map. They look good at it. Look really good at it. Chat, they use that same they use that same camera A setup, right? Like a lot. I think they were the team in EMEA using it. The one on A.
With 2 to fall back on.
Shuma with the tier 1. Thank you so much for the 8 months. Thank you, thank you.
7-2 was the score that they were looking at when BBL
That's
pushed up to this
non-prime.
point.
Thank you so much for that, dude. I appreciate that.
Put their foot down. They said no more.
Thank you for the support,
Shuma. This timeout
Shuma.
looking to do exactly the same. They come in, the possibility of a decent investment. A Hunter's Fury online for them as well. That's great, Tom. But then you look at the ults on the other side. It's going to be very obvious when we get back to the in-game HUD.
What Cypher setup do you do now? What we've been focusing on the whole time. We get a double outlaw. They got so much money that they can have backup outlaws.
From the defensive side.
Yeah, they go back to the trip camera setup and then try outlaw C and from B.
And the next round, and maybe even the next round after that. So they're just throwing these in to be disruptive.
Yeah, they definitely have guns somewhere around here for retake.
They are 80% correct. It's only Click that has the heavy shield.
Oops.
So this is basically a 2-shot operator.
Oh, he might get too greedy here.
Investment. And Levin, well, he can fall back onto his Blade Storm if he needs to. Both shots fired out, but he gets aggressive, hoping that could be their trigger point. Hunter's Fury, it's good.
Hey, how's this guy locking onto him? Oh my goodness, is he cheating? What's going on here?
The blind Hunter's Furies, and they keep hitting the mark.
He's insta just locking onto everyone with every single ult.
No shields. And then that's going to make it so much more difficult for anyone else. Click down to 48 as well. And that blind might have landed, but while they're looking forward, it's the player behind them they should be worried about. Lightstorm for the double, rolling thunder.
They're getting so owned, bro. It's not even fair at this point.
8-1 on the board. Keep in mind, mates call a timeout.
There goes their big buy after the timeout.
And to get blind hunters furied, the only thing you could say is, well, at least they wasted a lot of their ults, Tom.
Yeah, I don't think they care. Like, this was just a moment of the Hunter's Fury. That's twice now, where that Hunter's Fury is not completely blind. It's off Levin's contact. It's basically Levin sees players and goes...
Chemiyuki, oh no, not this again. Chemiyuki, thank you so much with the 7 gifted. I appreciate you doing that.
Might be the most
thank you, Chemiyuki. Chat, you know what to do? Let's get a Slug Oiler spam going in.
Push them into Levin, just allow him to
and there's the 1. Thank you for that, Chemiyuki. Appreciate the 7, appreciate the 1 gifted.
It's completely reset the economy of mates as well. They are sat down with just pistols once again. That's why they did it. It's not just the 1 round, but this is the potential for them to get
thank you so much, Chemiyuki. Thank you. Anyone that got gifted, make sure you at Chemiyuki say thank you also.
For the economy advantage as well.
Yampi gets him while he's droning. This is the best chance.
It seems like they're in a little bit of trouble. Yampi able to land 1, but caught out. And a 2 versus 3 that they're left in. BBL facing their first real struggle. The retake onto this site. No real impactful utility to help them. And with Profek in his shadow form, no chance of a trade on Magnum. A 1v3 needed. And keep in mind, like we said, mates had a resurgence towards the end of the first half of Lotus. That got them the opportunity to at least push to OT. The same could be happening here.
Maybe a 4?
Yeah, the pay save card thrifty.
It would have to be a 4.
It's what returns mates to the board. You got to hope for their sake that that is the confidence builder. A round they never should have had. A round that ultimately, in comparison to many of the streak of BBL, was without guns. And they're able to get things over the line. Maybe a little bit overzealous from BBL, but that's been their whole game plan. Be disruptive, be aggressive, be in the face of their opponents. Sociable, by the way, 14-3. Has been having an absurd game. A few of those were even with his Hunter's Furies, players he couldn't see.
I mean, you see players tagged by a drone and it can be hard to connect those kills, but doing it off minimap with this level of success is damn impressive for BBL. They've hit a roadblock. Mates put up a round. 8-4 still possible. The Gentlemate side, that they can aim for nothing less at this point.
Okay, no one wants to get tagged from this because obviously it's so
reading into it as a weakness, leaving Mini to lurk the rest of the map with the trap behind. They keep the map control. And like we said, this is somewhere that we can see because of the comp. They're not running in one direction and leaving the rest of the map wide open. Mini's lurks alongside his utility. Give them these options to fall back into space that they're reasonably sure is still theirs late round. Shock Dart going through. We've seen this a lot.
Yeah, they know that they created pressure.
And take some of that security out of the minds of BBL as they can easily lose the B site to a walk-up now. Playing heavier on the A side.
Timing like on this one. Oh, it's good info though.
But unfortunately, Tom, that
it's
heavy
great info, so a good amount here. Perfect Omen Flash. Let's see. Omen Flash is good on the attack.
Levin's going to try and sit within the corner. He's managed to dodge them, managed to get behind, but it's only going to be the 1.
Wait, but now he Omen Flashes late? Oh, I think Perfect messed this up.
I don't know if they even realize that he's here. He's managed to
this is a really weird round.
Into this position, and if they try and walk forward, it could be a problem. Mini is waiting for, but that's a spike down again. A second time that it's been drawn.
Oh my goodness, no time, right?
That should be the round done. It just has to be sprinted for by Mini, and all the Sociable needs to do is just buy enough time to stun.
Incredible stun.
I don't even think he's got this.
It's an incredible stun from Yampi as well to stop it.
The jump there.
Dude, this was such a weird round. So everyone played their situation insanely
odd. The kills
odd.
were going to be found no matter what. Yampi hiding down in the sewers, playing the time, knowing that they could bring it across the line. I'm being starved.
Like this was so good. Then it got weird as hell.
To lose a round, especially now 9-2 down. This was Mate's chance to fight their way back
Sociable
in.
is fragging so
been
heavy.
Buried that little bit deeper elimination in the back of their minds and slowly coming to reality in front of them. BBL looks set to not just qualify themselves, but bring Foot and KC with them. Just a few rounds in between them.
Before we had
left in the half.
Before we had anteed the lineup there.
sigh of
Wait,
relief.
I'm pretty sure Gentlemates do their recon short and their shock middle where you can get spammed. Not a good sign. Crypt CS, thank you so much, Crypt. Appreciate the prime. Thank you for the 18 months.
Having that Turkish derby at the end, he didn't want to leave it all down
dead.
to that. Even
Surely he's dead.
We've seen this squad fight back. Click with a solid pick, but already the opener going in the other direction. The right click, not so forgiving at times. Kamik has done well. A quiet performance from him so far. An uncharacteristic one on a map that's been his favorite, but maybe this could be his round. Even still, though.
Oh,
it's gonna get
really good.
off. Sociable is just on fire right now.
Recon does a revocata.
Utility. His ult says shock darts through the wall. He's grabbing
Dude, he doesn't win that either. Oh my goodness. BBL absolutely wrecked them here. Absolutely wrecked them. Naughty, thanks so much, dude, for the bits. Appreciate that. 245. Favorite shape, mate. I've never really thought about it.
BBL inches away from qualification.
Yeah, it was a fantastic half of play from them.
Favorite shape, like a hexagon's kind of nice, I guess.
That qualification for
People
them
have
and their
favorite
buddies,
shapes.
Still another half to go. Mates need to
Never something I put much thought into, to be honest with you. Okay. But dude, looks like a 2-0. Gotta be. I don't even think Gentlemates look well. They haven't taken much garage pressure. They don't actually create enough pressure around the map. Really, for what they're doing is like their big fault at the moment. But if we're just focusing on Gentlemates, like their Cypher stuff's been awesome. Like their setups have been really good. This was a plat chat guarantee. Yeah, we all went for Gentlemates like morons. But BBL did a really good thing with their map pick because they had permaban of Lotus and they were gonna lose Icebox. So this week they full focused on the Lotus. That's awesome. $50-50? I don't think so. I think we all went for it. I think it was one of those, like the 100 fees were like, what are we doing?
Have 2 rounds on the board dotted throughout that first half. We saw them come back on the previous map, but it happened before the end of the first half, and BBL were not this close to closing it out, moving into the attack.
Oh, really?
Just
oh, okay. Well, then I didn't feel too bad then.
The hope for mates seems to be running thin. But
we both went for BBL. Oh, okay. Then we're still fine.
Not by much. And with elimination on the line, who knows if mates can find that extra motivation to dig deep.
They're unlucky. They've come into a day where Sociable is in God mode. And I think we've seen him, in terms of peak, have some of the highest peak of anyone in the league. If he kept it up consistently, we might be talking about him as the best player in the world. It just doesn't happen every map. But he has been truly unbelievable. Now, well, it seems like
shape tier list. Yeah, that's when you know we've run out of content ideas.
Even from a 2 versus 4 in the last. Already seeing a multitude. That's 11 gone. Not a bad start, but the trades are coming back thick and fast. 3-3. Rotation coming in for support, but Mini's taken a lot of damage. Dipan's done well. His second kill, I believe, in the map so far. Really rough series for him so far, but still a chance to wake up.
Now, mates have come back,
they got a free sight. But camera, trip.
Be looking to take this elsewhere. A trap and a cam in their way. But mates haven't got the read on time. Pacing here for BBL might get them a plant. I don't see a stun online for Kamik.
Magnum decided to not shoot it.
He's made a mistake.
It's a good amount of damage. 25 and 10.
The one being delivering, he's got a shock dart and you're low. Run the hell away. His utility is hit every single time, but look at this. He's not content to just play that position. He could have planted, but instead he goes pushing deep into the spawn and realizes they've gone running. they've taken this elsewhere, and I think he'll put 2 and 2 together and realize
no way he's going to go A. Dude, he's miles away. That's so far away. You can't get any further away right now.
And
he has a shock dart and a low HP and a recon.
Combined top.
He could right-click, kill them both.
Exactly.
Oh, and he's got it spot on where they're going. I don't know if he will have heard any steps, but getting into this close corner.
Oh boy.
So much more awkward. If they don't clear this, he's dead for sure. Mini, round the corner he goes, a chance for
Dude, their pistol rounds, by the way, is a 4v2 and a 3v4, a 3v2. They lost them both on pistols.
They were unlucky facing this squad
when
Sociable's on God mode, and it's not changed coming into the second half.
Absolutely brutal.
21 and 4 at the moment. When you add Magnum and Yumpy on a tear together,
Magnum, yeah, Magnum went. Dude, I still think Magnum must have break that trip for his teammate over.
That is a hell of a statement from this man. You talk about young Turkish duelist. Well, he's one of those things. But he's certainly a strong duelist indeed. Oh, for mates, that's 1 foot in the grave, and they've just put the second.
They gambled right with this one. It looks like they can just call their team back.
Their playoffs dreams fading to nothingness.
Oh, hello. I think if you told
the fake went a little bit too well.
Start of the season that
we can see they're walking over towards A. Yumpy just needs to get out of there. They did give them a stinger, but
I'd say
they got a free sight and they didn't have to use any util really.
No, it really is a ridiculous performance. Someone that I think was maybe a bit of a gamble for BBL to bring in, but someone who has been delivering when they need him the most. A post plant. Of course, they've gone heavier on the rifles. The conversion here is more important than economy or anything else.
Palmer smoke.
Oh, for mates, this is a full investment. This is not an eco. This is not a save. This is everything they've got.
Yeah, they can't afford to allow 12 on the board, but on the retake, they meet Sociable again. The fight not going their way as he picks them off one by one.
Man, okay, 10 chances.
Sociable! He's not taking his foot off the
It looks so easy for them right now. They're really good at this map though. You gotta give them that. Damn, Yumpy's been gymming. Respect. Die flexing.
And what a way to do it, Tom. You'd think, looking at the scores of these maps, that Lotus was Mate's pick. A map that BBL don't play at all. But they come into Haven. Mates think they can bounce back. Oh my goodness. I think we're using the crowd mics to pick up.
Yeah, we're not using his mic anymore because it's just peaking all the time.
Nobody wants to get Def and Click getting aggressive, and he's met with Levin. He tried to go toe-to-toe with the Turkish Jet, and unfortunately, that has not gone his way.
Dude, as soon as they saw the smoke, he insta recon it. Oh, dude, he nearly locked into this guy as well. This guy, Sociable's ults have been unbelievable. Nice shot. Wait, stinger?
I don't know how Mini's won that kill from there, but it's at least the smallest bit of hope.
Mates have got to be traumatized by that Hunter's Fury. Every time you hear it, there's bodies on the floor, and another put to bed.
They absolutely own them. They got a nice Haven. I still don't think the Lotus is good. I would still be tempted to like pick the Lotus against them, but my goodness, they got a nice Haven. The fast one, 31 minutes.
Where they're heading for Mates. That's elimination.
Okay, Genomate's done.
They'll wait for the next stage while KC and Foot celebrate in the stands.
Yeah, it's always unfortunate to go out with a whimper. I think we've seen from Gentlemates kicking things off with a
Foot
victory
BBL K-Corp confirmed into playoffs now. Well, we have our 8 in playoffs.
The last couple of series, they definitely went that little bit more quiet, and I think there's work to be done, but they still have time to get ready. Of course, another week to be played, but that playoffs is now locked in. In fact, both groups, have got those 4 teams. It's just the order, and that order is, in fact, incredibly important, but we won't talk about that now. The important thing for BBL is their first time in front of the crowd is a victory, and in map number 2, it was dominant.
Well, we've seen Yumpy play it up to the crowd, to empty seats. Now he gets to do it to a full house, singing his name and the name of his team, Sociable.
Yumpy went and no one else went.
They got the stands full as they head to playoffs, where they'll get to see that a few more times. A team that came in.
Sociable? I mean, he was insane on this map.
Whether they would be the team that was promised, and with last-minute changes, we were
Every
promised
ult, he was
Chihuahua,
locking
we
onto
end up with
people.
Magnum. No doubt a strong player, but making those adjustments last minute, it always causes hiccups. For BBL, they've come out looking stronger.
Oh yeah, I think especially when you kick off the season all the way back at the beginning, we never expected this team to be competitive whatsoever. But I think Lebanon,
bro, look at this.
At times looked mental, but
He's 26 to 4. He got 282 ADR.
Picked up that IGL role and looks to be having a blast. It's going to be Yumpy
That is
in front of the crowd.
One hell of a performance.
Thank you very much, guys. Well, first of all, congratulations, Yumpy. You've secured those playoffs, and definitely you've given a show to the people here. How are you feeling right now?
Yeah, I was so nervous. It's the first time I'm playing in front of a crowd. You know, it was incredible. So nerve-wracking, but I'm happy that we managed to do it.
He's such an idiot, man.
I want to start asking about that last map. How were the comms, especially with Sociable going completely nuclear on those utility kills, and how easy you made it look?
No, we didn't actually even communicate. It was just Volkan going to kill everyone, so we just didn't have to even communicate, so it was like that.
So you just focus on the screaming?
Yeah, exactly. They get Sociable hyped, you know? He's not hyped that much, so he just goes to kill. Very easy.
Sounds like a plan. I actually wanted to ask you about that. Especially, let's forget that this Haven happened, because it was very quick, so you might as well forget. And focus on that first map. First, Lotus. Why Lotus? You've banned the map, and now was it kind of like a surprise that you had prepared for Gentlemates?
I think we've always been good at Lotus. Maybe it was just a confidence thing, but yeah, I think Lotus was actually better, in my opinion, at least how I felt, and the score looked. I think in a lot of when they did the comeback, we were actually doing the correct things, that maybe we just lost some of the aim duels. So I'm actually still pretty happy about how Lotus went, even though it was a very close map.
People have been highlighting how much you've grown. How much you've grown as an IGL, and definitely the results are proving to be very, very good. How do you manage to stay calm within your head? I know that you have a lot of experience, but how do you manage to stay calm within your head with all the screaming and the cheering, and how do you get back into game quickly?
Yeah, I think it's the experience, like because when I first joined the tier 1 scene, I was the hype man always, and then like as a younger person, and then now that I'm the IGL, I cannot always be like, I'm still that, but I had to find the balance between the hyping and the IGLing. So I think kickoff was the best experience for me, because that was the first time I'm IGLing like properly, if you don't compare in 2021. And I think from there I learned a lot, let's say that how I can manage myself and as a team. So I think that was the biggest learning experience, and just balancing out the IGLing and the hyping, basically.
No, it's definitely working. You've not only locked yourself for playoffs, you've also locked Foot and KC. We have already the teams locked and secure, but I am mentioning Foot also because you're playing against them next week. You know that, of course, BBL versus Foot, we have that derby there. How do you feel about Foot as an opponent?
Yeah, I think Foot has been one of those things that you know that they're always gonna do good. I think I expected more from them, if I'm honest. I think they are still very strong team, and I think they are improving every week. So I think that's the toughest part. That I know that they're gonna play tomorrow well against Casey, and they're gonna be even stronger against us compared to what they have shown before. So I'm excited for it. It's the first time having kind of derby match. For me with Liquid, it was Fnatic always, like a kind of special open. Even though these guys always beat me. I think I beat them like twice only, but yeah, now it's like a proper derby match between two Turkish orgs, so I'm super excited, and I hope that we bring the fans the not the trophy, but the win, sorry. Trophy also later.
So we would love to see you raising that trophy, but you haven't been in a global event since 2023, since Champs. It's been a while. You know, last year we missed you.
Thank you for reminding.
We missed you last year. What do you think? We were speaking earlier on the desk about the winning conditions. What do you think is one of your biggest winning conditions moving on to playoffs now that you've secured them? How can you make it to Toronto?
I mean, the first thing was to play in front of a crowd, you know, that we've been missing that, you know, get that experience out. I think it's just a comfort zone on that stage, you know, everyone being confident, doing the things outside the life also, or outside the game also good. And we try to get together as a team as much as we can and trusting each other, because that's the biggest thing, that once the team loses the trust of each other, I think you're out of the game already. And I think we have seen it with some of these teams that have been doing changes lately. And yeah, we try to not do that, and we try to bring, you know, the confident BBL of every game.
You know, you can stay for the test later if you want. Like I see that you have a lot to say about this team.
Oh, no.
But okay, thank you very much, Jumpy. Congratulations on the win. Congratulations on the playoffs.
Thank you.
There's going to be a lot of crowd for those playoffs, so they will be coming back, and we will be coming up as well, because after this break, we have Giant X facing off against Fnatic.
Okay, good interview. Jumpy, yeah, he's a funny guy, man.
Yes.
Damn, what the hell is that?
It's yours? Can I see? And how does work? Bro, what the? That's so... am I stupid? That's so... That's so good.
That's how you know that. That's how you know that David is only 20.
Right. Let's see what the new Giants roster looks like, because I haven't really watched these two new guys. I don't know what to expect. But I definitely think the team needed changes. I'm not sure this is the changes that I would have made, but again, it's outside against inside of the team, so we don't really know anything. Host versus Pibson. Okay, back a little bit, chat.
Champion, ain't nothing that can't be done. They told me I wouldn't be nothing. Came on now second to none. I need me a trophy, I need me a ring. I'm not with the bull, but keep it a beam. You know what it is, you know what I mean. Shit, all I do is win, 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 win. Haters wanna hate, they ain't made top 10. Double, triple team, what they need to defend. I juke left and I'm gone with the win. Gone with it. I feel like a champion. A champion, ain't nothing that can't be done. Oh yeah, I put it all on the line. Definition of divine. I feel like a champion. A champion, ain't nothing that can't be done. Oh yeah, I put it all on the line. Definition of divine. Feel like a champ, MVP status. Yeah, the win been guaranteed. Snow, let's see about it. If you gon' speak about it, then be about it. If you don't bring that energy, no, I can't be around it. Nah, I'ma shoot my shot, I'ma stick it, watch. At the tippy top, I cannot take no loss. 2 seconds on the clock, they gotta give me the rock. I got a game on what? Yeah, I got a game on live. I feel like a champion. A champion, ain't nothing that can't be done. Oh yeah. I put it all on the line, definition of divine. I feel like a champion. A champion, ain't nothing that can't be done. Oh yeah, I put it all on the line, definition of divine.
Welcome to Throwback Thursday. Today we're taking a trip down memory lane and looking back at Fnatic's golden year, 2023. And I'm joined by the one and only Mini and Alfire. How are you both doing today?
I'm feeling good. It feels a bit strange to be back, you know? Like, we went out for dinner the last time we were here, but like, it feels weird to not see each other as much, you know?
Yeah, definitely change up to the intense kind of like way you would spend time with each other back in the day. But yeah, we're going to be sort of feeling super nostalgic, and I want to start off by asking you, Mini, because of course, if you don't remember the format, it did start off in 2023 in Sao Paulo with the very, very intense best-of-5 final against Loud. And Mini, there's always something I've wanted to ask you, and I think you've spoken about this before. before. What did you say to the boys during that timeout, not the timeout, sorry, the halftime before the comeback?
So I think everyone thinks I said loads of good things in that 3-11 timeout, but I didn't say anything useful at all, to be honest. But during the halftime, I could feel the boys were getting really stressed out. And like one thing I tried to do is like distract them a little bit, have something to focus on. And I noticed they just weren't communicating very well at all. So I made them kind of focus on just communication as a way to distract them away from being so stressed, because they're in a very stressful situation, about to lose a grand final in front of a lot of people shouting against them. So yeah, I always have these like distraction things that I like to kind of throw at them, especially for Alpha and Durka. I feel like I was always trying to get your mind away from, you know, if you're not playing so well, trying to get your mind away a little bit.
I agree with that.
Yeah.
It's just at the time he told us like, guys, focus the communication, because at this time we had stress a lot. So like we were doing miscommunication, even like we were not aiming well at the time. And we focus the communication and just focus our game, then we start winning. I mean, he's saying it's not an important thing, but I think it was really important.
Yeah, I mean,
no, that was important, but like the 3-11 one, I think I was just. There was another timeout where I just said nothing.
I think it was, that one is also fine.
Okay, okay, thank you.
Well, it clearly made a difference because, of course, then the 11-3 curse became a thing, and we came back and we won the whole of the kickoff event. And then next...
Look at you.
Well, guys, I joined Fnatic in January, so a month before Sao Paulo. So do I take some of the claim of that victory?
I think you won it for us.
I definitely won it for you.
It was all you.
100%. But then the sort of win streak began. You got up to 16-match win streak before heading to the grand finals in playoffs against Team Liquid, and we lost. When I say we, I mean you. But unfortunately, yeah, we did lose out to Team Liquid in the grand finals. But I wanted to ask you, Alpha, did you feel like that loss actually helped you then go forward to win Masters Tokyo?
I think it really helped, because at the time we were winning everything, though. That's why like we were not giving attention to the water reviews. And I mean that's the truth, because we were winning everything, so like we were not care what did we do wrong. But that's the loss. Is like wakes up and say, oh, okay, we can.
You remember, this is at least an hour of my day every single day that he said that they're not listening to.
I mean, it's easy to switch off sometimes, you know, especially.
No, I mean, I said we were not giving attention, not me. So.
Oh, okay.
I was giving attention, of course.
And did you notice, Minnie, like a change in the boys after that loss, that it kind of made them a bit more hungry to win again?
To be honest, I think it was business as usual from my POV. Maybe like it's hard to see like internally how people are kind of motivated by things. Externally, it felt similar. I didn't realize that they weren't paying attention to my bold review, but yeah, I was more worried about not losing and then not being able to experience the loss. At Tokyo, we didn't lose, so we didn't actually learn from it in that way. But I was worried if we got to Tokyo and lost and we hadn't felt a loss before, it would have been maybe something we didn't know how to deal with.
Yeah, and were there points that you felt like you had to keep their emotions in check? Because sometimes when you're winning for so long, I think that, not that you get an ego, Alpha, but it can go to your head, right? So did you
our team was full of ego players, I feel like.
Okay, no one had a personal ego, but we had team ego, I would say.
Okay.
I think everyone had, whoever wins 20-match win streak, they're gonna have team ego probably, because they're gonna think they're the best team and they're gonna beat everyone. But no one was thinking like they're the best player in the world. Even when I did like win the title on 23, like the MVP, I wasn't like I'm the best player in the world. I can do everything. It just everyone. No one didn't have ego, but we had team ego, I would say.
Yeah, and I feel like you still live in that almost. Like everyone looks back at that year and they're like, Fnatic, they're not playing the way they used to back in 2023, even though you've got a new roster and everything's changed in the game, really. So
yeah, I think for me it was just about, even when we're like winning scrims, like I watch back a lot of rounds we won. You can see like I was getting very like stressed on camera a lot, even when we're winning, because I knew that doesn't fly at like top 4 or in grand finals and stuff, some of the way we're playing.
Yeah.
So it's about trying to realize that even though we're winning in certain situations, we'd still have to treat them with the kind of the discipline we would if it was against a better team, if that makes sense.
I was going to say, I also feel like this is when the Alpha stand curse was born, that every time you stood up Alpha, you would then like lose the next round or lose the game. You know about the stand curse, right?
Yeah, I'm never standing up again. Like,
just going to sit down at all times.
We won 3 matches and I never stand up, so I'm just going to keep it that way.
Yeah, and really, really quickly, I'll start with you, Alpha. What is like your personal favorite moment from 2023?
I will say Lock-in, I think. It was a great win.
Yeah.
I think Lock-in too, because I thought there was so much pressure in the off season. Like me and Boaster being flamed a lot for not winning anything, and there was a lot of pressure on me. But then everyone said lock-in was a fluke, so then Tokyo also felt pretty good too. So both were pretty nice.
Tokyo was boring though.
Oh.
It was, no one was good at the time, I think. We were just winning everything.
We were pretty good.
You were just the best.
We were good.
Yeah.
We were good.
And then Mini, obviously, a lot has changed since 2023. You're now sort of casting and on the desk. What do you miss most about coaching a team?
I miss...
you miss me?
Like, I watch a lot of Valorant now that I maybe wouldn't have in the past. And so I have to watch a lot of teams where I feel like, oh, I wish they just did this thing. And I don't really have as much of an outlet to like put it through, if you know what I mean. It's like if I see some bad stuff, I'm like, I would do it this way. But I can get to do it on the cast a little bit, but I don't actually get to do it in the team, if you know what I mean. And like prove that like, no, this is better, you know. I have to just say it and hope people agree with me. That's the thing I miss.
I mean, an amazing year, and of course, we're now in 2025, and Fnatic, they're still on top form. So let's take a look at how they play in today's game.
And it looks like we're getting a different view of Fnatic in this 2025. Welcome back, everybody. Yes, you're watching and you're seeing right now Fnatic getting ready, because today they will be facing off against Giant X. We know that the stakes cannot be easily compared between the two teams, because as you know, Giant X is currently eliminated from playoffs, 0 chance. But Fnatic, they're still looking for that top seed, Meg.
Yeah, I mean, they love to win. And I don't think that that's going to be any different today. I think also, although Giant X are out, of course, we're going to talk about their 2 new players. They are still playing for something, and that's champs points. Now, I don't know how likely it is that they're going to make it to champs, losing out on, you know, playoffs and the points that you're going to get from that. But we shall see.
Yeah, exactly. And as you're mentioning, now after BBL having that
win, and everything's already locked in, and we got another week.
These are the 8 teams from EMEA that will be competing to go to Toronto. We still have to find out who is going to be that first seed. But as you're mentioning, Giant X, they're still fighting for this champions points. You do not want to end the stage winless, I think, if you're any team. But for Giant X releases, they have decided to surprise us on week 4 and make 2 roster changes.
Talking about 2023.
We can already see them coming.
Damn, anything good?
Are joining to the team. Thomasy and Runner are out right now. I'm not gonna lie, I'm a bit sad. I will miss Runner and Thomasy. I really like them seeing playing. But to be honest, I'm happy to see players coming from the Spanish league.
It's not the first time, right?
They
take a lot of players, you know, from the Spanish.
They always poach in the Spanish league. I don't know why. Maybe, I like it. I like it. Maybe we're talking about the best regional league. I don't know.
Yes, we are.
I think so. I'm talking about the past regional league and player from there. I would like to talk about Flickless. Flickless has been playing there.
You played the Divi Corp Slayer comp and lost, dude. You can one trick that comp to diamond. I'm so sure.
We're talking about a player that is also
broken,
willing to serve all the players to bright, to shine every single round. He's amazing, and I only need 2 rounds seeing him play and hearing him playing with his comms to know that he's VCT material. But on the other side, if I have to talk with Nara, he's so young. His first match
spamming rolls. I mean, that's why.
Was 1 month ago, and he was shaking on the first match.
Laser OP this match, dude. Yeah, I think Zed is just OP.
I also think it's important to mention that it feels like it's just a little too late, you know, because a lot of people were making those roster changes at the very beginning.
You went for it, though, respect, I guess.
Stage 1, and we're now seeing them come into action. They're now locked in, relaxed, and now you're bringing in 2 new members, both young, like you said, both sort of new to the stage and performing in front of a crowd, and we're expecting them to pop off. I feel like you need to give them a few weeks, and this is a really important moment to put 2 new members on and expect them to perform.
So we do not
Which
expect
train am I riding these days? What train am I riding these days?
Everybody, is the pressure going
Paper
to be
X.
on you because of
No, I think this week I'm on the NRG train.
Both Thomasy and Runner had the year in their
back I'm on the NRG
VCT,
train.
and they had already proven that they could also be very
the
flexible.
2
Meg, is this something that we
least stable trains you can probably get?
The roles and the agents being very similar, but when we speak about the flexibility, not just for today.
Train cancelled. Yeah, the train hasn't left the stop yet, but you never know. I feel like this is the week.
I mean, I kind of speak be
the Paper X one left
the
station. Now it's time for the NRG train.
Not a choice. They're not going to change up the whole roster for the 2 new players. So they're kind of just being chucked in.
Current rank TFT, we're Emerald at the moment. I'm still just going to try one trick to Diamond. I think it's doable. This patch feels odd. Flora_Bunda, thank you so much for the 23 months. I appreciate that. Almost the 2 years. Thank you,
I can't remember if it was Flickless or Ara mentioned that they're coming from a flex role already. Am I right?
Mostly the flex role is coming from Flickless. He used to play. He mostly plays supportive. He's playing on Breach, Kayo, but he's able to play mostly every single thing. And also
one trick to Diamond is 100% viable. Yeah, I think we're doing it.
Yeah, and also,
we've
seen also in a post that they are going to still be playing.
It'll be the biggest fraud in TFT.
One more day to play, and if they make it to playoffs, they will be playing in both of the leagues at the same time. I do not know if we want to see it. What we are going to see is for the first
time. Then once I'm there,
Elio,
then I can learn the game,
Milan
right?
versus Pipson. The changes that we saw in Fnatic at the beginning of the stage are giving them a fresh face. Milan currently is undefeated as a head coach, but last year, Meg, he was side by side with Pipson.
One trick to master before? That's nuts. Maybe we try that as well.
Same.
Maybe you were the biggest fraud in TFT then.
Work together, and now they're going up against each other, and I feel like that's almost going to make them even more hungry for the win. When you've worked with somebody previously and then you become their ex, it's like, I want to win, I want to beat you and prove that I'm
lovers to enemies.
Yeah.
What does that say?
For me, it's easy. I see every single one like a people. One is
Ilya.
On Milan.
Look at that knowledge, man.
People angry into Pipson. He's people angry, Algis.
Okay, so we know that, of course, the
D4_Destroyer. Thank you so much for the tier 1.
The board. For Fnatic, if you want to go back
you,
to
Thank you for
those
the tier 1
years that Meg, you were speaking to Mini and Alpha year about, of course, things need to change a little bit, or they need to stay, as in we've seen throughout this stage. They can be that Fnatic that wins it all. So, you know, it's getting warm in here. So how about I shut up and we welcome the teams onto the stage. Here's Fnatic and Giant X.
Is Pipson gonna catch a stray again today? Maybe. He is playing boss though. Okay, let's see what the new kids are like. Proud substitute teacher, thank you so much. What it's supposed to do. Thank you for the 200 bits, man. I appreciate that. Substitute teacher, glad to have you on. Glad to have you on board. Dude, the Paper X game was my most fun map. Well, most fun game last week for sure.
It's never too late to make your debut here in VCT EMEA. It doesn't matter that it's week number 4. 2 new players joining in for Giant X, still waiting to see if they can get the first win of the stage on the board. And Ulysses, please guide me through this map, Veto.
We're gonna see picking GX Ascent, so they want to go to something that is. I mean, I'm not surprised. GX is bringing 2 players.
Sam, Fnatic still getting rid of the Pearl. They picked the classic Lotus.
Much more likely like a
it's so old school. They get rid of Pearl and they pick Lotus first.
Yeah, I'm very surprised because Giant X moves away from that icebox that they've been banning the entirety of the stage. Fnatic won the coin flip and chose to be that team B, so they put them in the spot. And Fnatic does not want to go to that icebox either, Meg.
I mean, we've seen them ban it in week 2, so I think they knew that they could leave that in there and it was very unlikely to be picked. I think this first game on Ascent is going to be so important for Giant X to win out because the rest of the map pool is looking like it's going to go in Fnatic's favor, in my opinion anyway.
No, I have to be honest, he's going for Fnatic.
Yeah. So we're still feeling that even though Giant X, do you not think that there's an edge when you bring 2 new players onto the board. I know the Fnatic has been looking very, very good this stage, but there has to be a saving grace for Giant X.
I think to do it now against a team like Fnatic, who has such a roster that's full of experience, that is full.
Are we believing today? I mean, Giants have nothing to lose, but mate, they just shouldn't be good enough to beat Fnatic, really. With 2 new players and a weak prac.
That Giant X have been playing previously, because in that moment, are they going to be able to adapt on the fly?
A match like this, without pressure, could be maybe a good spot for them. Maybe GX could do something.
Ball or Bowl, even. Bowl 32 with the Prime. Appreciate the 5 months. Thank you for doing
one
that.
of the best teams right now. Oh no.
I mean, I'm going to say, I love to see Alpha on a Sentinel, and if it is the buys, welcome it is. Crashes also have been having a great performance on the Deco lately, Meg.
I have to
Who's
say,
new,
Crashes
these two?
has obviously flourished on the team since the
Alpha Vice.
And I am so here for the Alpha Vice. I said this back in the Game Changers playoffs, that I am a Vice enjoyer through and through. I go feral.
What a comp. It's a pretty nice comp.
Alpha playing that Vice.
So in theory, like, you want to play a lot of aggro middle against this comp. Right, you want to make sure that if the wall is there, you trigger the wall. This comp is actually going to struggle a little bit against this. Like, Alpha definitely needs to set up, or change his setup all the time. Yeah, if your Giant's most obvious game plan is to default over towards middle in the buy runs. And then also, in theory, their comp can't really split too much. I mean, can't really decide it too much.
So I'm going to be asking the questions here, and actually we will
come
to that. We will focus in on this map. We'll talk about the new players.
Happened to Runner and Tamazi. What did they do? They kicked Tamazi and kept Runner as a 6th, I think?
Or maybe even just
or is it the other way around?
That for Giant X, because I feel like they've carved a little space for themselves.
Yeah, I absolutely love this veto from Giant X. Taking out Split immediately,
that's right.
Which wasn't great for them last game, and looked phenomenal for Fnatic. And now testing Fnatic's map.
Read the pin. Yeah, I got the prediction up there. It didn't come up for me.
And they've been banning them quite early into series. So I think this is a very good approach from Giant X. The other thing I talk about is that Ascent is a very historically standard map.
Yes.
And I think that's a win condition.
Okay, Fnatic on defense, Giants on attack.
And historically, it has been a stronghold for the likes of, I guess, Cloud, you could say, Pipson, and the teams he's been as well. This has always been a solid map for them. And we will talk about Fnatic in the roles they're currently playing, because Alpha on that Vice
What is this little 4-1 setup? Everyone with Vice at the moment does a 4-1 because the stall over towards the other side is incredible. We got Omen, Flash, Yoru, Flash, Recon. Very, very nice. They get the advantage, they get out of there.
Welcome to the VCT. It hits a little harder in these leagues. And Fnatic standing their
that is true.
In a
pretty rough.
early on.
Yeah, with this new composition, I expect rounds like this from Fnatic. We haven't seen them play it, so all the tricks are going to be up their sleeves.
Yeah, it kind of puts a little bit of the pressure on Giant X to be up to the challenge, right? And this isn't exactly a highly played map for them if you look at the amount of times they've played it, but it's obviously sat well with them in the past. Now we look at what they can recover from here, Giant X. It looks like they're focused to split through trees, still focused towards LA side, but Kron is waiting. Nice. Another connection towards west side. Kayak as well, catching Cloud, trying to slip the smoke.
What a rough one that is. Is Mini the fraud coach who had Alpha, Durka, Chronicle, and Prime Leo, and Boaster? Yeah.
Yeah, he absolutely has.
It's a good way of describing him.
And looking at these new players,
very good way of describing him, actually.
Like this, it is a different environment.
Anything, that's how he should introduce himself on broadcast.
A 22-year-old in the form of Flickless and Ara, obviously 20 years old, coming in from that UCAM sort of team. And
his Omen Flash was deadly.
You've always been one of those players, or sorry, coaches who've looked for these upcoming players. Have these two ever featured on a list ever? Have they ever been in that conversation for you, or there were other prospects that you'd focus on first?
I believe Flickless has been on my radar. I think specifically the list might have been the 6th man for Fnatic during 2023 when we had Kamek. He might have been on the list because he plays the same roles. His name's definitely been there.
It's a little bit light on defense, this one.
For Ara, I have no idea about this guy. Coming up through tier 2, his stats seem decent.
Oh, why did the server look laggy? Not this again.
To see him play.
Yeah, it's a hard first opponent, isn't it? To feel comfortable against.
Maybe it's just a one-off.
And somewhat unknown. You don't really know what Fnatic are going to look like here. And we do have this new composition as well.
Yeah.
As Bayer was discussing, this should be a throwaway round. It is only classics for Giant X. So how do we feel about Alpha in this Vice role?
Alpha specifically, I think he'll be fine. I think that Fnatic, like, they're going to have all the tricks up their sleeves for this first time they play it.
Yeah. Oh boy.
So Giant X doing a good job for the rest of the teams who are going to play Fnatic later on Ascent, trying to expose, where are they cooking, where are they not cooking. But I expect it to be more than fine for the first time.
I don't see there being many of an issue.
I think specifically for the Vice for Alpha, having that flash to fight off of is something that
Damn, Boss is looking crisp these days.
Having that self-sustained like tool, that makes sense?
Yeah.
So I'll be very interested to see if he's just going to flash and fight people.
Yeah, that'll be fun going forward. Nice round there for Fnatic, going through the motions. Did lose out on Alpha and Crashies.
Okay, they keep the 3 guns though, so the bonus spy is incredible.
This is when we really focus up on Giant X and how they want to approach this. It's a bonus for Fnatic, so the buy is going to be shaky at best. A lot of light shields out to play, a lot of leftovers. But I do want to see Giant X take some control of this now. I want to see them look solid in what they're doing. I want to see them have that, I don't want to say singular approach, but a very focused goal as to how they want to achieve it. So nothing too complicated with their composition either, very run-of-the-mill for them. So application is everything, and the setup in play already for Fnatic. It looks like an aggressive start for Kayak.
Yeah, very set bonus here. It looks like they've got an idea around middle. Maybe using that Yoru to bait a full
does he stay or does he rotate?
The Yoru usually is, but surprise, there's going to be 3 people here.
What's the plan to go on this one? A lot of presence shown already just by spamming that smoke, the owl drone there, all of the bits and pieces. And maybe a further crunch to this. Yeah, Ara's going to have to be quick on his feet. Dip away
that was nice from him though.
And try and reset. Fnatic aren't giving
and honestly, Fnatic used a fair amount of util and they kind of just insta-recleared the pressure.
Much from it.
Yeah, they didn't get anything from it.
A little bit unlucky perhaps. The recon did ping. But now Fnatic reset.
Yeah, for Giant X, it looks like that drift up middle, up cap, straight towards that A site. But we're looking towards where that util is invested from Alpha. It was the early flash towards B, but we can see the wall now, presence towards short.
Yeah, that gives him a lot of time though. Dude, look at Crashies. Is he going to go for a play?
Look at that deep line for Kayak.
But like as soon as Chronicle gets this contact, he starts pushing out.
Oh, this is going to be tough. We've already got Alpha tucked in towards Hell, Boast are playing from Heaven. And the split is mostly focused through towards Tree, but it's segmented. Fleckless with a lovely little double, gets themselves on the site, and they have some security here. I can have his work cut out trying to work it back through, but I didn't even think about Teo on this map as well, breaking down that door so easily. It doesn't really make many odds for now. And they make this costly, whereas Giant X got some stability here. Waiting patiently for anyone to overpeak. Not seeing that now. You can see the temptation from Ara, but not going for it.
Crashies is going for a really late lurk. Time is
maybe just trying to cost him weapons. At this point, this is still the bonus for Fnatic, try and lock him in. Maybe cost him some of these rifles, but if they do
get out of him
towards Tree, then they're pretty much scot-free here.
Are they going to have Teo salvos for like the most common save spot or something?
They may be opting against it. This is on Crashies now to farm up. This is nice from Kayak.
Oh,
That's
a scary
rifle cost. You don't want to lose more than one more than that's been dropped. Crashies going to make it costly.
Oh, he got 2.
Big economic damage in the end. Very nicely done. Costing them 3 of those invested rifles. The Fnatic Chronicle's going to keep his. The rest can reinvest. But still, Giant X showing some
a little bit bacon, and then I kind of forgot what you said.
Yeah, it came down to Alpha on that A site, and I thought that if he played a little bit more disciplined, perhaps not under...
I did read it yesterday, or I didn't read it, I didn't like fully open it, if that makes sense, but I read like the first 3 lines.
But unfortunately, he's kind of isolated there by himself. There's not too much support. I like Fnatic that they had good surround, but ultimately if the site players are dying, then the surround doesn't matter.
Okay, Kayak gets the Outlaw out. 3 people he can one-shot, obviously with the damage done, even though they even take a little bit of a hit going for a Guardian.
Totally awful run so far. They haven't been able to claim a win yet this stage, but they've been picking up maps here and there. But obviously, with new players joining the roster, you want positive results. And I feel like, as you highlighted, this is a good area. This map could be a good place for them to find some potential. Kayak's still on that Outlaw, dealt with so easily. Yeah, there's light shields to maybe try and work it against, but Cloud absolutely giving him.
I think that's something that people don't realize. The Guardian's extremely strong again's these light shields too. You only need 2 shots to the body.
The Guardian's is insanely strong for Storm.
Like a slightly nerfed Outlaw at times.
The unfortunate factor is that they still have Alpha with full setup on that B site, no early test of it, and we're sub a minute, so they could potentially reinvest towards A. I like this reposition towards main from Crashies as well, taking a bit of that space away. They can't be completely passive. But looking at the pivot, Giant X trying to paint this picture. There's going to be this A hit, but
I like this from Chronicle though. So he droned over towards middle, and then he's kind of gone into the area that they might feel like they've already cleared. It's a great shot from him.
Aura was quick to adjust there. Really nice. Now the first real challenge for Alpha on this, it's a lot to handle on this
flash
site,
send
and
it.
He goes for, I mean, that was a bold maneuver from Alpha.
Looking a little rough for Fnatic.
Approach towards A, towards B, straight up middle. plant's going to be there. Giant X looks solid here. These lovely rotations, they're kind of getting that pick, slowing it down, working the map, feigning that A presence, and that late look back towards B. I've got to say, it felt like, who was it, Kron? Kind of sat towards Pizza, could have had something there.
Yeah,
but
the two new kids kind of had a round
each.
each.
Like very old school Ascent to me, almost like 2021 vibes. Pipsons have been around
I had
this
this
long.
one, Flickless had the one
these
before.
rounds that he used to do against us 5 years ago almost at this point. You know, pivoting that middle area is very strong. So it might be something that
don't ask that, dude. I accidentally did it, not even knowing what the hell it was.
Middle, and then flip it, and then when Fnatic
someone gifted with that name.
Fake, then they just go direct.
And this will be a big challenge for Alpha going
I had no
forward.
idea what was going on.
Continue to kind of leave him, I don't say on an island on B. You can hold it just fine, but it's that level of comfort that he's going to have. Is he up to challenge on it? Is he up to the test on it? Didn't like the walk through smoke off the back of, I guess it was off the back of the flash, but it just didn't really have the length.
Okay, so they can't really get a full buy on top of this one. Someone's at least going to take the hit, maybe Alpha on this one.
It looked like Fnatic didn't quite know what to do with that macro in the 4v5. Usually they'd be, you know, we want to play very strong here, very weak here, but they're a bit spread out.
Giving his gun away.
To one idea.
My IGL takes a Bucky. Actually, my IGL.
As well, looking through any
Big fan of what's going on
only
here.
one away from his, and so is Kayak.
Economy not great for Fnatic, but considering they've lost 2 in a row, they still have a little bit to work with here.
Do they have something special for us? We don't know how high up this is in their Veto as well. You'd imagine for Giant X, this is a map that they can depend
Pixel,
on
thank you so much for the
before.
gifted, mate. I appreciate you doing that.
I have to go in. Should at
Thank you
least connect
for that.
towards, I imagine, Crashies. Don't know if it caught Boaster as well, but beyond that, again,
Fnatic been insanely proactive in middle, probably thinking the Giants' like game plan would be to go middle, but honestly, I think they could get away with doing the wall at mid.
Kayak with the Phantom, Crashies with the
They're
Vandal
not
still.
really taking. The only time they wanted to take it was with the initial B
like
hit once they're pressured short.
Towards A is coming in. Crashies is going to give away that he does have a rifle here. And now the problems start to mount. This is going to be an issue. Boaster trying to play it forward, but gets caught. This is gorgeous. Giant X looking like they're on the same page finally. This looks good. Ara looking to try and slip the net, finds a man, that's Alpha gone.
Okay.
Not having the best of times in those smokes, old Alpha.
Dude, imagine they keep this like pretty clean as well.
Sheriff, so it
It
was
would
never
have
going to be
an
easy
incredible
for him.
amount of money.
With the Phantom might still be able to do some damage, but by all rights, this is solid from Giant X. Westside going to
Yeah, well, that is very, very clean.
Ara just going to confirm it, an in-zone flawless.
2 armor
Giant
rebuys,
X have
that's it.
every
They're in
answer
an
they
incredible
need so
spot.
far.
If I'm Fnatic here, I'm probably putting
They set up Kayak on the
I think they need to put Device wall middle.
Over-rotate towards A, so they did have almost 4 people ready for that hit. But
Like if you think of the 5 rounds right now, they only went middle once, and it wasn't like their original plan.
Like instead of going traditionally up through
It
short,
was once they realized they create pressure
they
on
are pressuring
short.
that garden. It's worked out twice for them now, getting a kill in that smoke.
I just feel like they have so many bodies here that the sites end up being weak.
Tree towards A main, putting that Vice
Big change up though, Kayak getting his op.
all over that area. So a different challenge coming forward.
Yeah, his wall on short as well, like here. It's a very awkward wall to default out. You can't just run up and jump around it.
Yeah, you're kind of committed already.
Very committed, yeah.
Well.
Oh, big tail.
Okay.
Oh, he's got him.
Nothing off the back.
Okay.
You'll take it.
Yeah, we'll take one. Look, it's better than Governor's. He's done well. And that's one of the ults removed. Lotus did have that KO. I think I'm not sure if he had it into this round, but still, that's rather lovely to take away. But they should be starting to get a bit of a read of what's happened here. This adjustment, they're going to note surely some of this Vice utility. Going to note that there was that presence from Crashies. Do they then start looking for other options? It looks like that is the case for Giant X.
Dude, stop playing middle like this.
Westside is hitting today. Gorgeous. Chronicle just wanted info. That silence became really pressured. And he got it right back, 4v4 now.
I think unnecessary mistake from Kron though. He could easily just be jump spotting. He doesn't need to move the rotation at all. Fnatic are set up strong towards the A side of the map.
This is tough though.
Down to Kayak.
He's going to be forced off this one.
Nice.
Going to go for the ult. Gets him out of there, can reposition towards backside if he fancies. And also Boaster slipped in, but look who's been caught. Purpo catching Crashy is really going to create problems. Boaster tries to greet him with a smile. Ara still going to be fighting forward. Time getting low now. 10 seconds cleared. Giant X showing off now. 8 seconds. They got to get a plant, and Alpha is a problem.
Yeah, nice shots in the end here. Dude, Fnatic definitely need a timeout. I need to see the wall go here. This whole play that they're doing over towards middle, it sucks.
Yeah, Giant X just look comfortable. Like that pick on
it feels like such a waste of a recon every time they use it as well.
Seem to have the most comfortable defense theory. And it's never been a map that's particularly strong for Fnatic. Even in the 2023 year on that throwback Thursday segment, you know, we got away with a bit of murder, not having it picked against us sometimes. So not a map that Fnatic are traditionally known for.
No, and it is quite surprising because, again, I feel like this map does play out quite traditionally, right? It's got a very standardized approach, at least from what I've seen from timeout. You know, we're not seeing anything too tricky about how they're playing this. And again, Fnatic, in my mind, do tend to have very good reads of how they want to approach things.
This is my jeweller's vice.
Cancels that plan. I thought he might have followed a little bit further on that one.
Yeah, he's the only one with the bigger gun here, the Guardian. But very composed from Giant X, knowing the economy situation. It's going to be a slow round.
An additional body brought towards mid here. Crashy's trying to complement Chronicle's position. The Aldrone shown from market.
We can see the tech here, the Vice Flash on the arch, something I've not seen before. Era has to be careful here.
And now noting Crashies, would you then pivot further towards A or explore that option? Alpha, the timing is going to be curious here. Ara is getting closer. He's had look lovely
and as
from
soon
Ara.
as you see that smoke really against Fnatic as well,
you want to see a young star like this having those impact rounds, but this one is just good farming.
Nice
Great trade for Westside too. They're catching everything they need, and all eyes turn towards Ara here. And he's caught the perfect timing on this. Chronicle caught with nowhere to go. Follow-up looking likely not to be. Most
didn't leave his crosshair.
Still the numbers sit with Giant X, and they
trying
have
to aim with his
the
keyboard.
sight.
Yeah, the guns situation isn't great for Fnatic. Retaking with an Outlaw and a Guardian. Not ideal.
So much still to play with here too. Purpo's still got that paranoia. Smoke just coming back in. Flickless as well, ready with the flash if it comes down to it. I don't see a way in. And certainly not like that. Caught off guard. Westside has been firing.
What did he go do? Just save the gun in market?
I was going to say, Fnatic need a timeout. They need to switch
they do. They need to put their Vice wall middle.
What would you be saying in these moments? Because again, Fnatic, I feel like for the last couple of games have been on this really good increase.
Phoenix Fisher, thank you so much for the tier 1. Appreciate the 25 months.
Good.
Thank you for that.
Now they've met a bit of a challenge on a map that they don't have, I'd say, high up in their map pool. But still, you don't want to be going down in these scenarios here. This is still a game that you'd want to put in a good performance for.
I think they're just losing. They're going 4v5 in situations they shouldn't, or just losing a person in situations they shouldn't. Chronicle on market, I don't think he should have died. Alpha sat by himself on A side. It's the kind of macro that I'm not a big fan of, where you're just like leaving someone by themselves. Especially on that A side of the map where playing for the retake isn't the worst idea in the world. So it's just a bit more of discipline, I guess.
You're gonna have to get that ready. See, coaching staff mostly.
Giants to Toronto, mate. They're already out.
One investment that I can see, I don't know if you guys can, I don't think you can yet, is the operator being considered by Kayak. Otherwise, they should be able to get a decent buy around it. Kayak chilled out.
Wait, really,
relaxing. But otherwise, it is going to be interesting if this is enough of a response, because I feel like Kayak's been getting some of these deep lines anyway, even on just the Vandals, taking good space. Like, Kayak's been fine in my mind. Yeah, it hasn't really been him to be the one to change the outcome.
He's been in positions to win Fnatic macro in terms of being into that deep B main position and having good information on the map.
Yeah.
But the rest of the boys haven't kind of delivered.
Yeah. So, again, do you then put Kayak somewhere else? Because we haven't been seeing these kind of direct B approaches.
Damn, he's come a long way, Bacan. You got 13-2, 13-1.
Anti-ult set up here. Is Vice going to be one side of the map to avoid it? It looks like he's not. Alpha's not, so he could be in trouble here. And then also, Alpha also has the Vice. So if I was to make a call here, it would be go towards the A side of the map, play retake, use that Vice ult in the retake.
Okay, where's the Vice wall?
I don't know if it was late, but Alpha
over towards B again, so you got to hold 2 middle.
So that B side will be only really helped by Kron a little bit deeper. Playing from backside, support coming from market.
Obama 74 with the prime, appreciate it. Thank you with the 4 months. Thank you for doing that.
Takes away Ara. And
Dude,
it is all a fake.
Fake with the pressure for the Cypher to walk in as well.
Most doesn't want to take the risk. He doesn't know what's around that corner. We know there was one main and one towards site, but the rest now filtering through. And almost a lurk now for Flickless.
Yeah, in a crazy position from Purpo.
Feeling brave. Maybe wanted to take that chance because the player disadvantage. He can give information that no one's coming through heaven so far, but still Garden going to come in, going to invest that smoke real quick. The paranoia looking good. Kayak going to take another step forward. This is the time to pounce. Boaster takes away Cloud. Purpo replies. It's still going back and forth here. Don't think it's over.
Goodness, that was a nice shot as well. Okay, very nice. Yeah, Visor in this corner, pretty very strong.
It was a nice idea for Giant X, but unfortunately, I don't think I want to throw a fake against a Visor, if that makes sense.
Yeah, they maybe
on
gotta.
the A side of the map, where
they maybe gotta take map control.
Don't feel as good in the post plan.
I think you just gotta treat it like a killjoy.
He's tucked in all these close angles in jail and towards the stairs and stuff.
Like they probably have to. I think that guy in short is the bait, maybe.
Nice. What I do like from Ara though is 2 rounds in a row. I know that he died going aggressive there, but for such a young player on the stage to be that fearless, I'm like, okay, fair enough.
You kind of have to let him do that as well. Just keep that confidence high, go for those.
Dude,
I wouldn't even
Fnatic have been waiting
that's
to
like
punish
a
middle.
Quite risky, but
For
I like it,
so
and
long.
it's rewarded him so far. Top of the board for Giant X, so we get him feeling good about this one.
Exploration through middle from Fnatic.
They don't know. They only know about one. The knife actually only caught towards Crashies, but it's a quick clear. Cloud and Ara very heads up about this. We've seen the diligence in this mid-presence from Giant X, and this time it's been rewarded earlier on.
It looked a little bit desperate from Fnatic. Maybe feeling the pressure of being behind here.
We haven't seen them playing from behind too often, genuinely, since at least the start of things this time around. A little bit, again, if we're going to talk bigger picture, right, like to an extent we have to when it comes to at least Fnatic, when we're talking about playoffs and such and so on. This does bring up, the Veto.
What do you hate about it? They're like really overcompensating. They're playing the Vice
I don't want to say lost,
to like
but
heavy lock a site. But then they have no info over towards middle, so they're trying to overcompensate for like aggro play on middle, or like some kind of trap play here. But they end up investing like 3-4 people in middle, and they could just have a wall that means that they can hold the sides. And then until they find that wall, then you need to do the punish. I just feel like they're playing so wins.
Eventually like it gone, it gives you that nice little kind of bit of play. Here, this is a save. There's nothing
especially with like the first 4 rounds or 5 rounds that Giants had.
Basically
they're not, their game plan is into default middle.
The other thing for the Fnatic kind of narrative is that this game doesn't matter for their seeding, but next week's against Heretics does for that seed 1. And next week it now means that their Ascent is wide. It could be open. You know what I mean? It could be something that determines that seed 1 is the Veto next week. It's not over
Heretics
yet,
have
but
a rough
still
Ascent as well, though, right?
If we can see it, other coaches should be able to see it, other players should be able to see it. It's definitely not a stronghold here. Giant X, and credit to them, they're not doing anything brand new, they're not changing the world, they're playing just good Valorant so far.
Decent, yeah. I think that's the problem I have with Giant X, is that sometimes I watch them like, I actually quite like what they're doing, it's just they're losing.
Yeah. And look, if they get a couple more gunners on their side, right? Let's say Ara and Flickless have some more great performances, look really good on this. It revitalizes the roster, you get some confidence off this map win. That future investment looks good for Giant X, right? This isn't a short-term reward they're looking for here. This has to be a long-term solution to some of those issues. So, again, ticking the box for me so far.
Let's see how Fnatic react now. Last round it was that mid-walk, very unsuccessful. This round more of a spread
actually
approach.
looks like Giants might try and explore middle. To be the first time.
Giant X essentially own the whole map.
As a new roster, I mean, it's probably the best Giants have looked.
I mean, originally it felt like Kyle was trying to take some of that space, but now he's top mid. He's playing deep as he can do, really. I wouldn't even put it on him. He was doing well, taking good information around the map, but this time
this is what I mean. Imagine you have a wall here, right?
About the minute mark, they will have to start.
And then they don't say worst situation. They actually trigger this wall. It's going to be still like 50 seconds, and they have to play faster against a Vines Vice.
Against them, but it all looks fine.
Yeah, here we go.
They still haven't explored middle at all.
Isn't it? We've seen a lot here. How does Kayak want to approach it?
Yeah, trying to combo.
With the ult going to be coming through from Chronicle.
Missed. I mean, they got one tag. This would have been the first time. They would have triggered at 30 seconds. We would have had double forms.
We've got Kayak on it.
Ooh, be fake. Dude, look at them. They're so ready for this.
And it looks like Fnatic aren't fighting this time.
22 seconds.
A little bit more of the lesson. This is tough for Westside to get away from. Gets at least
one. I mean, they have a comp that's incredible at delaying.
Now it gives both to the corner to play on.
Big
and now
flash.
you're looking at the time. You're looking at that time. This has been a good bit of stall from Fnatic here. Boaster needs to buy a couple more seconds. He's going to leave one more to take a fight on it. Ara's going to clear Crashies.
Wait, they get a plant down. They've done it right here.
It's not over yet. Playing from those pressured scenario, they're holding on. Boaster needs to get out of dodge real quick because Westside is trying to bully his way through heaven, leaving just out for a line.
Did Boaster cancel it?
Loud on the site. Flickless playing down low. And oh, it's perfect. Giant X, even
Post the
under
whip for the
pressure
big
from the
cancel
clock,
play.
still finding composure.
Dude, I can't
for
believe
the
they lost
plant.
this round.
Yeah, Giant X, yeah, with that time pressure, that's when, you know, the comms get hectic, players get a bit pressured, but very composed for a team that's never played an official together before.
Wild, isn't it?
I do think that Fnatic are lacking some of the protocols, though.
Oh, bro, they look awful in this map.
They're overplaying this A
I don't know what they're
side,
doing.
and when a team defaults mid in the way Giant X are, I wouldn't mind them getting aggressive into A main, leaving someone there. And then when this short exit happens, they at least have space somewhere to work with. Money not looking great again for Fnatic.
Dude, I haven't seen this pulse be played for years, man.
A bit more of aggression.
Dab of the ult orb, but it's a very small victory. It's Fnatic playing 3 middle. Cloud gonna just get into safety. Aura maybe overextending a bit there. He didn't have to take that. I don't know if he got caught just off the back of the flash, but a good first pick for Fnatic.
Yeah, I like the flash play. Again, all the micro I've seen from Fnatic, they've got interesting ideas that I genuinely haven't seen yet. You know, I haven't been studying all my Ascent VODs, but I've watched enough to know that that's not common.
What do they do with 4 players here? Still need to walk through this. Big info on the cam, spotting push up there. So starting to fit. Oh, Boaster, okay. That wasn't the prettiest kill, but it gets the job done. And now, player advantage, weapon upgrade.
Yeah, they got the guns.
It is still a 5v3. You do have those weapons now collected.
Purpo knows he needs to do something.
But should he be doing this with the Oma flash?
They are being very, very cautious about this, holding this position. Purpo isn't alone though. Flickless with him though. This is huge. Purpo finds the pick, and now it's going to be Kayak in the response. They are now dwindling in numbers. Down to just 2. Flickless still finding bodies to drop, and the defuse starting. He's got to go nuclear. Can't be done. Chronicle.
Nicely done from Fnatic on this. The A retakes are pretty solid.
The pace safeguard thrifty.
They got a big kill in the middle, though. This gun upgrade is pretty important.
Yeah, some nice kills from Fnatic, but what I did actually like is they played offsite on that A side of the map. They can't do that every single time, but it looked a lot cleaner when they're retaking in a situation with a little bit ahead.
1 enemy remaining.
Oh wow, Kron. Very nice.
Is 7 enough for Giants? Yeah, I think so.
This,
from what I'm seeing, I don't think Fnatic are going to have a crazy attack.
It's good to see. Don't know if it'll continue. Let's see. Because we didn't really get the depth tested for Giant X either. They've pretty much had their way with things, so it looks like directing their eyes towards Alpha's side of the map, towards B.
Yeah, Fnatic opened up with their A main aggression again.
Okay, Kayak. Big risk. Could be on for an absolute heater. Stunning towards Zara. Catching that, dipping away. They've got the first pick, and they've got the man advantage.
Yeah, a little bit surprised that works with this composition. We've still got the drone, the camera. We have tools to check. Jump spot was okay, so Kayak did have to hit a nice shot.
This feels like some of those fakes that Giant X were running, but we can see there is intent behind it. There's the vast majority of the players can be working through
let's see what Kron can do.
Flickless going to pop the ult, and his game on now. Alpha going to be swept aside after 1. It's pretty much falling into Chronicle, who gets drive-by'd. Flickless just...
That's an outrageous drive-by.
I don't think you saw him. Yeah, that doesn't even seem real, but still, they are only down to 2, right? It's Purpo and Flickless. Purpo's got his ult.
To be fair though, the new kids did incredible.
But the map is closing in. We can see the positioning from Crashies. Discomfort from Purpo to try and play it forward. Flickless over towards Switch. Turns a flash. Gorgeous from Flickless. Needs a bit more here. Does he get the timing he wants? No. Kayak gonna shut it down. Fnatic with a little bit of resurgence towards the end here.
I still think this is way too many.
Forward, up to 5 rounds.
5 with a pistol?
Yeah, an attack side, surprisingly, is a side that Boaster historically said he doesn't mind as much as the defense. I know on Ascent that's a weird thing to say, but I think we've got a game on our hands.
We might do 5-7. Let's find out if we actually have a game on our hands.
Well, at least you could see the game plan from Fnatic. And I mean, I guess next time they play it, they could mix it up. Not showing it once if what they're going for, but it just didn't look comfy at all. Felt like they they used the Vice and the Sova really weird. Are these changes on Giants permanent? We don't really know. Probably for stage 2. Living Theory, thank you so much for the Prime. I appreciate that, mate. Thank you for doing that. And Ban of the World also with the tier 1. Thank you with the 21 months. Potential banger series? No, it should be pretty close. Fnatic have to win double pistol though.
Camera's tricky sometimes.
But honestly, if they take this,
I get it.
like Giants take this, we should get fed, man.
I was so desperate to see what it said. I couldn't.
Wait, where is the sign? Is it down there? Wait, is it?
Turn around.
Turn around. Guys in the crowd, turn around.
Oh,
oh wait. I can't see it. Wait, looking. Oh, Spruzy! Yeah, we love Spruzy. If you don't know Spruzy, then you don't know EMEA, is all I'm saying. We love Spruzy out here. 5-7 though, we are just waiting for this one to get
Nice got wrecked or bad play from Fnatic? Just a weird game plan more than anything.
Looking like they're not out of it yet, but we've got to give credit to Giant X. They've come into this as massive underdogs in this series, right? New players coming in, and both of them towards the top of the board as well for Giant X. Ara and Flickless, both towards the top end of things, looking very good.
Okay, let's see what Kai can do. This comp struggles normally a little bit. It kind of has to take middle. With the Teo though, you can definitely do a little bit more. Giants go for their own 4-1.
I won't expect it to be this deep into middle though.
No.
Nicely done. They were both on top of it.
Clean. And this is nice for Giant X. Just taking the fight to Fnatic.
And they get out.
Fear being shown. Flickless trying to back away, but he doesn't need to. Shoulders it well, takes away
This is nice. They look kind of good in this.
Kind of outdone on this. That's so many players here. Oh my word. Outdone. Yeah, beautiful.
The 4-person sheriffs, everyone going over towards middle, dueling. Strong. Everyone just has to hit body shot when they swing.
Sheriffs, they get some more. If Kayak goes for this B orb, I respect this guy.
And you're saying you didn't respect him before?
I mean, I don't know how disciplined he is.
Off he goes.
Come on, go B, go. Go B. But yeah, this round to me, it's a textbook round to show what the difference between Vice and Cypher and Killjoy is. The Killjoy and Cypher. Sorry.
No, it's over now. Ooh, ooh, Kayak? Nah, it's done now. It's done now. Okay, there was a little moment. It could have been something. Okay, talk to me.
Sorry. So the Killjoy and Cypher obviously can have that information towards the middle of the map. The turret usually outside B on the little hut. The Vice doesn't have any passive info tools to really deal with that mid push. So usually you see those mid pushes kind of stopped short, but we saw it deep, and Fnatic weren't ready. That's going to have to be something in their probe.
It's crazy you're talking over the guy you don't respect.
Has to be something in their protocol list to deal with these mid pushes.
Got it. I do like that though from Giant X, right? Just kind of backing yourself in those fights, walking mid with 4 sheriffs, I guess, and they're doing it
Dude,
again.
against the eco, oh boy. I would like this on the bonus, but...
Oh, it's Purpo. Oh, he's made it across. He's going to be able to keep his life here, but that spike is over on the A side, and there's still a lot of
at least they chill and they go back. No one's overheating. Knife to get info if they wanted to react. No one overreacts. They're double kill, trip if they were going to insta-push over towards B. They then create pressure over towards middle, more likely to group and hit a site now. Then they'll walk back into the outlaw.
Coming up here, really it's only Alpha with the Sheriff, Ghost with Kron, so it shouldn't be too hard.
Yeah, Westside can farm this, Westside of Clouds.
Nice angle as well for
Who gets
Cloud,
them all?
lovely. And that's without even getting past Westside, who's going to be waiting. One's going to slip the net. Any big pressure? Okay, Cloud has to get away from that now. You can see Boaster Gonna take the space that was given. Aura gonna catch the cross though. That's Kayak gone. They're gonna know that someone might have slipped that smoke. There is a chance of it. It's gonna be found. Flickless very heads up. And Kron last one alive. And not for long. Giant X with a flawless round.
Okay, well, back-to-back rounds it went pressure over towards middle, so Fnatic are probably gonna be expecting something similar. So maybe they're just gonna do like a weird push on the sides.
On their bonus round.
Let's see.
Usually this is where we expect
they
some
have an
kind
outlaw,
of strange aggression. But Fnatic have the Euro. And, you know, Fnatic are the type of team to cook up new ideas with these ults. So it'll be interesting to see, like, how these two ideas integrate this round.
30 seconds left. Just getting caught in the drift. Oof. These pickups are looking good for Giant X. These are looking very good. But you're right. Let's see how these two moments interact here.
So Giant X, they've baited, they've done a little fake A main aggression push, but they've got a trap
a nice little
the
recon.
map if Fnatic explore there.
Cross map with the smoke, make them look like they're going aggro. Omen Flash invested as well.
I think that the A side of the map is stacked.
This is cool.
That might be enough information.
Aggro A, try force them into the B stack.
But then, Flickless! Feeling brave, but right now,
oh, this Omen Flash was great.
Kayak desperately trying to find them, but it's Alpha controlling it well. Yeah, they cleared this B main pressure.
Yeah, I mean, it was a nice idea from Giants. It was good reaction from Fnatic. This is probably the best round we've seen so far.
Looking solid. Iron Purpo not going to find too much here now. Well done to Fnatic to navigate all those threats.
Yeah, just the save angle likely
Tom.
They want some economic damage
Tom,
here.
long
Don't
time,
want to
dude.
get Fnatic 2 ahead.
Glad to see you around, dude.
But gonna be difficult.
It's not looking likely. They're already shifting through towards main.
Kron is sniffing the map out.
Purpo. Gonna get dealt with by Alpha.
Okay, any damage? The couple.
The last to fall here. Yeah, probably opting to give this up. 20, they actually killed him in that, but didn't take him down in the end.
Yeah, we do that sometimes when it gets crazy.
They made Fnatic react
Chat can't be
exactly how
trusted.
they wanted to. Yep. And they got a little bit unlucky that Alpha full blind killed someone and couldn't capitalize, but Boaster's flash into B main was the winner there for me. I think Alpha getting the 3 kills there, though, is important. I think he had, you know,
okay, Op comes out on defense now, and we get important round.
He's not had the best year so far. And I think that those kind of kills are
Dude, every single time we're trying to exploit the no killjoy.
To the games here, though. Fnatic seem
No
to
killjoy, no camera.
The Giant X love this mid-aggression. They've shown
it's nice from Giants, though. I like their idea. They take a smoke for a duelist, like that's a win.
But Ira does lose an operator for this one. That's a pretty hefty price to pay for it. Now, for Fnatic, they can slow things down for a second, get the lay of the land, try and get some of that information building. Stack towards tree as well for Giant X. Cloud trying to be in the right place for this.
Yeah, Giant X have info on the B side of the map with the Cypher camera here. So they can stack towards this A side of the map. Big kill from Kayak.
Holy.
Yeah, going down, that's pretty brutal now. They're
Knife
lose
hit
a
2
lot
on
of
short as well.
The cross going to feel treacherous for Westside.
They keep the high low.
It hit Kayak, right, the knife?
Here, this could be dangerous for Fnatic.
I'm pretty sure this is the cheap heat, so they know he's not over towards middle.
Too worried about that B site. They might get the timing right.
Nutty timing.
Flickless.
Oh my god, Purple team flashed him for getting both.
He gets out of it in time.
Another double lineup, what's going on here?
Well. Back and forth between the two, leaving Westside in a 1v2, and we saw how far he was. Luckily for him, he's made decent progress. Guess where Alpha is? Can you believe it? He's got company down there, though. Pause now. Slow down. For creeping away, gonna make this difficult for Westside. No util to play with, just the gun in hand. Has to clear Kron first. Can he get an isolated fight? I don't know. He's looking for it. Westside's been smacking some of these shots, but yeah, angle too good for Chronicle in the end. Gotta say it, Alpha that time saved them.
Yeah, they did save him, but they kind of messed up on short here.
Yeah, both teams with the collat kills. Alpha a little bit lucky, but I think that ultimately he'll take those. And yeah, we're getting closer and closer. It looked like Giant X were gonna, you know.
I mean, they should have smoked down. It would have been Omen Flash.
Considering they were on.
Yeah, it could have been easy.
defense usually being the
Okay,
strong
might
side.
be relatively close now after this.
But 9-7,
Force them down to an eco. I think that's a devastating one for Giants to lose. Vice or most commonly people just doing Vice or over towards B.
This team is scary, even in this. Nice from Boaster though. Comfortable, beginnings. Not too much to worry about just yet. I feel like Ara loves to walk a smoke. This time not being given much of a chance with the spam from Chronicle.
It's a mid-reek there. He's not going to get anything here. Flickless is all the way up A. Oh. Sorry, I made the mistake.
I can't believe it.
I did that one. I did that one on my first cast, second round, and that's now I think the second time I've done that.
I think you'll be all right. I think you're fine. We'll let you get away with that one. Fnatic getting away with the A site as well. Slowly but surely working their way through. Flickless incredibly deep on the A site. You're right.
Yeah, he's in spawn.
Alpha have got the lineups.
Holy!
Oh, they're unpleasant.
What the hell? That's nuts.
Like I said, all the micros been very interesting.
Sweating. Yeah, God, look at the time stall. It's heavens. Just you can't work back from it.
Just looks like they want to economic damage potentially. But Jesus Christ.
Nice trade though from Cloud. As much like both teams are hitting shots today. I feel like we've got some really nice mechanics on display. Kayak still going to be very much in control. This shouldn't be too much of a threat. They make it out with 3. And all good in the end. Fnatic, one
It's a
step
good
closer.
sign they got stuff like that though.
Yeah, I mean, I did say.
What
attack side. Boaster seems to prefer the attack side sometimes. On this map, traditionally the side that people would say was one of the hardest in the game, I think.
I mean, but we have to put this in context, right? Giants, who have yet to get a win this entire run, are still in the lead against Fnatic, who are meant to be back in form, right? Like, this is still very good from Giants. Gotta see them get to grips
Okay,
in.
looking like
And
a
2 brand new players.
looking like a Vice over towards B play.
Overperforming. My expectations.
Recon. Well, they know where the op is now, so that
enough.
helps.
It is what it is. Maybe Fnatic remembered how to play the game, but
Yeah, much prefer like these recons where you're trying to kill people from the smoke. It's much better than what
Fnatic
Fnatic
not
were
actually
doing.
getting them kills here, but it is having to make Fnatic respect it.
What's that util to come through?
That's devastating. They spot 2 mid. What on earth are you doing?
Boaster catching Flickless.
That was just a right-click flash through the smoke. That's a bit bold. You know, I like the boldness from Ara in the first half, but a bit too bold for my liking from Flickless there.
Right here.
Giant X, yeah, the right read here. Three-man stack.
Ara, this.
Well, Visor is going to go in. What's the timing like?
4v4 is beckoning, isn't it? It calls to you. Is he patient enough? I think he's got an inkling here, hearing it, seeing it. Who knows? But
he's been left alone too.
Actually back, but he's going to hear the ult. He's got to see everything. The timing on that is unbelievable.
He's got knives.
Ara just tries to get away for now. Going to pop the ult to try and keep himself in this round. And now there's pressure coming from everywhere. They are close to the site, but they're waiting by the boathouse. A little bit of a trip towards the back here. Ara doesn't know
big
where
kill
to
from
look, but soon enough
Cloud.
he's going to have a flood of players coming his way. That smoke is
Whoa!
lethal.
My goodness.
Oh, the toes, the knife to the throat.
Damn, bro. This guy's playing pretty well though. That was nuts, man.
Fnatic down at their heels.
I've never felt so nervous watching a player during a round.
Yeah, they used everything on him. You're all Visor.
3k from Ara to keep Giant X into that round.
Oh,
all
it's just
by
music.
himself, essentially.
Yeah, it really was. Again, watching this.
Nice music.
The amount of pressure he's getting, coming down from the stairs, coming down from catwalk, all of this. So much.
Nice, Ara, good job! I love that we just held his VOD the entire time too. It felt like we were watching a replay.
Yeah, that was sick.
You genuinely felt
Cloud did a really nice shot back aside as well.
Because you know these you're up against Fnatic. Their spacing's normally good, their trading's normally good, the util's solid. Like, you don't get those windows to have a lot of freedom in. You know what I mean? You don't get your multis too easily against Fnatic. He worked like a dog for that one. He was, dog with a bone. He wasn't going to give it up.
Like if we switch to his POV there, as soon as he gets his kills, you think, oh, he's had a nice, but like all that tension before, Jesus.
No, he did very well, especially
Pellison with the
seeing, Alpha's
Prime. I appreciate the 6 months.
Going
Thank you
for
for
the
that.
knives, kind of get him away from having to be dependent on that operator that he didn't find too much luck with early on. However, we have a timeout. Now keep in mind, Giant X are leading.
Expecting the Visor pressure.
Doesn't always look like he's
Yeah, but I mean, teams play for that quite a lot.
He's a
Maybe that's what he's talking about as well.
His old Pipson. So clearly, though, the boys do.
I mean, you always have to respect.
They're keeping up to this.
You always have to respect all pressure.
It was 3 in a row, and that was a bailout.
Like majority of the time, like against this on attack, you have to do an anti.
Are doing well in this half.
And then you kind of have to have a plan. Like you have to have a plan for the ults, no matter what.
How do you feel about that?
Not great.
Like you forget, you support the boast operator.
Actually, I take that back. I think that Alpha's attack side op is surprisingly decent.
Okay.
Okay, it's a nice late recon, and then you can group over towards B with it.
For us, and pretty good with the attack side op. I think Durka much prefers the defense side, and I think Alpha was pretty good on the attack side.
Let's see how he fares this round. Peeking into that aura. That's.
Thank you, Alpha. Thank you.
I don't think that was really Alpha in my mind. I think that was Aura peeking back in towards main.
I mean, he just doesn't expect. Yeah, he just doesn't expect him to have it.
Maybe showing some presence earlier, or someone even Boaster, but still.
The classic timeout happens by an operator.
Yeah. And again, this is also just learning lessons for people like Aura, for people like Flickless as well, of the difference of how much you get punished at this level. For now, Purpo gonna have to rescind away from that A main side. Flickless not clean enough on that. Chronicle gonna clear it.
Oh boy.
Now Purpo's under pressure himself. We saw how well Aura did, but now you got to make your own go of it. That's not how it's gonna work out, Purpo. Kind of connecting that above the
Should
dice.
Start talking about their money.
That's a comfortable plant. And West side, Alpha's just watching over the prized possession.
They're a little bit wrecked.
Spike planted.
GG? Nah, I still think they have a good chance. But they
hunt too much though.
Yeah, struggling a little bit.
The economic situation on both sides not great.
Yeah, pretty fragile. Right now they're really stabilized. So I want to kind of keep it where it is. It looks like maybe Kron's searching, and so is maybe Alpha. Sorry, Boaster, but actually they are searching on this.
What?
Oh, shit.
Love that. I mean, nice from Alpha.
I like them being together, but Boaster had his smokes out, so not sure what happened.
Boaster's in the next round, mate.
Yeah, he's thinking, he's cooking.
Can they? I think they can spread the money out here.
Okay, another timeout. That makes sense.
The new Giants, nice. I mean, they're better than. Well, not saying better, but
so close,
it at least gives you more hope than the other one did.
After
you saw them play.
To play with in this round, I think this is a good timeout.
It's still too early to say it, but the new guys are looking good. This is two really close timeouts.
They do come out substantially worse, but yeah, it is getting to crunch time now. So another check-in from Pipson here. Maybe just something to deal with that operator, keep that in there fresh in their minds as well. But obviously,
like
on at home, both sides are able to talk during this timeout. It isn't just that one man.
It's like a common thing at the moment, but sure teams don't take mid as much
now
because of B main.
I think Crashies could drop Kayak if he hasn't already got one anyway. But for the side of Giant X, they've got a whole lot of ults and not a lot of weaponry. So it does get a bit of a tricky round. There are a couple of things that could go right for them. But
yeah, Fnatic side, looking at that Sova and Teo ult. We know that they can cook on maps with these ults, and we haven't seen Ascent much at all in EMEA. So I want to see what.
Oh, really? We can.
Chronicle with the operator now.
I mean,
everyone's having now.
Okay, now it's
Now we wait.
They're all taking turns. What's going on here? Yeah, I feel like in the buy round, this cam would be deadly with what's going on.
You are up against Sheriffs, and a classic for Flickless. It's probably I don't want to say it's an easy round. They're never easy rounds, but oh, they're getting aggressive. Look at Aura. Away we go, straight up the guts. Oh, almost
the old
so
school.
Close. They are desperate to get Boaster dead here. Cloud trying to connect that from far away.
Is that not even out of range?
They call the Omen who has the TP. Get out that server easily.
Kayak in the meantime trying to progress towards that B site. They made a bit of a gambit. I like that. I like the attempt to the play, right? Try and be a little bit proactive.
I mean, they tried to catch one, get a gun down. It's not the worst. We've definitely seen worse, but.
Chronicle. Oh god.
Oh my goodness.
Question mark, Boaster.
Oh my god. Not dropping him the op anymore after that.
He's fine on that. Cloud and Flickless go down.
Not dropping the op to Chronicle after that one.
There's still pressure here though, right? Like Boaster can be smoked off, which he has been.
His smoke's not up for another couple of seconds. Nice from Boaster, though. Hanging it in right. Aura just going to beeline with Westside towards the site as best they can, see if they can try and pry these players out of the back site here, but time is running low. They got to go now, or they got to go never. They're trying to make something happen. Westside and Aura doing well here. Boaster going to have to go for the ace. And he's going to wait. Boaster saving Fnatic from what looked like a bloody mess of a round.
Yeah, honestly, it was looking rough. After that shot, I was worried for him.
Kind of was starting to think about the next round completely. Boaster has to bail them out with an ace, joins that list of players.
And this isn't one of those aces I feel is ever going to go into a highlight reel, right? It's just not, because the context of the round feels horrific. It's like, what? Oh, how did Cron die? We don't. Oh?
What the hell? I've never got an ace. That's my first ace.
That can't be his first ace.
And it was that.
Look. You know, maybe we just cut out the kill feed and what else happened. You know what I mean? If we could blur that out, guys, that'd be great. Outside of that,
the ult plans are coming in for Fnatic here. They're getting stalled by this KO knife, but
it's the
and the Sova as well.
Oh, it's the
nothing on it so
RRQ.
So I'm looking at who's tucked up on top here. Purpo. Oh my god.
But they got hit by the knife, right? So they couldn't use the Yoru TP, so they missed their timing.
And Fnatic can't do anything.
Did they,
stuck in that choke.
Did they use the stun? Okay, they didn't fully steal it, but they stole the overall idea.
Now go. You got Boaster with the TP if they need it, right? He's got his ult there, but
Flickless has completely wrecked him with his knife.
Yeah, but for me again, it's this camera on B that just allows Giant X to do anything they want in this map. If Fnatic don't explore this camera and break it, it's going to be easy for Giant X to stack towards this A side.
Oh, but Alpha just ahead of where Flickless expected. Controls the corner, and now Purpo's position gets really tricky. Harder to handle on this angle, but he's so clean! Purpo, that is gorgeous from you! Takes the TP out, but he might have absolutely destroyed Fnatic's approach.
They still
now we look
might
at their deeper options. Both
lose
trying to give them another layer.
Okay,
He's been caught. No ace this time, buddy. That's a 4v2. Kayak
that was so nice from Purpo. Holy.
To go here. No info on A, no info on B, and no time. Out of time and out of options. Hey, credit to Purpo on that. It gets so tricky when that, when short becomes available, when you've still got the pressure from A main. He did really well. Super clean shots there.
I'd be really interested to know if Purpo was playing that position specifically against the ults that Fnatic had. Like, Tail ult is usually used at the back of the site.
That's true.
And if you know they're going to come through A main, that position's beautiful to play.
Thank you. Bro, you see how I'm hitting them, bro? Insane.
Those shots were nasty, though.
They're really nice.
Like, there's a reason he used to play the duelist.
He's a very talented boy, and he's towards the bottom of the scoreboard here for Giant X, so that's a step for them in the right direction. 11-10, just about tipping the lead again. Now, Alpha 1 away from ult, 2 away from Kayaks. They've got a couple on the horizon here. Big early look towards A with the
What is this one? A set Omen strat. Dude, the knife cancelled him. Dude, Flickless back to back.
Really impressive.
Incredible knives.
Now Purpo still in a bit of a, I want to say an all-in position. He's going to be noted this time. You're not going to get away with.
Oh my god, bro.
My god, what are they feeding these young players? Flickless does do well to get 2. Is going to be traded in, but Cloud going to continue to keep the numbers up for Giant X. The spike is down in main, Mini. They're screwed, surely. I mean, Kayak's got his ult. He does get out of there. Hold on, can Giant X keep their composure? Yeah, it looks like they can. Alpha found towards hell. Kayak. A lot of pressure on one man's shoulders now, a 1v3. This would be the 12th for Giant X. Kayak waiting for someone to give him that 1v1. Does anyone dare do it? Who blinks first? He moves forward towards main. We can see the positions on the minimap, but Kayak has to go in. Lovely.
Ooh,
nice
very nice.
Cloud in the end.
Dude, that was sick from him. Yeah, again, 2 back-to-back sick rounds.
Have an impact in the previous. Flickless now finding 2. Those shots on main, I know we're going to have a replay of it. I'm waiting to see that come back up because that was stunning control under, again,
dude, dodging the Omen flash, doing that.
Just beautiful. And Cloud fighting with him from up on top of heaven. This is a totally different looking Giant X.
Yeah, I thought when Purpo died initially, I thought that was it, but Flickless comes in. Cloud gets kills, but also that recon at the end.
Incredible. My favorite Sliggy chatter.
He usually flames me, but so does everyone, to be fair.
Yeah, but it's got to hurt when it comes from Yampy, right?
Why is that?
Because like he knows what he's saying. You know what I mean?
Oh, I see.
Like when others mock you, it's like who cares?
The other people in chat.
But when Yampi's like,
no, I like the back and forth with Yampi.
well, I got so confused. I thought it was a Giant X timeout. Then I'm like, wait, have they had 3? It's not. It's a Fnatic timeout. Because look, they've been held on 10 here, 2 rounds back to back. Really nice. But Fnatic have a couple of ults here, Mini, right? We were talking about how close they were before. Alpha had it in the previous stacks, now got his
really
here.
good.
Big ults to play with, kind of like sight controlling ults. A lot
I mean, I do think they were gifted a couple of rounds on attack, but they stabilized a little bit around here.
Take a timeout, but it's unfortunate they do, because now it allows Pipson to come in and talk about these ults and figure out a way to beat them.
Outlaw can one-shot everyone.
The timeout there and taking pressure
oh boy, I mean, all focus has to be over towards B. Most people with the Vice Sword do just...
I know people be like, why the hell is he not taking the timeout at 12-10? But
especially now is like it's a lot harder to hold B main.
That is true. Yeah, this let's see how well prepared Giant X are, because obviously Fnatic will have to use this, but you're using it with Kayak unable to afford a rifle at this point.
Yeah, I would probably...
Why wouldn't you give him the rifle?
I think we give him the rifle here.
Right?
Spectre's not the best entry weapon.
Yeah, weird decision in that front. And Ara opting for the Outlaw. It does feel like a lot of the kind of...
I guess he has the ult, so maybe he should have Bucky.
Sure. Again, I feel like these tier 2 players, or players coming up from the tier 2, are so used to playing with that Outlaw as well, because it's something I'm so used to seeing. Even doing it in something like a 12-10 scoreline, when he's obviously got enough to be able to go for the rifle, but I kind of respect it at this point.
Yeah, I mean, every single time.
Yeah, ult to give him a lot of info. Let's see how much they take from it.
Here comes the ult. Straight up middle, right up the guts, going to spot the util. How much more does he get?
Took a good amount of space with it. Spot both over towards site. Oh, he's sticking this.
Oh, what he's looking for here. Okay, backside control and maybe a crunch.
And we got the pressure over towards middle. Dude, Cloud keeps getting really important kills on B.
Fallen short already. They've been hindered at main. Might get spammed.
Oh my goodness, lovely recon.
Stunning, stunning. And they're so ready for this. Look at these shorties in hand. They know exactly what you're going for. Westside just trying to buy time. Wait for it to fade away, but the TP gets taken.
Please peek from back aside, because they got shorties as well.
They got the rifles back out, crashes.
Damn, very nice from Giants. It was very, very nice. I think the new kids played great. Fnatic look kind of shaky on this map, no doubt about it.
In this first map, but Giant X are going to have to go now towards Lotus and maybe even Haven, and these are maps that Fnatic are a bit more comfortable.
That was nice though. The back-to-back KO impact was awesome.
Can they really take Fnatic on home turf? We'll find out after this.
Giants have a chance to qualify? Nah, they're out no matter what. It's more about rebuild for stage 2. And even if they lose this 2-1, I feel like this is still a good sign. You're going to feel confident that they made the right choice, at least internally. Okay, we'll be back in a little bit.
It's all left on Vanya's shoulders.
There's one way to do it. That is the way to do it.
Get up now. Get up. Get up now. Get up.
Yeah, get on your feet and move to the beat. Pour up some drinks and then we repeat. Yeah, chasing my purpose, need a release. Yeah, my life's a beach, I'm lost in the breeze. Do this with ease, don't play with my dreams. Yeah, it's so together, it's not what it seems. Heart of a tiger, life of a king. Yeah, chasing my bag, my feet in the cream. Running these laps, not losing my steam. I'm feeling good, this life's what I need. Don't intervene with my energy. Yeah, I'm in her scope like Jimmy Iovine. Yeah, no Superman, but I'm feeling supreme. This not a movie, but I'm making a scene. Yeah, I can tell you how to live your life, but you just gotta get up.
Get up. Get up. Get up. Get up now. Get up.
gotta live our life, we paying a price. Piece of the pie, I need me a slice. Yeah, rolling the dice, the scariest spice. Sticky like rice, the tricky reprise. Yeah, love will suffice, I suffer in silence. All alone, I'm lost on the island. Let's spread peace and less of the violence. Sebastian Bach on gas playing violence. Yeah, the flowers violet, give me my rose. This for my city, all for my bros. Did it alone, so far in my zone. So raise your glass, let's all have a toast. I can show you how to get like me. Live your life till you die. Yeah, look, I can tell you how to live your life, but you just gotta get up now. Get up. Get up. Get up. Get up now. Get up. Get up now. Get up. Get up.
We had some doubts. Do Giant X have what it takes to bring it back with 2 new players? And they are able to take their map pick here against Fnatic. Welcome back, everybody. I'm Kakuka, joined by Ulysses and Meg. Guys, Meg, how are you feeling after that? Did you see that one coming?
Are you okay?
Right, Ulysses.
What a first day. I mean, they already become the best Belgian and Romanian player.
Yes, in the entirety of the league. We absolutely love that, but we can say the same for almost every player on Giant X.
Obviously.
Could it be the pressure not being on, or, you know, to perform, not really caring about the opposite, like not having that pressure because you see yourself as such an underdog?
I honestly think Flickless and Aura came in with something to prove. They wanted to shut all the doubters, like me, up and say, actually, you know what? We're not scared. We've got what it takes to bring on, to take on the big guns, you know? And they did just that. Every shot they were hitting, they seemed to just adapt very, very quickly to what everyone else on the team was doing. And yeah, you can't argue with their performance.
Also, one of the good things that we had is that initiator plus duelist. There is a synergy that is coming before playing a Nocam. And that's really nice to see that they keep it, and also they have to add website, cloud, and jara.
Yeah, it's curious to see, right? Because when we see the changes, obviously that synergy needs to be built from day on, and it definitely should help with the nerves as well. I think that we have some Ara highlights because it was a pleasure to see him play. Before going into the match, we were speaking about that head-to-head possibly with Kayak, who was doing so well in this stage. Meg, I saw no nerves on the server.
I mean, I have to also just mention that Uli and Bea were screaming at the top of their lungs at that 3K.
Did you see it?
It was unbelievable. And I have to say, I feel like it was a big fight for mid at points, and Giant X were just dominating, and Ara was going in all guns blazing. It was just amazing.
And also I have to say the props to Kayak. I mean, he kept it. I mean, it's not like Ara was doing everything. No, both of them played amazing, but Ara, first day, 20 years old, first time playing on VCT, after 1 month playing on BCL. I mean, he went from 0 to hero.
Absolutely, and knowing also the pressure that is on your back, of like you're not really expected to perform. You're joining a team that is already has no chance of making it to playoffs, that has not been doing well this year, that was 13-0. Like there's so many things that could go up against you, and we saw it just there on the head-to-head against them. Meg, you were mentioning the fights on mid. I think that especially when we saw that first half and we were seeing Giant X on the attack, when you choose Ascent, you expect to be starting from that side. Is kind of like the downside that it has. But Giant X were doing a great job of fighting for space.
Yeah, and it seemed to be that the maths equation was get one in mid equals win round, and that was kind of how it played out, and we saw Giant X definitely fighting for this, and they were being very successful in their fights. And then you would also see on the back of that Alfire from Market, he finds one Kayak when he walked out mid with the op into tiles. He would also find one, and then they would win the round. You know, sorry, I feel like I made that really complicated. Essentially what I'm saying is first kill in mid equal round. That's
Let's see how he's going to bring this into the next map, be honest. I mean, this Ascent is something that we never seen played before from Giants. There is no information, nothing to prepare against it. I mean, they play as normally is played this map, is a combo that you could be seeing on 2023 probably. But they did, I mean, it was perfect.
It's simple, right?
It's simple
we were speaking about the teams not having played this map. If you want to throw a curveball at a very strong opponent, Ascent should be a very good pick. Something that we also saw on Ascent was Boaster getting her first ace in partnership era. He was calling it himself, saying, me? An ace? I never get an ace. Well, congratulations, because he actually was able to do so. Fnatic, they did put up a fight.
I want to say something. I was about to say, when you asked to us in the game, who get an ace? I was going to say Boaster because I knew it. He was going to do it at any time.
You could foresee it, right, into the future.
I can foresee.
I just have to say as well, he had to do it in the most Fnatic style possible. That round was so stressful when Chronicle with the op in spawn, and then Kayak going into CT, and then Boaster pushing into the back of site, and then Boaster pushing CT and finding the 2K. It was just very Boaster-esque. To get an ace in that kind of way.
You know what's also very Boaster-esque? Let's talk about Lotus. Of course, the map pick from Fnatic. We're about to start and possibly jump quickly into the agent select. But as I was saying, it is a map that they've shown that they have the comfort, they have the composition, and everybody is extremely comfortable in the roles.
Yeah, Fnatic has been playing this Lotus for a long time, and we know them. Every single time you see an Odin, you're going to say, oh, Fnatic. Every single time you see something is, oh, Fnatic, because they mostly made this map historically. But if we're going to see right now a match on a map like Lotus, I cannot expect that GX is going to shine that much as Ascent. As you tell Bea, Ascent is a map that you can mostly try to play like on rankeds, maybe. But we're not playing a ranked on Lotus. It's a map with 3 bomb set where you have to have a really good IGL.
Okay, let's see
if
Giants can get off to a good start.
And it's not an easy map to play for someone that didn't play that much together.
They might be able to
do
it.
We haven't seen Fnatic play Ascent, and I think, that is a testament to that, and hopefully we don't see it again. But Lotus is something we've seen Fnatic play very often. We know how incredible the Alpha is on that Killjoy, Kayak on the Raze, the combination of the Chronicle on Viper with the Odin in Tree. I just think that if we lose Lotus, that would be very poor form and showing. But Giant X are going to be coming into this with a fire up there.
Was Boaster's first ace in partnership confirmed?
I did not know that one, but I'll write it down.
I didn't think I could say the other one, I want to keep it PG-13. So.
Yeah, and you're doing a great job.
Thank you.
But what we're saying and what we just saw on the side of Giant X, do we expect maybe for them to change something going on to Lotus? Because as you were saying, Meg, Fnatic, they've had
Fnatic needs to work on their Ascent.
Nobody can ever get double digits.
So personally, I think they just
Lotus. We saw the curveball for
they tried to they kind of overcomplicated it a little bit.
Neon on
I think they don't need to. They're like compensated for the fact they have no info with Vice, or what they felt like was no info on Vice, and so the whole game plan on defense ended up just being them taking Jules into inferior position where they have to just deal with multiple crossfires. Doesn't really make the most sense in my opinion.
And our zone defense is gonna.
I think when you play the Vice on this, you want to force them to like default and actually find your wall instead of them just like using it to reinforce the site, which honestly their comp's good at anyway.
I think we need to see a change here because Giant X have a 0% win rate in stage 1. They've played it twice. I do think that the comp that they were running before. I just don't think
ban the horse. Thank you so much for the tier 1, bro. Appreciate that. Thank you.
Having the neon here.
But would you also then combo it and have it change the rest of the players as well? Because you're speaking about Ara, but if we look at Flickless, he was playing the breach, right? Creating that.
Yeah, that's definitely not me.
Stones also adding in the Tejo on the first week when we
saw Giant X
peeking onto this.
I don't think there's much I can do about it.
To change the composition, to bring in something new, with everything that they've had to do this week, considering that the 2 new players only flew in and arrived in Berlin 2 days ago, do we consider that to be a possibility?
I think so. I think we are gonna see, for me, my guess, Neon, Breach on Flickless, and maybe Cloud moving from Fate into Tejo. Because you know already that they're playing with Alfire playing on Killjoy, and if you want to deny that Killjoy, Tejo is one of the best chances. You already seen them, you can know the spots, and maybe there is a chance. But I mean, I remember you talking about last day, Alfire was playing in front of his utility.
Yes, I mean, I don't know if I agree with it personally. Maybe if you're alpha, yes, because you know you're always ready and primed to take the fights, and you're probably going to land the shot. But yeah, last time we saw Alfire on Lotus, he was playing in front of that utility and being very proactive. So I do think that they're going to have to bring something out here to counter that early aggression.
Anything wild?
And we are going to be seeing our
Yes!
Yes! Fleekless on the breach and Cloud on that Deco west side. Uli had been playing on the Viper, moves onto the Vice. Uli, what did you do?
This man's paying. This man's paying.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Vice might be pretty good against this.
Check right now.
Depends on when they want to put the wall.
Right now, I'm looking for
all the momentum. They won map 1. They're starting on the attack. What can we expect from them?
I'm being honest. I would like them to counter Alpha every single time. This history should
Okay, love that band. Thank you for doing that, mate.
Man. You have Tejo. It should be enough, and also Neon playing so fast. Retake and Flutes.
Is Ara going to keep up the performance that he had on map 1, or can Fnatic bring this back? Let's find out as we talk to our casters. Is Pansy and Mini.
EMEA doesn't play much Vice, so they wouldn't have had many reps.
Wait,
really?
Like a bit of a more even
I mean, honestly though,
right?
after watching that on Ascent,
right? This is a solid
I
map
can see why they don't do it again.
All of the good stuff. And for Giant X, they're now on the comfortable roles for Ara and Flickless. They're more played roles with that UCAM roster. So, again, we get to maybe see the best of each other kind of clashing here.
Yeah, I think for Giant X composition, though, they have switched, and there are a lot of new things happening. So I don't expect the playbook to be super deep, because they haven't had the time. But comfort is key, and I think the fact they're playing a very explosive composition means that they might be able to snowball
Giants can get off to a good
some
start.
of these rounds, which is a good thing.
And adding to the fact that
We
Ara just had a
got
great
Fnatic
on map 1.
on defense, got Giants on attack, we got a 1-1 for pistols.
Look, and on the other side,
Not the Sheriff Mania that we saw earlier.
This is their 100th map coming into. That's not bad going.
No,
We're kind of theorying who else would have been up there.
Yeah, I think you said Nats, yeah.
Kind of hard to tell, but Giant X will be on the attack here. Of course, that then meaning
Fade Eye instantly reveals info. Dude, this is like the most common pistol these days.
Kind of learning as we go.
The push all the way through A.
But Fnatic immediately pushing out of A. So they're going to have a surround on this B retake.
Cloud's watching.
Yeah, and they kind of could combo this. I'm looking at... Dude, they might be able to stun Salvo this.
He might have to reposition, but
if he can get in a good position.
Over towards that connection side.
Guys, you got to make a call. You got to make a call on site. Do something.
Now the pressure comes
nice shot.
in. Nice from West Side.
Nice shot.
It's clean from
Double.
West Side. Crashies does trade it back through, but now they're dwindling in numbers.
Oh, you don't need to do that. But here we are.
Where's this Boaster been? Gets one ace and he's big man. Purpo and Flickless though have the time on their side. Fnatic gonna have to get back to business here. They've got to be dealt with.
Ooh, this is nice from these two though.
Get the first.
Yeah, beautiful.
Dude, we got upset potential right here.
The kind of push and pull,
Do one on the
reactions.
pistols.
Fnatic had a nice plan to begin with, but Giant X spotted it out. React on top of that. Bose is able to contain nicely, but ultimately it just came down to Giant X winning out on those duels.
Yeah, I mean, Westside getting twos, everything.
Credit there to Westside, really nice from him. Good composure as well, and you said though, keeping it simple. For Giant X, I don't think we're going to be seeing too many complicated looks. I think it is going to be...
Yep.
It is going to be quite straightforward in that regard. But that can work with a Neon. You've got something you can go all
Yeah, they're allowed
with.
two
You've
deaths
got
to go
the
full
Teo
eco,
there, the
and
it can really work
Fnatic
like
with the insta, what do we call this, like a Astralis hold, kind of?
Push through, get that pinch going.
I think the Lotus defense pistol, what I remember, is the hardest in the game to win. So, not surprising to lose pistol.
Stats, man.
These are old stats, though. Maybe it's been, you know, not been checking up on those.
Have you not? You've not been doing your homework. Oh, can't believe
Not to that level. Give me a break.
Okay, free site. Who gets the farm?
Is there a name for that, the stack?
Not in
I know
Valorant.
in other games there are.
What other games?
I mean, he doesn't want to get fired.
That's a bold assessment.
I didn't. You can tell I didn't.
Yeah, you didn't send it with confidence, did you? What would you have called it back in the day? Was it Virtus Pro maybe back in the day? Because they used to do it a lot.
Ironically, Fnatic did it.
Yeah, they did actually, like the Swedish Fnatic back in the day were fond of it. But our old age aside, Flickless showing what the youth can do these days. Looking solid in this Aura as well.
Yeah, very, very
They'll
clean.
be happy.
West side 2 away from his ult as well.
Flawless round 2, tick in the box. Giant X off to a flying start.
Here, though, is where we see all the game plan come into action. Something that we didn't really talk about is that Fnatic have played this map quite a lot.
Yep.
They played it twice already in this split already. They didn't get pressured that much, but I think they did expose a lot of the ideas they want to do. So I want to see what Giant X do now on a map where they do have preparation.
Insta Odin.
But again, we don't expect
Let's see what's a bonus strat. BC default.
You can hear it.
That's one of the things that they should know in their game plan, is Boast is going to be sitting in that tree with the Odin.
I do wonder if there's a plan for that in mind, or maybe just avoid, but obviously it allows you to stack out so much of the map and Kayak's position. Going to be negated for now by the wall coming up, but Aura is going to be spotted.
Oh my god, how? How?
Aura! That is so sick. Kron just gets backhanded. Kayak then tries to make a play.
Oh,
get
nice
involved,
shots from
does
Kayak
well.
though.
Bails him out a little, if anything. If that got punished though, that would have been almost an overreaction from Fnatic. And that could have fallen apart, but not to be. Cloud and Purpo now left in a 2v4. It feels like Fnatic have really got the read there, or at least got control of what was a dangerous situation.
Yeah, I love the idea from Giant X, but individual brilliance there from Fnatic. Looks like Giant X going to explore towards the A side of the map.
This is a Heretic strat, right? Used to do this.
Fnatic might catch this.
Yeah, they've still got Hobbit to pass, Blue Room. I feel like we have to really commit to one of these names.
Sorry.
It's not you, it's me. But the cross is being watched, be it on a more
I thought Heretic
angle.
used this last year.
Actually.
And then they had the reverse as well.
Something, 'cause he just started to walk up, but
They had this one also.
Spike not crossing yet does give Crushies another opportunity. Oh, he's being sneaky. He's being very sneaky. Plants in, gun barely out. No comms apparently.
Yeah, apparently we got a no comma.
Lost in my mind by Kayak there. That push back through on B, kind of backfilling that space and catching them on that push up from Mound. Perfect.
Yeah, but again, for Giant X,
special.
I like the approach.
Yes.
I kind of, you know, you rarely see that part of the map being used, that kind of monk area. The Neon being able to go deep. Like the Neon pick makes that.
Let's go.
What
I'm
area?
back, boys. I'm back.
Monk?
Monk.
I think that's the proper call out, I want to say.
Poor old observers sat there.
They're giggling.
Yeah, I did make the observers during the tech pause find every monkey on the map.
Yeah, you did, yeah.
It's my only joy in life. But you're right, it was nice seeing the fight over.
Yeah, Giant X not looking for this rubble fight at all, it seems like. Happy to
let
Boast to take it.
See,
Despite
really important rounds. They take C control, and they do get a free orb, and they decide not to get it on West side, who's one away. They honestly could have had an ult into this round, and they kind of chose to not get it. Okay. It's a great jump spot as well. They get more info.
Look, who needs util? Just use the gun. All good. But look at the amount of bodies from Fnatic on this B side too. Like,
dude, they'll take this.
I don't say over-rotating,
because now they can get this
left
orb.
a bit of space towards A that could be explored.
The stun wasn't too bad because he got info.
Fnatic split 2 and 2.
Like, at least he got the info
this
to do
angle,
it.
I feel like, is
like
never
early.
getting checked right now.
It seems to be getting away with it, right? Like
It was more of a reaction from the info they got.
A lot. They're all focused towards Boaster, but Crashy.
No way he gets a double there behind the spam box.
Exceeding expectations, and they look to pivot back towards B. Still had that presence towards main. They had Cloud over here. Alpha's gonna have to respect this a little. Yeah, has to fall away from it. He's got Chronicle now in support, but Ara on the case, and he's been clean. Doesn't fancy a
big slides, big jaw.
Cloud. They're getting closer.
Ooh, nicely done. How do they do it? High low?
Boaster left in a 1v2. That Odin, slow and steady.
Oh, they didn't use the box for the higher lower, so it's like the pen from it, and it was a slow one.
I don't think I've ever seen an Odin clutch like that.
Not like that.
No. I've seen Enzo do a few in this time, but...
Well, nicely done from Boaster. Dude, weird run from Giants.
Yeah, I had to.
Yeah.
So somehow, I don't know, I feel like they could have made it
It also
easy.
came down to Crashies getting those 2 kills earlier. 2 big individual moments there. There's been individual moments for both of
Petra Peak.
The Petra Peak, was it?
The Petra Peak.
That's a vintage.
I think of the Petra Peak to me is the double recon ban.
Yeah, that's what I. You know what?
Or the box on Sunset.
Yeah, the box on Sunset was crazy.
You know what? It worked.
Yeah, it worked.
Odin abusers around the world rejoice.
And that is something I was going to say, like the Odin
actually,
on attack could be something, but Guardians here from Giant X can spam back that Odin, so Bosa shouldn't be as comfortable.
Okay, now they go for a double. Oh boy, we got no help on this one. Turrets here. The Giants have messed this up. They had a good lead and they really messed it up.
Just got one with the Odin. Looking like a bit of a difference from map 1 to map 2 here already. Fnatic looking far more comfortable, but it is early days. And Cloud still clean enough to take down Alpha. Give them a pocket to play from on this B site.
2v4. Giant X needs to do something.
Oh,
shot.
That'll start it. Can they find somewhere anywhere decent for the post-bomb though? They've still got the paranoia. Jesus. Cloud now, yeah, paranoia's in, he's dead. It's all on Purpo.
Yeah, it's not a good plant for him as well, right?
Yeah, Purpo's in a world of trouble. God, again, that Odin.
Dude, really rough rounds for Giants, like the back-to-back last 2 rounds. If you're just thinking of just pure plans, like pure barrier down plans, pretty rough.
With the big Visol and tail.
Right, that's kind of nice. Veto into them splitting as well. It's also insanely. Yeah, it's exactly what he's saying. It's very hard to call a split when you know there's an Odin over towards tree. You pretty much don't want to do it unless you're opening door clearing it.
Maybe they're having a little bet. Yeah, Crashes and Boaster both at the top. A little bit of a battle.
Yeah, just from what we've seen here, I think Giants just have a really rough time. Like the ideas, the calling was awful, really, in my opinion.
Ratty little Alpha.
They should know that Alpha loves playing.
I'm not sure Alpha should be playing here against Nico. God, what's going on today, man?
Kayak, oh dear, look at the util. He's still alive, he's still alive, he's still alive. Oh my god, he's very much alive. Pops the ult as well, feeling the pressure.
Slav Valo, thank you so much for the 15 months. I appreciate that.
Top spot
Thank you.
But West Side left in a 1v3. They're hungry for these kills. Crashies closing in as well. Who gets it? Poster or Crashies? Maybe Kayak, who knows? Waiting the door.
Please get the orb.
Backseat gamer.
Please.
Are you a backseat gamer?
That's what I'll be saying in the coach booth right now. I'll be molding.
Problem is that with Crashies in his current position, they don't ever have to fall off this. Now the flash might do nothing, actually. Boaster there to claim that one. And how's the scoreboard looking? Because Kayak did just go farming there.
Yeah, I think Fnatic 4 in a row now, especially with defense of Lotus, is looking good for them. But the rounds have been generally close. That one obviously...
Clutches, you know, a couple individual saving.
Yeah. Economic round there, and it was looking good for Giant X for a moment, and we saw that all that tension put on Kayak. If things were just
another big buy round. They get their own Odin back to spam back.
On the board.
Okay, have they got a plan to deal with this blooming Odin?
Yeah.
Spam it back. It seems like is the plan. Cloud's going, well, if you could do it, I could do it as well. He's chipped away Boaster enough that he's had to fall a bit deeper. He's not going to be as carte blanche with the spam this time. God, such an unpleasant sight.
This is so stupid.
It used to be Ascent, but no longer so more with the new changes.
Thankfully.
Maybe we'll put some scaffolding up on this map.
Pretty please. Crashies knows they're getting close now. We're spamming out by that ult orb. Oh. I hate this.
It's a little bit silly.
Riot.
A little bit silly.
Riot, I beg you, just get
That was we just had 1 minute of an Odin off. No one can see each other, just spam.
Dare they?
Get ready the abilities, agents.
True. Just M4s, AKs.
Locating targets.
Oh, tough spot here.
Oh, does he get to live? Kayak He was on a heater before. That's really hard, though. Checked on by the util. There was no really way out for him in that, as Crashy's now in his little individual battle on the other side.
Dude, look at this 1v1 over towards A. It's mayhem.
Westside sharp enough to take him down, giving them that 5v2. But Boast's still alive and the Odin's still there. Look, seen stranger things. But it seems like the counter is just get your own Odin, apparently. As Alpha gets closer. Nice for one. Just couldn't quite adjust towards Purpo.
Well,
looks like
one of the weirder rounds, for sure. Drone over towards B is in the Teo drone is really causing Fnatic a bit of issues though.
A mistake, I think, from Kayak playing that aggressive with the op and then not respecting the Teo drone to silence him and got caught in a corner. Which is the big opening there for Giant X.
Okay.
They're liking these B approaches.
Yeah, I feel like they don't really have an answer for that A side with the Odin being there, so I guess focusing towards that BC side of the map, and it's looked okay. I mean, Westside's hitting shots as well. Like, gotta say that as much as, yeah, we are kind of like hyping up Aura and Flickless, because they are the new nuance to the roster. Yep. Westside's been really present.
Just rebuys it.
Firing off here, but does it continue? I don't know if Giant X are really equipped to be able to completely anti what Fnatic are doing, but for now, it's a competitive series. It's 4-3. Obviously, the first two did go Giant X's way, so it's not quite as clear-cut as that, but still, once again...
Okay, from Fnatic, aggro over towards A.
Rotations
They've had enough of the Odin spam. They go aggro, they set the Odin up.
That paranoid towards A, I imagine
dude,
that's
straight up send it over towards C. They get the free sight. Did they save any util? No, not really. Dude, they have got freedom backside.
They've no real opportunity to break. Cloud util already down.
It gives Fnatic a look back into the C site, but not the most impactful ult.
No, it's kind of stalled them.
I mean, it got them full map control back.
Or do they just pause and then go back in? Horn now going to be back up as well if they do want to re-clear some of this space.
I'm out of here.
Prowler's there still in hand, but show of force over towards Rubble.
This is interesting. Fade, I went out towards C, and instead of deciding to dodge it, Purpo shot it. They're wanting to create pressure, which normally means that they're going to be ending up towards A.
Getting closer here for Boaster. Spams in. This is going to get tough now. Does he get out in time? He does. 30 seconds. No
dude, but is Kayak just not in the best? Oh my god, what was that? It wasn't him? Okay. Holy. Dude, I thought it was him as well. I was like, what the hell was that?
So spam is there. Chipping away. Look who's creeping.
Dude, the distraction of the rope, that's sick.
It's all getting a bit chaotic here. It feels like they've started to find a bit of an answer to how they want to approach at least towards A. Whether or not they can hold it here now is the next question. Chronicle, Alpha, Crashies, trying to find it.
To save.
Yeah, I mean, they gotta save.
Yeah, this time you've got to. They don't have so much time to get past all of this. Could try and lock them in on the site, perhaps. They're still trying to fight this
they're going real late.
And yeah, just trading in on this. They're doing really well, but time.
Damn, we got this?
Alpha.
Damn, they got this.
Leaving it late, but plenty of seconds
very
to
nice.
spare. Fnatic not down and not out. I thought that was going to be a save call.
I thought they were done.
Yeah, I mean, I've cursed it completely.
Open up the door, create a little bit of pressure.
On Fnatic's side, they had nothing. Giant X could have played wherever they wanted behind these smokes.
Oh, Papa's going to win that.
Let's go,
I didn't get to see the full perspective from Giant X, but a big round to lose.
It felt like Giant X almost thought it was a save as well at one point, potentially maybe letting their foot off the gas a little bit, but yeah, wow, I'm quite impressed by that. Fnatic timeout. Why do you think?
Because they should have lost that round.
Yeah, probably that.
Do you see a solution to what the adjustments have been for Giant X? Even though these rounds, they have been getting close, that is the thing. Is that enough of a red flag already?
From Fnatic's point of view?
Damn, water on the face?
Potentially. I think that like that round specifically, it was about the Killjoy ult usage I didn't like the most, but that's not something that you can kind of talk about in this next round. No. For me, I think everything's been okay. I mean, you've got 5 rounds on Lotus. The rounds have been close, but 5 rounds they're going to be fine with. So I don't think there's anything massive here that I've noticed.
No, so have to wait, see what the adjustments look like, if there's anything visually obvious. I'm looking at Boaster already trailing away from that A side of the map. So that might be one of the switches coming in. definitely looks like there has been a call for an adjustment now.
It looks like they're going to control this mound area with the Raise and Omen. See the one-way smoke probably.
Okay, Boast is...
Maybe Boaster can do the spams through that door that you
Boast
just
is giving him the Odin.
Some more discussing angles. We can see damage done through walls.
Awesome map.
Nice little orb lineup to get onto that C site there.
I guess with Chronicle's ult as well, they can kind of... Yeah, this... I'll be...
Sorry, the Odin is back on tree.
It is, just in Chronicle's hands this time.
Come on, Mini.
Now we're seeing a switch of position, but the weapon's still in the same place. But as you said, there's pressure now from that mound side. They have to clear this. Otherwise, there's just too much of a crossfire to handle. So this does buy time for Fnatic.
The Giants don't really get too much. Fnatic have full info really apart from this.
Chronicle does have his ult. So if they leave this too late and want to go back, they'll be in trouble.
Yeah, Kayak should have seen enough here. Calling for that one way to come in,
Damn,
but they're disrespecting it. And maybe they shouldn't have. Kayak, oh, he's clean again. So sharp,
nice shots from him.
Both
Both managed to get one, get out as well.
Catching a third. So they're down to just Vickless.
It was good from Kayak because he got the early info and then called his teammate over.
Just difficult even on the cross here. Nice from Westside to bail him out towards Alpha. And a pop of the ult. This should give them at least the plant, you've got to imagine.
Maybe the timeout was to actually just like fight the map control once they had it as well.
I don't think they've really had this come through because we saw the crashes before, was quite patient with it. Now obviously getting much closer from Mound. Gonna take away Flickless. Even just Westside in a 1v3. I like the reposition, but it feels quite obvious to an extent, even Kron considering it, and the cross gets made. Things now get harder for Westside. The spam enough to be a problem. 14 HP.
This Odin, man, is actually causing them such a nightmare.
Yeah, beautiful from Kayak again. The nice back and forth of Boaster on the on map.
Yeah, definitely were told in that timeout to like fight C-mounts.
They have plenty of tools to deal with a mound control. I'm surprised they didn't use any of that util to force them out. I didn't really see...
They wanted to actually like create a lot of pressure here because they've been giving up C and giving that space for free the whole time.
Kayak is not
the space being mound and C, to be honest.
He's gone away with it. And again, I feel like I can't hold Janex to too much of a high standard yet because this is
get the Odin back again.
This is probably not a map that they're super comfortable with in this collective.
Also gets thrown the Odin back.
At this, right? You know, there's not going to be much of a harder opponent you're going to face here on this map. So again, just got to see if those fundamentals look good, the basics look good. If they can maybe pull up a couple more rounds, that'd be a nice game to see. If they can pressure Fnatic in any way. Feels like a long-term adjustment.
I think they really do need a few more rounds here. I always stress it when we're watching Lotus.
Wait, Kron's now got the Odin.
Where you're getting the
Wait, what? I swear I looked at it.
6 for Fnatic.
Did they change up like right near the end?
Happy with it. This time, nice proactivity.
Dude, this is nice though.
Free info. Wherever they go, right? This is tricky.
No Vice Wall either, so Kayak can continue.
Dude, with this locked down until this door opens, they just have full info.
Alpha can stall out time here, keep them pinned to this pivot through.
I'm a bit worried the boss is like...
This, the combination is divine. Aura is at least going to get one back and maybe forge a path in, but this is still not looking
Chronicle,
good.
man.
Fnatic,
Chronicle, for God's sake.
Aura's going to go nuclear.
Yeah, nice setup over towards A. Dude, the Odin is actually wrecking them. There's so many Odin kills.
There was no really kind of explosive moment for Ginex then.
Yeah, because
we got two Odin kills as they pivot over towards B from A as well.
On the A site to play what I call like the triangle, where you have that player in blue room, player in tree,
to have Odin,
player
nice.
towards like stairs or site, and wherever the attack is being funneled through, there's always some kind of crossfire. And when the Odin
this one's a fade eye. Dude, that's a max util.
Nice.
You got Teva to give you.
Damn, the slow-mo on that.
Teva to get him 2 kills, and then the fade eye to get him another one.
Remembrance of what Kayak was able to do, but Aura can't disrespect that. And it looks like that ult is going to go to, I don't want to say waste, but Chronicle, right place, right time, fully in control until then. Purple going to make it through, but it is traded in on Kayak, closes it out. And Fnatic looking unfazed.
Yeah, Giant X switching tempo, just going direct. Probably a bit frustrated that some of these rounds haven't come through. A fine attempt on their low econ round, but a bit easy for Fnatic to clear that one up. The power of Viper on this map really shows in rounds like this.
Yeah.
People 4C, yeah, he's not wrong.
Nice! Good job, boys. Thank you, bro.
A bit of a late timeout here for Giant X. With the only one round to really
have
play
too many
with,
rounds.
means that this timeout is
For sure. I think after the first 2 rounds from Giants as well, I was pretty worried with them on this map anyway.
Cook something up. You're
The
kind of
calling,
at straws,
the
right?
calling wasn't good for the position they were in. Like the position they were in the beginning of this map, at the very least, it should have been 5-1-4-1 instead of 2-3 down. They ended up being on.
Fnatic have is there. They will have answers to a lot of
like
problems.
they're in the position to snowball and they didn't.
Would be respectable if Giant X can do
But
that.
because of the calling, like they didn't give themselves the option of having the advantage.
That's the hardest part. Some of these games are just going to be an outmatch here, and as I said, for Giant X, this is the rebuild time. This is get that comfort in, start learning
In terms of
these,
snowball potential they
these
had,
roles
yeah,
with
yeah.
each other, start getting to know each other as players and kind of build for that later plan. I don't know what they're going to try and do.
They had two chances at
bacon,
bacon, 2 opportunities to be able to either win this or reset them. They should have easily been to like here at 5-1.
We haven't really seen much of these. But 4 players from Fnatic ready.
Yeah, here we go. So Pain Shot goes in, Haunt goes up, no one beats it.
Okay. So Giant X respecting the paranoia, knowing that if the paranoia is coming in, that Fnatic are probably stacked towards that side of the map. But here, Cloud needs to turn on the IGLing brain and figure out what to do next.
A little simplistic when we can see it, obviously, but Fnatic looking to try and match them kind of step for step here, ready to rotate, but...
Like the YouTube comments, of course.
Nice little reclear. We see the smoke coming in on rubble from Giant X.
Jersey.
Reclearing with the Vice Flash.
Probably the second one there, Furby. I
Managed
think.
to get the Viper's Pit out. Does shut down a lot of those opportunities towards C though now.
Yeah, I like that they got it out early enough. If this was, 20 seconds, 30 seconds left in the round, they'd be in a world of pain. But I imagine we're going to see probably a slow B split now with the positions Giant X have.
Still got Alpha's Util over on this side too, so they can't, at least unnoted, creep through towards B, as you've just seen there. Alpha will be aware that someone is getting a bit closer, but focus towards main. That's a big reveal, big info. Cloud's going to take down Moster, but it is this... Oh, that tracking was just stunning from Alpha. And the lockdown to boot. He was thinking about it. And the Nightfall going to go in. Fnatic once again just compounding the problems here.
How many combos are these two going to rack up together?
Well. Chronicle making this difficult.
The Crashies Chronicle duo on this map has been deadly.
Well, they will be held back, and Alpha's on the hunt. Can they even make it away in time? Just about getting out of the lockdown, but Alpha is on the hunt. They wanted a quick plant. They're going to get it. But they've got to get a pick back here. A 2v3 is not happy to be held from the site. Cloud trying to play ahead of this. Awareness from Crashies, but the C's not going to find its man. But Alpha does. Fleckless goes down, leaving Cloud in the 1v3. Player spotted, but Cloud knows his days are numbered. Beautiful from Crashies. And Fnatic showing diligence here and keeping to their own standard.
They got 3 after winning pistol.
Yeah, back
oh
on
boy.
the comfort map. Giant X gave it some good attempts, but to beat Fnatic, you need to be very strong on these maps, and Fnatic are going to be more than happy with 9 on the defense of Lotus.
Crashies, Crashies and Chronicle, they had a lot of nice combos here. They look good together. 1 Byrant on attack, yeah. The amount of ults they had as well. Great. Fnatic have always been good at this map though. Yeah, what was the 3rd map? Haven? Ooh, okay. Fnatic's Lotus are actually strong. No, it is pretty strong, but Giants aren't play. I mean, they look kind of lost on this map a little bit. But it's relatively understandable. I mean, they have 2 new players. They're going to have a pretty weak map pool.
back on track for themselves. And you liked that little sign, didn't you?
I mean, gifted for you to wear the first EG jersey, the tech support one. Not a chance, man.
Hate Wingman though.
I'm not having that in my house.
Why do I hate Wingman? I think he was overhyped. You know what I mean?
Just so miserable. Cute little creature gets added.
It's one of the things me and Sliggy agree on, to be honest.
Wingman?
Grumble at clouds.
Yep.
Literally, it's just, yeah, misery personified is what it is, but 9-3. We've got Fnatic looking pretty good here, if I'm honest. There's not too much to report, really, is there?
Ooh, they were tempted.
No. And it's one of those 3-site maps that Boast is now going to be able to unlock his IGL brain, but a quick push out from Ara, punished immediately.
Yeah, this doesn't feel like it's going to be going
Nah, it's going to be a
too
short
well
one.
for Giant X here, but
Give me a short map.
Those are the kind of things that they're fine to do. Like, I know it looks a bit silly, but Giant X do need to take risks against a team like Fnatic, especially on, again, their home map.
Yep, true. Flickless going to be forced away. Adding up a little bit of the util coming in from Fnatic, but again, still maintaining the vast majority that they'll need if they do want to commit towards this seaside.
3 sheriffs from Fnatic.
More Haven? Yeah. I mean, Fnatic were always, I mean, they always have a good Lotus or Haven.
Cover going out.
That's nice.
I do think they, or at least Fnatic know what to focus on this week.
Just nuts on defense.
So you gotta feel like Heretics are gonna pick Ascent if they've at least been changing their Ascent.
HP is low for Fnatic too, though.
Yeah, Westside is barely breathing, but that...
Okay.
You gotta feel that Alpha was on for that one, but not to be. And Westside, if you do anything here... Yeah, that'll be it. That'll be it. That should be the nail in the coffin as Crashies try and put in a performance... Sorry, Chronicle, but it's a 1v2. Yeah, they're just gonna swing it together. Nice try. But Giant X aren't out of it yet.
Double pistol for them.
A good pistol. Something to note from Fnatic's attack is they've switched their lurkers, so you're going to see Alpha lurking a bit more than Chronicle used to do. And I think it's moments like that where I think that Chronicle sometimes on the lurks is a bit stronger.
4-0 Nat, 3-1 pistol.
Alpha's not the best at killing people when he knows they're there. He kind of gets a bit under pressure, I feel like.
Got it.
Whereas when he doesn't have to think so much, he just kills.
Okay, so you just need him in that little flow state.
Just go flow state, yeah.
He's got a Sheriff.
But what it does mean is Fnatic do have that Viper Orb to work with in later rounds.
Really? Not much there on the other side early on.
Yeah, there's immediate rubble control with the Neon, and then the fast rotation.
Okay, just trying to get kayaks nice and early.
You know, if Fnatic don't accelerate quickly towards C, Neon can already be there. Then Neon will be running back and forth on this defense, trying to figure out where the attack is coming from.
I have the spike.
Fnatic on Lotus.
I have to say Na'Vi-esque round. We're not down to 20 seconds yet where I'm miserable, but they've chosen B, trying to feign a bit more attention towards A off the back of rubble. See that Crashies there was the one to just invest that Prowler. Cloud, little asleep at the wheel. Either mini-map or just swung on here, and that's lovely from Chronicle. I like the initiative, and look
3
what's done to Aura.
HP.
3 HP. That
Oh boy, he committed to the nades. Oh my, 3 HP, 30 HP.
They've done enough to make this genuinely doable, and they might fancy this
Off
look
Angus.
towards A. They've just been outgunned in the end. Fnatic made
what
that look
happened there?
really quite doable. Purpo's on red alert though, feeling that maybe something's a bit weird here, and rightly so. Hasn't noted Crashies yet, but Kayak slipped the net. He's been caught. Okay, so all of those potential threats have been nullified.
Fnatic had a good chance
yes,
here,
the
but
HP is low.
and
If it was
they
anything
split up
but
pretty
a
heavy.
classic, or if it was a Sentinels classic, I'd be probably paying more mind. But it's 8 seconds, and Crashies has to go for it. So, Giant X, another step here. Here we go. Here we go. Here we go.
Clean kill on Cloud, but
that's a mouthful. So you went for clean kill on Cloud.
Say that one a few times.
Christ.
I don't think when I speak, I just speak.
That's a really dangerous thing to be a caster.
Yeah, but that clean kill meant that, you know, Giant X were put on the back foot, but dealt with the eco more than fine. A good sign. I know that sounds silly to say, but a good sign for a new team that, you know, not pressured on those kind of...
Okay, the bonus is actually really good.
Now, again, they did win the...
They go for that aggro C again. Sorry, aggro A again, but this time they don't set up the neon.
We do have to see once we get into the gun rounds if they can keep up to this.
But it was a bit of a difference. They didn't hear the stun, so they might not.
Beyond that, it is much more onto
how do we react here?
To dissuade that
Contact.
Yeah, Fnatic are going to be very careful
and then
about this
flash.
tail
Oh, we're going for it. Here comes the punish.
To see if he can trigger something, and there you go.
Flash, stun. I liked it.
Waiting. Looking for him.
But there's nowhere for Fnatic to go. They don't have.
Yeah, they have no map control right now. They literally know they're like stuck here.
Purple still goes paranoia. He's got a smoke in hand as well. Trying to run it back here. This is big info
Drone
again for Cloud.
confirms too.
Fnatic not finding this easy pathway in.
No, Giant Axe are doing a good job. A bit of a chess battle right now between the two teams.
As you highlighted earlier, that quick rotation
Okay,
from
door
Ara
creates
can be
pressure
anywhere
over
on the map.
towards
Paranoia
A.
does go in.
Omen
It's not
flash
gonna
goes
connect
out,
anyone.
and
They will
as we
give them a
can
little bit
see,
of semblance of
Cloud is
safety
going to have to
towards
do
Drake.
everything. There is Fawn's wall though.
Considering this late B crunch puts Cloud right at the forefront. He's very alone. But Cloud's good for it. He's going to be careful about main though. He's been outdone. Overwhelmed in the end, but now Crash is going to break through and take the space away. Can they keep security here? The lurk's on the way as well from Chronicle. He's going to be coming in on the flank. Beautifully
yeah, this is
done.
a nice little lurk.
Just turned around, but it was too late. And now they can run it towards C if they want to, but time is very low here.
Spike planted.
Man, Purpo.
Little bait as well.
Didn't think that Alpha was still around.
That's nice.
Fnatic playing this rotation game very well. Ara and Westside do have the rifles here, though.
Yeah, they're going to go for it, looks like.
Kron can buy a bit of time on this post plant if he needs to with the util. Still got a little bit to work with, right? But Ara gets the right timing. Boast has been cleared, but trying to clear through. Ooh, that
wall to
doesn't
get
look
half.
like that was where he wanted it. And Ara doing
I
very
like the
well.
idea.
I don't know if they got half on this one, but time is going to
No,
be
they
running low.
didn't.
Ara's going to go above and beyond for his side here, but down to 7 HP, just caught by the bullet. I think he knows he's done for a valiant
it's a shame.
attempt,
I wonder if Purpo could have held A control.
Yeah, good close there from Fnatic.
I
But
felt
they
like
were tested
he
that
still
round.
had
I
his
like the
Omen
back and forth
flash.
all the way through.
He should be able to beat the first layer.
Was, you know,
Yeah, I think
if I was a new
Purpo probably gave up A too easy.
I think that's a round I'd watch to figure out, like, how do you deal with?
Yeah, you are playing against the best Sentinel player in the world, bro. You just be careful, mate.
Be careful, mate.
From Alpha?
Be careful, mate.
Be careful, mate.
It's like the Turkish-British combination of it all. Perfect.
Yeah, both going to start saying boss man.
Be careful, mate. That's so good.
Okay. I want to see more of that, though. Like, I know it went Fnatic side in the end, which is fine. You kind of expected to, but that was really well played out. I got one away from his ult, too. Oof.
Yeah, another question is how does Fnatic deal with the Vice? You know, traditionally you've seen a lot of teams use the Yoru to deal with this.
Yeah, well, they hear it.
Westside can't die here. Yeah, gotta play his life a little bit.
No easy way to get rid of this wall. Seems like Fnatic aren't going to go for it.
Did they hear it?
They can't leave this late, though. They can't just be waltzing in towards C this late
Rowlo
in the
in
round.
theory
Still going to confirm
plays over
presence
towards
too.
here, but
Paranoia, I think, primed here.
I do think that
trying to
Purpo's done an
disrespect this?
incredible job dodging this.
Yeah, okay, that's how they get rid of the wall. You remove the player, apparently.
Oh, okay.
But they got to go now here. Oh my God, Kayak! Oh, it's
Damn,
just
that's how
unreal
they
from
do it.
Fnatic.
They force their
They
way
have no
in.
right to get in towards this site. And now Ara and Purpo are behind the curve, but it is still a 2v3. Not impossible, especially with Purpo's positioning coming in.
Yeah, all good position for Fnatic, all on this elbow side of C. Looks like they're gonna fight out and find Purpo.
Yeah, that's gonna be a save.
And Ara's off.
The fact that they were so headstrong in that approach towards C. Again, the question mark of how to deal with the wall, I guess just kill Vice also works.
Yeah.
That's fine. Kayak then pops the ult, flies in, gets it up. They had 3 players on that C site and they still win out. That was a brute force, but it was very well done by Fnatic.
They did force
I think
well.
it's one of those things where all this game,
I think teams
we've
commit
seen
Vice
Janek
too
in
much.
positions to win rounds, but if you're not perfect against Fnatic,
I actually played
sometimes
Vice on this
you
map.
just can't win rounds. And maybe something I want to highlight too is
Can't
the difference
really
between that
set up
Vice
hero
and
nodes in
Viper.
here.
Okay.
I think
I
that
don't know.
Viper in those situations with that orb,
It's so funny this year, just watching like teams play
you know, the wall is great from Vice.
agents like different agents, even though they should be played differently. Like people play Yoru like a Jet.
Yeah.
People play
I
Vice like a
disagree.
Cypher.
For now, I've got almost feel for Westside in that one. I don't think there was much more to do
No one
other than just
really.
be safer about it, but it felt like they
Well,
were
not
really
not
chomping
no
at the
one,
bit.
but
But
people don't really
11-5 now.
get it straight away, I guess.
It does feel like this is tipping back firmly into Fnatic's hands. As much as I've been impressed with Giant X actually on these rotations, they've been keeping up. They've been in the right place for a lot of this. Good reads. There is depth that we were talking about with Fnatic that they have. They have a lot more capability and experience. Cloud going to try and slip away here. Feeling the intent from Fnatic.
Yeah, A side completely open. But whether Bosa can make that read. It's gonna be something. Just going through the protocols here, clearing out this blue room, the boom bot.
Oh, that's a great omen flash on this though.
There's been so much pressure put on the players towards this side of that. It was
I mean,
Cloud
you gotta
before,
do
now you see
something.
with, Flickless there.
Purple, you're
Really
in trouble.
good at the crunches coming in and just layering that pressure on. Cloud this time was playing over towards the other side on A, but it's not much of an easier position. Trying to find a cheeky angle, maybe catch a cross, but he's just punished by Chronicle. They've done everything they need so far.
Yeah, I mean, they just got outclassed a little bit on this map. It's
hitting everything he needs
can't even
to.
really be mad at Giants. They just didn't have enough time with this
Very
roster.
nice. Gonna put a bit of pressure back on Fnatic here, fighting on the side. Purpo!
You're gonna somehow win a 2v5?
Bear in mind, Crashies is a mile away.
Wait, what the?
No, what are we up to?
Wait, what?
I think he just got lost in the sauce there.
Might have been a teammate.
Just a missed call.
Yep. I'm gonna bail him out and say his teammates.
Fair play.
Played with him there.
Yeah.
But yeah, rounds have been close, but then you get rounds like that from Fnatic where I think that they've just completely outplayed Giant X that round. You know, it got close towards the end, but it was ultimately coming down to some of these big shots coming in.
One enemy remaining.
Was a... See if there's any audio caught. No. It was just kind of a shaky buy as well for Giant X. It's not like it's much better now either. The issue is that they are going to start
12-5 with double pistols. Yeah,
point,
no, it's been really one-sided.
A little late now. First time we're seeing a committed
Anything,
fight
they're lucky they got
towards
pistol
Rob, or at
rounds.
least a show of force there
Otherwise, it
early
would have
on.
been an absolute stomp.
Yeah, I wonder how Fnatic react. They don't seem to like to re-clear it back early. It doesn't seem like they have got a read on Giant X rotating away.
Oh, alright. You can see the attempt, but Chronicle was there to save the day, catching him on trying to close down towards, I think it was Alpha who just dipped out of there. Gets a little greedy on the look back, goes for the monitor adjust, because clearly that was the issue, but Purpo position.
Crazy timing.
Yeah, Kayak was there. It's a messy round, but it's still going Fnatic's way until then. Cloud, a stark reminder of his capabilities, and the spike left loose near his side. Lotus does have TP though.
Doable.
That will be a quick collection. There it is, he's got it, and that will
It's
be
the
the
good plant.
The problem is that Vice was still up, and so they're going to know where he repositions here.
Nah, he's gonna trigger it and yeah, nicely done.
Boaster knows.
Shadows traveling.
How's he going to play this? So he's put a couple of question marks, right? That deep smoke towards CT, toying with the wall. He's put a couple of, worries in their minds. But this would need a 1v3. Now this would be
He's not against any vision block.
He's gone for the mound position here. Plant
He
complements
smokes back side, like he might be in the smoke back side to buy a little bit of time.
Still has utility.
Dodges the flash.
Needs to play this just to perfection.
Huh.
Lovely.
Did they get
Control.
off?
Beautiful. Boaster, can you do the unthinkable?
Yeah, they
Turns
did.
the flash well enough. He's got to stay on this one. He might have got
Oh,
the
he's actually done it.
He actually
He's actually done it. It was a masterclass from him. Dude, that was nice. The smoke back of sight is really good. Knows he's up against no vision block. That's a lovely 1v3 from him.
Good. Impressed.
Yeah, look, let him have his flowers here. That one was very nice from
Yeah, very nice. Dude, I wasn't recording this whole time. What's going on here? I'll upload that one later. Busted? No, this was smart, dude.
Yo, DJ, give me a beat.
Okay.
Legs when the world is calling you. Can you hear the screaming? Really good emotion and passion. I got
Mini Titans, thank you so much, dude. Appreciate the 5 gifted. Thank you for doing that. Chat, you know what to do? While we have this break, let's get the oiler slug spam going. And at Mini Titans, if you got gifted, say thank you. Yeah, we're back in a little bit, everyone.
Oh my god.
Oh my goodness.
I think they will fake a lot with the drone.
Smash me, smash my hand, bros. One more.
Oh, give me the smart also.
Ah! What is happening? Oh.
Love to see the Fnatic are having fun, and after that second map and that win, they should be definitely very, very happy. Welcome back, everybody. I'm Kakuka, joined by Ulises and Meg. Fnatic, as I'm saying, on their Lotus, they just can't stop doing it, Meg.
I mean, unbelievable scenes to close that out as well from Boaster, and I think sometimes it shows that it's not about how many frags you have, but how impactful they are. And there were definitely times, not just from Boaster. Oh, thank goodness, because we didn't know if we would.
What a play.
I feel like this also shows how smart this man is. You know, you heard Mini over the mic kind of mention how they'll know where he's positioned because of the Vice Wall. And he baits it out and plays the time so perfectly. This is a man who's won many, many trophies.
I have to say that, I mean, he's smart is nothing to get surprised. I can even remember on the same map he was playing Ovin on the defense, and he was pushing out. He localized where he's playing, the rival is playing. He's only one alive, and he knows he has to push. And instead of trying to shoot through the wall to the spot he was, he shoots to the spot he has to be.
Not many people would have taken this 1v3. You're already 12 rounds up. You have your ultimate to play with, playing with the time, the position here on Mount, so he doesn't get flash. He dodges both and just and knows also that when he peeks, he does not have to care for the one that is pushing him. And just look at the look, he's just a mastermind. What else can we say? Definitely, what a way to close that second map. But it wasn't the only thing that surprised us. It wasn't the only thing that was good from the side of Fnatic, especially starting off from that defense. We saw a lot of those retakes come into fruition. As we can see in this graphic, 3 out of 9 times the Giant X was able to plant the spike. There's 3 rounds they were able to convert.
Yeah, they played really good. I mean, I have to say the Fnatic was always waiting, prepared, getting the information, anticipation, and ready to make a fast retake whenever it's needed. And I don't think the GX was prepared for it. It's like all the plan to get the spike into plant, it's okay. But after the post plant, it was kind of messy.
Meg, we also saw in that graphic 9-9 in those opening duels, even though Giant X is only able to get 5 rounds. What happened there?
Yeah, I mean, it's really interesting to see a statistic like that and then see only 5 rounds on the board, because you've got to expect them to at least convert a fair few of those rounds getting the first blood. But I do think the aggression and the ability to adapt from Fnatic just shone through, you know. I think they had the reads and they knew how Giant X would play off the back of having those kills. And I also think it's props to Fnatic. Sometimes their retakes aren't the best, but I think they were willing to give up a lot of space and then play back in together, because it really goes to show the synergy of the team and how amazingly they work when they're all together.
Yeah, exactly. When we think about Lotus, when we think about Fnatic, retakes or not, we're going to see a lot of the Odin. Ulises, are you an Odin or Ode out? I think that Yinso asked you to yesterday. I think that I heard that you were an Ode out.
All out, but just because Mitch. If I had to play duo with him, I don't want him to be playing Ovin.
Have you suffered through that? I have suffered through that as well.
Too many times.
Oh my god, it is terrible. Just run. If you see Mitch in your lobby, just run. Meg, what do you make of this Odin play?
I mean, it was a little bit ropey here and there when you saw Boaster on the Odin. Like, as much as I love him and he did clutch out around with the Odin, it did get a little bit silly at points, but I have to say that Chronicle on the Viper with the Odin, he is definitely my favorite person to pick up that gun, and probably the only person that I would allow to be spammed out by an Odin. But I think it also goes to show how impactful the Viper is on Lotus. I think we heard a few times the mentioning of picking out the Vice maybe instead from Giant X. But I have to say, like, a player like Chronicle and an agent
enjoyed
like
the game this week from you.
Is why I think their Lotus is so strong.
I'd love to see more than one Odin. I think that it really shows the full potential to how annoying they can be, whatever Lauren says. Sometimes you do not need to listen. But Haven is going to be the last map that we play. And when we speak about stellar performances, we're seeing it on our screens right now. Alpha here on that Killjoy, on that Lotus was very, very impressive.
Polak, thank you so much for the 5 gifted.
What are we expecting
you know
to
what
see
to
from him on Haven if we expect him to jump in again?
Oilers here today. Thank you so much, Polak. I appreciate that.
I think so, because even when he's on a
75 altogether, 5 right now.
We mentioned it before going in.
If anyone got gifted, make sure you at Prolux say thank you.
And he will do the same kind of aggressive picks with ISO, but he'll have 2 chances with that shield on. And again, I love seeing Alfire on ISO, especially when he ults, because he's usually
nice, Hudson.
Yeah, he's really good, and he's normally winning this kind of duels. And I want to see if they're gonna keep it, because last day they were playing with Heaven. I mean, he played properly, but it wasn't his best. And sometimes you have to try to innovate. And also, talking about innovate, what is GINX going to play?
Yeah, exactly. It's a very, very good point that you're bringing up, because on this Lotus, we saw a composition that we've seen other teams play, and we probably play into mix and match of the comforts from the players coming in onto the ideas that you already have.
What's going down over there?
You were right in guessing more or less what we were going to see on this Lotus. Now, I was checking, and I saw that Ada was also playing the Neon on this map when he was playing in Ukam.
Why do we have a timer for me to hydrate me? You're going to try to drown me and just drinking water all the time. You guys would spam it.
That is mostly something we can expect them.
Neon Breach?
Okay, Neon Breach for the new ones, Flickless and Ara. Cypher, Omen and Soba. For me, fits the best for the team, but at the same time, they were playing before that with ISO, Yoru, Omen, Tejo, Cypher. Mostly the composition every single one is playing on Americas, and also we've seen playing mostly from Fnatic. It could be working, maybe they are playing on Yoru. It could be. I mean, I never seen Ara playing on Yoru. He's the only agent on Duelist. I never seen him play.
Uli, I want to put you on the spot here as Mystic Uli, because you got it right last time. Who was Cloud going to go on to? Because if he was previously playing the Yoru...
I mean,
oh my God.
No, Soba,
do you remember when we were doing the pre-match and I was saying, name an IGL
You've seen nothing,
that has not bottom fragged, and you were so right in saying that Cloud could be one of them if it had not been for that Yoru.
Dun, dun, dun. Yeah, I mean, maybe the Soba's a safe pick.
No, let him with Soba. I mean, I can remember him on Soba. He's one of the best players. I want him on Soba. For me, my combo, Braid, Cypher, Neon, Omen, Soba, please.
Would you be down to
ISO on Alpha? Yeah.
Action?
Okay, if we bring
They'll for sure play this.
Then,
okay, let's do it. But
I mean, they haven't lost a Haven doing this, right?
I will keep Neon on Ara. Neon plus ISO, like coming into 2024.
Okay, you only have 5, you know, and you still have to have smokes, and I assume something else.
Neon, ISO, Omen, Tejo, Cypher.
Locked in. That's your locked in.
No, we need bridge. Nah, I don't care. Too much to think. I don't want Tejo.
No?
Mo or Tejo and Cloud?
I love the back and forth in your brain.
You need to know on something, because we need to know if you're going to be right or wrong before the agent select comes up.
Soba for Cloud, Omen. Yeah, Omen on Purple, Soba on Cloud, Neon Ara, Cypher for Westside, Breach on Flickless.
Okay.
That's my safe
my
spot.
prediction for Fnatic is they're going to do the exact same
Meg. Okay, that's so safe. Okay, we have our predictions from the desk. Let's jump into the agent select for the last map of today.
Nothing crazy here.
You know, we do get the Tejo Breach. We're not going to be getting that Neon. Ara's going to be moving
still going for the comfort.
That Jet. How do you think this is going to face off against Fnatic?
I like it. I mean, Ara on Jet is amazing, and I think that Tejo with Breach is one of the best combos you can ever play. The thing is, you're going to play playing against someone that is going to be facing you with ISO and Yoru. Meg, do you think that GX has enough to stop them?
Maybe. I mean, you know, I'm not going to sit here and talk badly about GINX after their performance on Ascent. They definitely have the capability of doing so. I just think Haven, again, is one of Fnatic's home grounds. And they've played this comp and it's tried and tested, and they've won out with it many times, you know. And we've really seen Crashies come into that Sova role since joining the Fnatic roster. So I just think that Fnatic here are going to win this one out.
Going to win this one out, Ulises?
I'm going to go for GINX.
Okay, GINX, Fnatic, let's, you know, not wait any
took a long break from Val when did Purple become a controller. Honestly, like 3 weeks ago, mate. It's pretty recent.
Thank you very much, Bea and the desk. Do I need to ask you who I think's winning this?
No.
Wow, man.
GINX, obviously, right?
Yeah, love the composition from GINX.
Yeah,
Breach Tail, I think this is one of the strongest Breach Tail maps when done.
Doobie-doo, thank you so much, bro. Appreciate the 22 months.
Things great about GINX here.
Appreciate that, mate. Thank you.
Right, okay, well, we covered it. We got it. Yep, fair enough.
When I see a breach and a tail, or at least a tail,
any tech pulls today?
My job's done.
Dude, why have you tapped that?
Like, yeah, job done.
Analysis tick, done.
Okay.
Go home.
Okay. One more map between these two. Going all the way here.
Okay. Fnatic on defense, Giants on attack. I think Giants were prepped for the subs 2 weeks ago. Nah, because they would have only made the change once they knew they were gonna
stop the roll
actually go out.
In all seriousness, Fnatic played this comp a lot. Last time, only 3 rounds on that defense.
Once they were 100% out of stage 1, that's probably when they decided. But they might have scouted the guys already, being like, worst case scenario.
Test is on.
Ooh, couple of spams for Chronicle, yeah.
Is here. Paranoia, good. Time to strike. Was right about them, but it's Westside.
Dude, Crashies did really good here.
Crashies to keep the numbers on their side until then.
Let's see, this is a very doable 1v2.
A mountain to climb. Purpo is lower, and he does have a Sheriff, but they're staying together. But does that matter? Kayak with both. Red Bull clutch from the very word go.
I was about to say both teams coming out shooting strong, and a Giant X in that 2v1 looking a little bit whiffy. Kayak with a fairly easy 2v1.
How much scouting there was there? That's their affiliate team, UCAM. Yeah, then maybe they just
he wasn't
wanted to try something.
He got full tail salved, so if we're doing a U-beam frame thing, I think we got the Governor tail, and then I want to see that round back at a certain point.
I think it was that bad?
I think it was pretty bad. Look, after that 3v1, we got to bring him down just a little bit.
Okay, 3-2 for pistols.
Boasties have been collected.
Dude, poor Governor.
For now, this should run par for the course, unless we Giant X focusing towards his B side. Not too surprising, this is quite traditional in this sort of round. Does normally get you a plant. But the player looking to stop that V Alpha. A little bit wild for him to come in swinging, but hey, let the boy take a fight or two. It's gotten a bit dangerous, but it was always going to be kept in check.
That's their extra kill to actually take one of the guns out as well.
Does he get to spot him in time? I don't know. And the caution being aired, but this should give away his position now. But Crashies is far. He's got the angle. Not a problem. I got a bit nervous just in case he was able to gap close towards Boaster, but wasn't to be. Crashies has his back. The new romance, obviously, going on Fnatic. Romance.
They have won some clutches on this map together too, so.
Yeah? Oh, look, damn.
This Giants match, I mean, it's third map, mate.
Oh.
It's whoever's.
I'm so jealous.
It could never be you.
Could never be me. But a good round from Giant X.
Yeah, I like it.
Getting the economy down
Plant
a little bit. They're going to have the 2 Vandals coming through to this round. Fnatic are usually very strong in this bonus because they save so much. They buy so much into that second round, and they're able to
one
save
away from his ult.
Not as much this time around.
How's he playing this corner? Dude, look at Kayak. As soon as he realizes it's some kind of AD fault with the smoke, he instantly takes map control, get a 1v1 here.
Seems look relatively simplistic, barring this. Kayak going for walkabouts down C long.
Yeah, but Giant X have done the main thing on Haven. They've taken away A main.
What happened with Governor?
3 players.
He just did a really questionable tail.
Good on these A holds.
Okay, does Boaster get away with anything here? Paranoia preemptively sent, and he backs away. This feels a bit overly cautious to a degree, but they're backing away towards kind of deeper on the site.
There's a little bit of lack of time played on the agent, maybe. I want to say.
That's going to be going towards back site. Salvo's going to be going in, forcing them both kind of towards that graffiti site. Aura so sharp. Does he get another though? No, he doesn't. But Alpha's flashed up. He can't do much about it. Once again, we pose the question: can they hold this? And the answer is no. Purple clearing house, leaving just Kayak to try and walk for smoke.
Two new kids did great again. This flash was incredible from Flickless, and Arad a nice shot.
That problem once again.
Now this is something I noted when they played against
Bodega Truffle. Thank you so much, bro. Appreciate the 4 months. Thank you for the tier 1.
I think it was 4 rounds on defense. They had 3 stacked on the A site, and Vitality just snowballed into
the 100 fees game should be really close.
Fnatic have the same kind of approach where they have like triangle kind of crossfire going on.
Wait, who did Loud play this week again?
It's not working.
Nice. C9G2 should be a banger as well.
And I think that's why we see Giant X going in.
At least I think with the tier 1, thank you as well. Appreciate the 21 months. They're shooting, yeah, it might be close if they're looking like that.
Defense, why not use it against them?
They play EG. Oh yeah.
It works so well in that regard.
I heard rumors that Vinny's back though.
So it looks like Fnatic wants to attempt take some control down towards
that worries me a little bit.
Putting Alpha in a more forward position, popping him in the corner. One of those classic clips from this one as well. Maybe played in off the back of Crashies' contact, but we're already seeing Giant X kind of taking their time
on defense.
exploring middle.
Okay.
Drones re-clear A, but
Chloe _ shrimp with the prime. Thank you so much. Thank you.
That might be enough to get them towards the C side.
I appreciate. Almost couldn't say it. The prime usage.
Steps, flash, swing. They're already ahead of it though. They actually got
Dude,
around
we got a free site, 3 people close. Do they want to fast floods? And TP with the smoke. Wait, what a flash!
Paranoid goes in. It looks like I wanted to swing.
Oh.
Flickless though going to find both of them.
This guy's
kind of. Chronicle might have to back away from this a little bit. He can't be the one to engage now. Needs to wait
I think he was the only one that didn't eat the Omen flash.
Closer to try and pounce this trap, but Crashies leans in ahead, takes away Aura, but a trade goes in, so it's still numbers up for Giant X. Alpha and Crashies not going to find a way forward. This might be a save.
Hey, very nice. For people that don't really watch this comp too much, it's probably going to end at like a 7-5. It's not that great on defense. Anything above a 5 is really good.
But we've got to say as well, Fnatic have
become
kind of renowned for this composition. And
Rumbler with the tier 1, thank you so much. I appreciate that also. Thank you.
For Giant X, even in this new iteration with these newer players, you've got them in quite clear-cut roles. You know what I mean? The strong suit for Flickless there, and obviously Aura on the Jet is
certainly
no slouch.
There was a report on it.
But you've got to have theory crafted how you wanted to approach a composition like this anyway at some point, right? Because we've got Vitality running something very similar. Got Fnatic doing this. Plenty of teams are starting to do it. So it shouldn't be something fresh in their minds. This should be something they could prep for potentially. So far, it looks like they've done their homework quite well here.
Yeah, they're going to get lots of reps and scrims to figure it out. Of course, I don't know how many scrims they've really had this roster, so a lot of it might just come down to theory.
Is this a troll Twitter or not a troll Twitter? This one.
Tell them how to play in the moment a bit more, or theory craft before the game a little bit. One thing from Fnatic is they're using the Yoro towards the C side of the map instead of the A side of the map, which is...
Is it troll one?
I think...
Okay, then honestly, we're all
one of the areas
good.
I'm going to look towards for the rest of this game, because
Fully
you
troll?
use Yoro towards A
Nice,
to
dude.
TP
Okay, well,
fast
we're
back
keeping
to
our
C.
pick'ems then.
Guide people up towards A, and then you can fast flood in. But Fnatic using it towards C, which is a new look.
And walk down middle as well. Ghost in hand for Kayak.
Yeah, broken by here for Fnatic.
They're going to know that Alpha and Crashy's got away with weaponry.
This is nice. Managed to pick up an orb. Wait, they get two buy rounds. Pick up an orb. We got Outlawed to punish the jump spot when they need to get info. Oh, sleeping. Maybe he was like calming the smoke
Every Fnatic member is one
at the
shot
same
away
time.
from dying to that Outlaw.
To feel brave in any of these scenarios now to try and shoulder anything. It feels like you're going to be punished, which for Crashies could be the case. He's one of the big players here.
Does he go for... Okay, no.
Shield still, even with that Vandal.
It was I can't remember what the team was. They used to always just hold this line as soon as they saw someone would just insta ult from like back here.
It's wait, baited, breath.
Oh, that's a nice shot.
Back away now. Doesn't need to outstay his welcome. Speed up too fast.
Got in two minds of what to do. Dude, 4-person stack. Are they not done for?
The angle not great. Playing off the corner just a little bit too close gave the advantage to West
Oh boy, Breach ult goes in. Omen Flash only hits one. Damn, nicely done. Do they know about the second on short? No, they don't.
Boaster being one of them, dips away towards Sewer, runs off, but he can't get away. Flickless gonna find him, and now the plant next on the horizon. The overall from afar, actually catching Kron. I think they're on that one, but still they got his number. Purpo down now, Flickless in the 1v2. He wants the time, but Chronicle wants the gap close. He didn't get the kill, and now there's a chance. The shock dart connected, but not quite enough to really deny that fight going his way. But Flickless in the 1v1 up against Crashies. Crashies an experienced player, but Flickless playing this well, but you can see that little
He's
bit
like,
of
where the
paranoia
hell is
building.
he?
Did he already cross to sight? Himself towards hell. Dart gonna come in.
Oh no, boss.
There's a hesitation for a moment. Stuns there. Cross made. Crashies.
Damn, nice round, dudes. Respect.
But Flickless
did great.
Beautifully
Doing
controlled
good.
there.
Doing good.
Handles the pressure well.
Yeah, again, Fnatic have got 4 people into this A site. Giant X looking like they had no way in, and it was Flickless for me who saved that round completely. Not just at the end, but even in that mid round, he getting kills on the site. The economy wasn't great from Fnatic, so that's going to be the kind of saving grace for them.
Wait.
But the same pattern, stacking A and losing.
On defense, got TP. I mean, they've been Palmer, Yoro over towards C, really.
It's one of those that's...
Dude, has he not got a shot on C? I'm so confused. Okay.
No,
Dude, I was looking at the minimap thinking like this should have happened
C long.
3-4 seconds ago.
No smokes, no.
Makes
usually that means that B is more open for a finish. Smoke's not as impactful there. It looks like a C split. Giant X.
So close up from Garage. Gonna have to give away the game though. Cloud couldn't really deny it, but away we go. Already quick.
Hey, 2,000 back aside. They got a camera tag if they want it at one point. Ooh.
I don't know, out of it.
Yeah, I don't know what happened over towards Garage window there, but
Chronicle removed. He was left all on his own. Most to Alpha and Crashies, no flank this time, no luck this time, and still quite far away from this. That plant's gonna be in.
Did he think they
It's gonna be a drone and
did he think that he dashed onto window maybe?
Smoke's there for Boaster now. Waiting for Alpha to set it in motion, but Boaster goes ahead
This
of
is
this one.
super doable. Look at the
Crashies,
HPs.
Alpha, they look lost in this, and
nice,
Crashies falls. Cloud!
Every single buy round
He's
so
going to be
far.
sky high after that one. Beautifully handled. Again, losing out on Purpo so early on. I thought Fnatic had the reins in that regard. They should have had that round, it felt like. But not the case at all. Lovely split.
Yeah, worrying when you get a clean kill, not just on anyone, but the Smokes player, and not looking good in this round at all to finish it off.
Do you think this is just, I don't want to say the composition running out of gas?
Nice!
Or
Let's go, let's go. Let's
are
go,
we seeing
guys.
Fnatic making similar mistakes again? Because we're going to have a timeout here anyway, and we do need to kind of talk bigger picture, because the first two maps kind of went the way, I don't want to say we expected. Ascent
I mean, they
going
still only
towards
need
Giant
like
X
3
was a
rounds.
Great look for them, fantastic. Lotus, a reminder of some
They're
of
not in
Fnatic's
a
strengths. But
they're not
if
in
they
a
are being
that bad a
pressured down
spot.
by Giant X, right? If this is where pressure comes
How
in
much
on a map
money is
like
there?
Haven that has also been
A
quite
lot.
strong for them, maybe not the epitome of strength, but very much towards the top. If now they're receiving
Three's
pressure,
crazy.
it feels like
Only
there's
3
been
more?
a
No, if they get
solution
5.
made
5 on
to deal with this
defenses comes
composition.
really good.
Or is it just dealing with Fnatic in this composition?
I'm not sure yet if it's the composition specifically or just Fnatic's defense overall. The defense with this composition this year hasn't felt as good as it did last year. I think if you look at the numbers, I think 6 was the worst that Fnatic got last year over 15 games.
Wow.
And it's usually 7, 8, 9.
Yeah.
But yeah, it could be either or. I think that the C site was always something that was a little bit weaker in this comp, and we relied on having Alpha running in on those retakes.
Damn, Boaster, really?
The style shift.
You saying that, Bacon? I think that's crazy. I think
that C side of the map.
Bacon
It's
says.
interesting to me, and could be
What
something
is this
that
hot take?
needs to be kind of worked around.
Yeah. But now,
Where did I see it?
Fnatic have the answers. They also have the
Was it
operator
you that said
I
it,
think,
but
brought into the previous.
Bacon?
Are
Someone
gonna
said
be
the
noted
Boaster was
early.
looking like their best aimer.
Buy for Fnatic as well.
Yeah, it
And then I
is
think you
messy.
put a message next to me. I thought it was you.
And
It
it's
wasn't you? Oh,
confidence
okay.
From Ara. Can't get away
I was
from
going to say, that
though.
was a hot
Crashies.
take.
Hey, we got some North American on
One
the
above
server
him,
here.
yeah, I read it and
Ascent
I
is
was
gonna
like,
do
damn,
well.
did Bacon type that?
Kayak trying to find a bit of space for himself as well down middle.
Boaster's definitely aiming. Wait.
Right, I think he
Oh,
beat
wait.
Cam on this one. Oh,
That's
Kayak could be
mad
on
timing.
Rita here.
Boaster is looking
Might get in trouble
great
soon.
with the aim this year.
But does he get the reward? No, Westside
No, but
just
locks them
going
in, though.
towards that sewer. And he's turned around and he's dealt
Oh,
with
I
him.
don't know if you
There was
do
a
that.
moment in time, 10 seconds earlier, it could have been different, but for now it is what it is. Boaster tucked in the corner, gets cleared. Cloud diligent in approach, but Crash is still trying to be firing on this one.
Shots.
Chronicle! Oh, this could be huge. A 1v1, 2 bullets to play with, and information had. Can he land the shot though? No more to play with, and the gap gets closed slightly. Purpo
Look at the
down on
HP.
18.
No way, dude, these rounds are
Giant
close.
X, it may be close, but it's another round win.
Sounding like a broken record, but once again, Fnatic have made a read, stacked the A site, and they can't quite get it over the line.
But he shouldn't have
What
gone.
do they need to do differently here? I know it's a lot to ask.
He
of you,
shouldn't have
right? But it's
broken the
like,
trip behind.
You've seen this before, you've thought about it before, because we saw it in the previous games. What is an adjustment? Is there anything easy that comes to mind? Is there something that feels simplistic that you'd be just testing out? Because it feels like they're not finding something.
On the A site specifically, dealing with those pushes, they have a very set kind
Surely
of
we
triangle
gotta.
setup they're trying to run.
Surely we gotta
But
leave
they
the
could
site
just
and
push down
actually
sewers,
use assault.
double push down reactively.
But like
If
this is the
if they know
fourth
that
round,
Giant X are taking
maybe the
long
third round. Maybe I'm being too harsh.
Now,
I think he's had it
Fnatic,
for 4 rounds
feel like
though.
they've got the momentum. They've got the choices. Ooh,
Ball
1v1
goes
time.
in, hits the jet.
Alpha, let's see how you do. You should be on for this, but he does have
Nice
Aura,
shot.
but very well handled by Alpha. Good first pick. And oh, the follow-up, gorgeous as well. Cloud gone, they're down to just 3. A 4v3 with Chronicle still at the back of the B site. They have control across the map. There's very little left unchecked here.
And Kayak's got this deep line on
Love that. Really nice. Purpo checks, but it doesn't matter. Kayak hits the shot. He doesn't need to outstay as well. He gets out of there, gets his one, and backs away.
Yeah, talking about win conditions, I don't mind having Kayak on those deeper lines. I think that's what I would be doing as a general approach.
Yeah. Alpha and that ult, even getting the second, just feels like was the kind of icing on the cake, wasn't it? But for Giant X, it's a reality they have to face. If you do start seeing Alpha starting to warm into this game a bit more, having that sort of impact, Kayak holding those deeper lines.
Okay, very nice. Well, I feel like we only need 2 more.
That's what they needed, a step back here.
Yeah, it feels like any time Alpha's got that ult, it is one of those freebie rounds for them. Can they do it when he doesn't?
And this is what we now look at. Kayak does have the operator back. He was posted towards that seaside last time. And actually did manage to find Burbo,
should
but
be
that still
enough.
went the other side. But I do wonder where he's going to try and bring that now.
Well played. Come on. Give me that tsunami. Let's go.
Oh, the tsunami, the wave. Did you catch?
Okay, I was confused.
I thought he said salami initially.
Salami.
But it is tsunami because of the wave thing that was happening before. But pacey.
I literally said that. No, I said that like 3 more on the 2 is enough.
The in-between comms.
Yeah, Giant X have breach ult here, so
or at least that's what I meant. I might have said it wrong.
And if they spot 2 players, maybe towards quad, yeah, that
breach ult goes in. Oh, Chronicle, you're a little bit of a madman on this.
There's no way out of that.
Dude, that's their plan against the breach ult. Fnatic, what are we doing?
For free, but we're on the retake, but again, retake
what are we doing, guys? 3-person stack to stank the ult.
Yeah, it's a hard enough
not on top of
is.
stuff.
A site's not fun. 4v5 with an ult.
Look at the cam. Look at the trip. Look at all of this information they have here. Purpo should be watching towards this. Kayak gonna have to come out of that ult at some point. Here it is. Purpo on the line, gonna be cleared. Fnatic looking to try and pinch from the other sides now, but time is gonna start ticking. 4v4, flipping the roles almost. Can you hold this site when we play attack?
So many flashes.
Aura the only one to draw blood here, leaving Cloud in a 1v3. They've got numbers, they got
positions. Fair play, Kayak did so good. Okay, it was a nice reaction after they realized that they couldn't hold A, but...
Lovely macro there from Fnatic, textbook.
Yeah, it was a good reaction once they lost
sight.
Supposed
to retake that site. We see every single team trying to flood through CT, but
so in the,
it's those flanks that I think are the key.
Solo Cypher on site to try hold it as the other 2 tank the ult.
Not liking their chances, but adding that flank in was beautiful.
The Kang up. Sorry, Kayak up. Yeah, and Kayak up is great. That's where he looks the best.
Huge retake, bro.
And they finally used the ult as well. I've been holding on to her for a while.
Now, Giant X's money getting shattered here.
How's Fnatic's Ascent? I just think they had a bad game plan. I don't think it's crazy bad.
Rounds, but for now, it's going to be bits
I don't think they had a
it's crazy how quick Fnatic look like they're back in. One round with Alpha's ult, 1 flank retake, and now anti-eco.
Oops.
Things can change, but the solution hasn't been found the whole time. Chronicle has not been having a good time on this side of the map. Crashies gets a gift from the gods. He almost survived longer there. They've managed to once again take this site with lesser weapons, but the retake this time has not got the flank on it. It's not got the pressure on it. There's a flank on the other side.
We got a lot going on. No one's even considering this as well.
Alpha trying to get a little bit closer, and he's found Purpo. This must instigate that flank from west side to come in now. Flickler's trying to be posturing up, buying the time
nearly
with
has
these
another ult. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness.
It's a nightmare. Cloud just got Bolster as well. That's twice now he's died to these salvos. We've got the ult coming in, and maybe unnecessarily. Cloud to catch Alpha.
I think it's so rough though. They get to pick up some guns, some important rounds.
Weapons.
Yeah, I think I got a highlight Kron here.
That was chaos, man. He ended up TPing behind him.
Before getting caught by a breach ult. This round, just being overwhelmed. Cypher on the A side of the map, you traditionally see them playing in heaven, trying to play off the trips.
Yep.
I'm not too sure what he's planning, to be honest.
And I feel like I've
Alpha has back-to-back.
Didn't
they just have a buy rounds, and now he has his ult again? He's so fast.
How he wants to approach it incredibly well, so it does feel like a strange amount of focus, but I do want to just keep track of that, of how
2
he's
ults
handling
in 4 rounds. Bowl Noodle, hello mate. Thank you so much for all the support as well, and the gifted. Appreciate the tier 1. Thank you for the 17 months, mate.
It could be to do with that.
Yeah. Again, not often do I really worry about Chronicle, but he's having a tough time here.
Once again, Giant X are into C site with very little resistance.
Yeah. It is going to be respected by Fnatic. The smoke obviously deep here. Does Alpha invest ult? Chronicle has got Purpo though.
Yeah, is that kill trap?
That is lovely. Crashies from all the way across. Oh, he's got both.
Holy
Dream
dudes.
come true sort of thing. Cloud dreaming of an outcome that's probably not going to be happening now. He's heard him though. We're up for a biff. Oster gap closing. Doesn't expect it.
Oh my goodness.
Oh my god. Yeah, Kayak easy now, Tiger, because there's a real
yeah,
issue
no,
here.
you got to respect it now after
Timing
that.
is everything. It's a nice reposition. It's very hard to consider for Cloud. But that suddenly got serious in a heartbeat.
He's going to need to ace though.
I mean, God.
30 seconds
and
left.
again, I feel that Kron is on for the perfect position here.
He
He'll have to go
looks
towards
a little
the spike,
bit wrong again.
and he is. Very well done by Kron. Kept composed in the
Nice
end.
shots though.
Christ,
I mean, there's
Cloud
the 5 that we said they'd be fine
almost did
with.
something unthinkable.
I mean, I got a bit worried that Fnatic had just
that was really crazy.
To go into that C site, but nice trip from Kron to get a free
Okay, yeah,
kill.
was trip.
And then, you know, Fnatic good
Dude,
at
he hit
these
3
ults,
with that
knowing
fast.
they can, flood in or get kills from them. Crashies looked incredible with the Silver ult this game.
It's 3 with the one ult.
I catch the timing, bro.
This is a nice
Enjoy it. You've had a hard game. Like, some of these aren't going to be fun games. That's just the nature of the beast. But maybe a little bit of a weight off his shoulders in that regard. But God, if Cloud has another round like that, oof. 5 to 6 though. You're right. Complimenting Fnatic for these ult usages since that kind of ISO ult that came in. Yeah, there's been a bump in the road. You know, it's not a complete one-sided affair. But since that moment, you've got Crash's ult coming through. That's been marvelous. They're very, very good at this. Are the strengths. This will be Alpha found. Forced to respect it. See the amount of attention put towards clearing that.
Terminal.
The TP as well, up towards Heaven straight away.
Another massive brawl on A. Usually favoring Giant X.
Oh my good lord, he's
Oh my god, the HP, 8.
Are still hungry, but it's Kayak.
Kayak's in one of the weirdest spots ever.
I feel like he hasn't been able to be on this site as often as he'd like, but now with the operator, tough position to play and feels risky. Oh, but the reward is just divine. Gorgeous stuff from him as Cloud. Oh my god,
Here we go again.
Cloud, you got 5 bullets and 3 players to find. Easy, Tiger.
Okay, nicely done, man.
Easy.
Every time Kayak gets the op out,
Cloud's been so
Fnatic
close
just looks
to a
so
couple of
much
these
better.
rounds, but they brought it back to a 6 apiece, Mini. It's close.
Yeah, but going into attack side, I think that's where Fnatic love it.
I feel like their win percentage when he has an op is insane.
Plenty to worry about, but you're still 6-6, one of the best in the league. I'd be still happy with that with 2 brand new players. I miss how this ends.
They got 6? Yeah, that's too many with this comp.
Just waiting for the defuse to come on through, the time ticking down. All you need to find is one headshot.
Is that a worry? Nah, it's not really a worry because he can use a rifle to an okay level. But it's just nice to be aware of like your win condition. You can just save for it more often.
That is the way to do it.
Like DG's in? Yeah, pretty much like that. I would say that they don't save enough for his op though, sometimes. Is it just that his op is that good? He just looks a lot more confident with the op than a rifle. His rifle's fine. I think his op's a lot better. He has those games where when he's using a rifle, he just looks like he has no confidence. The best example is Fracture against... I don't even remember who it was against. Na'Vi, maybe? It was Na'Vi, yeah.
It has been quite the affair so far. First map goes in favor to the underdogs. Giant X come out swinging. The brand new players looking good, looking revitalized. Map 2, a reminder of who Fnatic are. Caliber off the charts. But map 3, a closer affair. Mini, we're seeing a challenge here. Now, I know that you rate the attack side here with Boaster at the helm. I get that. But is there any worry in your minds, or are you quite sure that Fnatic will be fine now on this side switch?
I think they should be fine, but Giant X have, I'm casting with the respect that they've been playing very well. So it's not going to be a simple, it shouldn't be a simple, blowout victory from here.
Little bait in garage.
I'm with you on that, Wes. It looks like
Well, there's a big bait in garage as well.
But look at the stack. Look how much priority the Giant X
hold
put.
up.
This 4-play stack towards
And they
C
took
and
C
garage.
control even though they just droned it, so they can go stack over towards A together.
And bringing Fnatic
Are
just
they
down
on
to
top of
3.
this
Now,
lag?
Kayak's got himself a lot of space here. Cloud gonna know the presence through sewer. Didn't see the second player. But that is Boaster. Gonna be seen.
Okay, let's see what Arrow's got.
Arrow's got the flank. Oh, but Kayak's in a strange position too.
Smoke yourself out.
Yeah, if Ara can keep his life,
Nice, dude.
that's lovely for him. Yeah, he's gonna be happy with that. But yeah, he's Kayak.
A weird, it's a weird round.
To the outcome, they've kind of navigated away from each other. You've got the
They
players
got one
backfilling
inserted
towards B,
into spawn.
and now it's kind of, I don't want to say thought through, but there's, oh my god, there's Kayak being seen. He has, oh my word, and Ara turned around for it. He was just caught by the players drifting from B towards C. The timing not there for them, leaving Crashies and Boaster to try and pick up the pieces of this round. 5 against them, and Giant X looked prepared for this. Boaster trying to find a path through garage. It looks unavailable. Crashies with a lovely shot towards Ara. Just that shock dart to buy maybe a couple of seconds on the plant here. Boaster trying to make a play. And in that smoke. Does that Fnatic classic work just as well? The double swing. Oh, I just dipped into the other side of the smoke there. Crashies. Oh my god,
bullets.
it's 3. Are you on for the ace, Crashies?
Oh.
You got 1 bullet, hits a reload. Got the dart as well. He's got something to do with this one. Come on, Crashies, show me some magic. No.
It's unlucky. It's a really nice try from him.
Pulling off the first round here in the
4-2
second
overall with
half.
pistols.
And Mini, they looked ready.
1-1.
They looked like they had the read. It was a 4-man stack.
No, they
through
really did
garage
have the
and
read.
C.
They knew they were going garage.
Yeah, like that's what I wanted to highlight. Is maybe Giant X looked into the pistols of Fnatic. I'm gonna be honest, I can't remember what pistols Fnatic ran, but they looked like they had an anti-strat ready. Knowing that Fnatic maybe like to go towards that garage. Nice! And it was nice. Well executed. It's like sometimes we talk about Giant X and they have these nice
normally they
ideas
are
and they
AWP
the
farm.
execution just isn't there. Sometimes
Do
the
they
shots
have
aren't
some
hit,
kind of
but
punish
today
on that?
looking very different.
This is...
It's a weird one. Close to silver AWP, but normally you want like these
This hasn't been a
two.
big performance from Ara either. Like if we're looking at Jet pound for pound, he hasn't been
Yeah, they'll take
popping
that.
off, doing anything crazy. If he starts heating into this one, if he gets a little bit of room to build, oof, let's get a bit scary. But can Fnatic make anything happen this round? Any small victories here? Purpo, if he's focused, should have the angle, and he's got the kill. So far, no really red flags to be worried about.
Standing ahead. It should be a simple one for Giant X here.
I like this though.
Omen
You can see the
flash
timing
into
on what they were trying to
TP.
do on that crunch towards west
Yeah, good
side,
try.
but it just gets outdone. I like Kayak's attempt. It's not there though, and this now formality.
Okay, this
Giant
now kind of
X
gets a
getting the
little
second
bit
win in
exciting
zone
because
flawless. Suddenly,
if they win this,
build
it's
not
really,
much,
really on.
but
Is
you
in the
can feel
bonus.
it. That little bit of tension now. You can see
Before
it
they
as
get
well.
all the ults up
This
as
round
well,
becomes
and then they
pivotal,
get like the
important.
guaranteed
If the bonus
rounds.
gets converted for Giant X, I'm on board.
It's also, like you point out, Ara, if the bonus is converted, getting that economy up, getting that op out, the Jet on defense, that's what you want to see.
Nice, good job, guys, good job, good job, good job.
Another round where Giant X have an idea on the bonus round. We're going to see a C push here with the fault.
Do they make sound or?
These concepts.
No, camera goes down, that's it. Camera gets shot.
What's that cutout on C long?
They do a bait over towards garage
This is
again.
very similar to what we almost saw on the pistol to a degree, right? You've got Cloud isolated towards 8. This is rinse and repeat.
They're reading Fnatic's garage default.
Well, at the
Love to go
moment,
into garage at the start
Fnatic
of
know
the
there's
round.
like 3 here.
Take this Sentinel space,
Cypher
take away
close,
that
double.
utility.
Down long, we've got a bit of a brawl about to break out down
There's
there.
still the Cypher. I'm not sure if you fully saw
Can
him.
at least kind of insert one. That's going to be Ara now.
Zekrom, thank you so much, dude. Appreciate the
go back.
gifted. Thank you so
You
much.
should have information, at least on the camera to a small degree, but Cloud may not read how many are on that side.
Yeah, he's got a big job in this game if they're going to continue with this 1A approach.
Well, we saw Crashy's one shot here.
Whoa, yeah, outdone. Kayak. So mechanically gifted, but Purple going to claim one back.
It's an incredible trade back, and they see that the spike's there.
But that's enough that kind of gives away this, maybe it's not this
What's the timing?
direct A approach.
Ooh.
Alpha going to be caught by the paranoia. Has to back away.
Oh my god, the
Stunned
Util
up,
dumping
almost
him.
actually gets away with it. He's being forced out, bullied around the map by Util. Gets away to safety. The A side will be controlled, but the trajectory and pathing of Giant X is good towards the safe side.
All from one position though.
Oh.
Would have been nice to have
Nice
a bit
kill
more of a
from
crunch.
Crashies.
Yeah, now you look at the pressure then coming back through from Sewer, but they've already gotten past that. They've skipped ahead a little bit. So Kayak maybe next. Turns the flash just, well, he turns back into it. So Crashies plays in, swings in. Crashies!
It's a really nice round from Crashies.
Just as desired
Will
for
Giants
Fnatic.
be happy with this
Happy with
too?
that one. And the first
Sure.
time truly identifying
It's enough to mean that
isolated Cloud on the A
it's
side.
a big
Yeah, I think
swing
that
round
it'll
here.
be interesting to see if Fnatic make that read, that Giant X are hard anti-stratting Fnatic right now. They've got stacks towards C to deal with Fnatic's usual default, playing just one towards the A site. If someone gives both of that information that they're only playing one on the A site, I'm
really
going to say that
nice
this is what
round,
this timeout's probably about.
Really nice, and Alpha really good info there.
Alpha good info. Maybe identifying how many were in middle as well.
Probably.
So
Yeah,
this
it
does
will be
feel like,
that.
as much as yes, this is a Giant X timeout, because maybe the plan has been uncovered, the Fnatic are probably working right now as well. I'd love to see the coach cams on the other side. It looks like Boaster was having a bit of a chat then too, but I'd be very curious to see if they're interjecting with what they see happening. Yeah, it looks like it's mostly led by Boaster there for them. But for Giant X, now this is the test of depth, right? Like maybe they had a good idea of how they wanted to deal with that default, deal with the garage control, make sure that's not a freebie, that it's fought for and challenged for. But now, okay, they've found us out, right? We've been stacking for. Cool. But then the issue becomes, look, even Fnatic struggle to hold that A site, even with 3, 4 players. It's not an easy site to hold if they get this full execute going. The challenge then becomes, and the question mark becomes,
they
does
change
Fnatic
anything
try and
up?
exploit it now? Do they go back to their
There's a lot of
standard? She'll
focus
imagine
here.
that there's going to be an adaptation. So it becomes this kind of, you know, a
now
really
they're trying to go
chess
aggro,
game
set up the
answer.
jet.
I think I'm Fnatic. I'm prodding both A main and garage at the same time and feeling out, are they continuing with this game plan, or where can we just get the easy space?
Yeah. I do wonder if they do it. Because we can already see the adjustment from Giant X, right? That's a very different looking A side of the map. Now Fnatic looking quite simplistic in approach, and the Hunter's Fury gonna, I think that's at least
this
a
is
tag.
kind of cool
it's a
though.
pickup for Crashies too.
Different recon that most people use into Flash.
Phenomenal from him this game. Huge impact.
Kind of discussing
That was
as
nice.
well Fnatic's
That was really,
strength
really
when it
nice.
comes to utilizing their
What
ults.
Yori
This is a
Flash was
layer that
this?
they've had here. Crashies
Somewhere over
already
the top?
finding impact, and now going back to this garage presence, which we've seen them work with before. Should be info on this. That's 2 spotted. That's, again, a lot to be working with here. Trying to get that connection, but Alpha going to go for the kill. Yeah, really well controlled in the corner. Good trade for Westside, so not out of complete touch, but now we have to see what that retake looks like on the C site.
Not too much to work with. We've got Ara pressuring the flank and some salvos, but
They
West
take a
Side's
lot
got
of
in already.
space. They must consider backside though, right?
Worrying, and where was Boaster? I guess maybe imagining Kayak had that. I don't know. It looked a little
Uh-oh.
lost in the source here.
Ooh,
This is still
Kayak's
getting
just saved
dangerous.
them.
It's a 1v2. Ara's position does get noted. Obviously, going to be considered earlier. He's got to get moving, and he knows he has to try and gap close and get there in time. The flash going to come through. Tries to find himself a cubby to play from. Trying to identify this crossfire. Find the player. Spots
hold
one.
up.
Oh, it's lovely. 5 bullets. He
Ah,
can't
it's a
convert
really
on
nice
Croc.
try.
Safety found for Fnatic there. Tying the scoreline up now a little bit closer.
Dude, what a nice round from Fnatic though. Like, what is this one? Different recon. We had a Yoru flash. The flash is just before the recon lands, so you can't spam it.
Chico.
Chico time.
We can't shoot it even.
Don't ruin it, Purpo. We go by like majority rule, but
Dude, 20 to 11.
Okay, never mind.
Cage trigger.
okay. What do we have? Fnatic should be just working a default, really. You know you're up against a team on Sheriffs or, you know, a broken bite. And already Alpha's
they
been
went for the
rewarded
push
with
down
his
C.
patience, playing discipline, catching that push
You
up on
could
C long. And we've
definitely
seen
try and
it was
make
Ara
sure they
going
get
for it
this
a
ult
couple
for
of
next
times
round as
but
well.
now seeing the West Side was the one punished. That opens up a lot
Yeah,
of possibilities.
looks like they're going for it.
Yeah, but
Won the
Fnatic
C
will
ult.
continue to play it patiently. Giant X, nice proactivity, but Fnatic should be ready.
Purpo. It feels readable. Fnatic very heads up about this, re-clearing towards window. I don't know if they go too deep to clear it. Gonna look for the last player. Boaster, that was sharp. Quick towards
Sealb's
Purpo
still
there.
there, right? Is he going to run back down once they
again,
secured it or
methodical
not?
From Fnatic, and
Nope,
this is kind of
apparently
what you
not.
need in a round like this. You need to be very composed about it.
Show me a target.
Alpha hunting his ult now too.
He's just running at him.
Ara looking like the next potential victim too. Down only 22
I
HP.
mean, you could go
Alpha
for the orb of the plant,
much on the
but
pace.
Alpha's just in for the absolutely
No
send
support
it.
going to be coming in from Cloud anytime soon, really. Quite far away here.
At least his team was with him though. Like, no matter what, it's always going to be a trade.
Aura doesn't want to give away anything more.
Alpha is only one off from the ult, but still, I mean, Crashy's not too far away either. Very difficult to get any sort of silver lining out of this round.
I feel kind of sorry for Giant X, taking that timeout, losing, and now they've got to deal with an Alpha ult on the next, like the second gun round.
Yeah, we've... Look, it's something that...
There's the ult, though. He'll take it.
We kind of compliment with Fnatic to an extent, but a lot of the good teams will do it. And we talk about the kind of layering when we get towards top-end teams is how well they utilize these ultimates and how well it can snowball the team and how well they invest them when they get them. I remember Steel losing his mind the amount of times you'd see players sat on these ults, not using them, not building rounds around it, and it just becoming, you know, a real issue. But as it stands, Fnatic is showing what you can do with this. Now, whether or not that holds up, we do have two more to work with.
They've got 2-9 loss bonus.
Kayak obviously has
he only had
his
light
and
armor.
Alpha
Light armor Guardian.
Oh, this is a nice spot. Historically, Fnatic like to use the Euro ult on A, but looks like they're going for a more fast garage approach, potentially. Potentially the combo of the Euro ult and the ISO ult could be used.
But it looks like they're going back to this 4-1 for Giant X too, so... Already hearing that shield pop makes you nervous, and there's the player
Still, 2 passing the stack over towards side though. Let's see what happens up here.
I think that's Purpo here. Oh, that's not clean, but it's fine. He gets away with it, but there's a lot of bodies on this side of the map.
Did the breach just swung out middle?
He does go 1-for-1. We are seeing this 4v4 break out. Still have kayaks off if they need it, but they've got time to work the map now. Alpha, yeah, really strong from him.
It's a big kill. Gets rid of the breach ult, which is, I think, what Giant X were
Yeah,
looking for.
fast he going to get his ult again?
I think that was going to be a win condition.
Now they're all invested just
There's a nice understanding from Fnatic.
Sell a great deal of presence where we know it isn't going to be. Now, does Cloud think, yeah, that's nonsense? I don't know. He's still around by 8.
He stays strong. Gotta kill 2.
He's in the right place.
1.
And it's the right time.
Spike down.
Head rolls off of Boaster's shoulder, and he looks towards Sewer. Not wrong about it either, but now Alpha going to take towards the site. Imposing figure after this sort of round. Cloud surgical
yeah,
in
he
precision.
did incredible.
He
might have done enough.
Back into hand, and now Kayak has to hold the push up, and he does. Swiftly handling the push.
Bro.
Giant X
Real
once
calm.
again, unable to get past that
they got
final
eco
hurdle.
again.
Yeah, Cloud did its best. He's had that responsibility of being the solo player on A so much. We've seen Fnatic on their defense using 4 players sometimes to hold it, and Cloud's doing a good job just by himself. But
be talking? That's actually true. Maybe he needs to ADS more.
Kayak's ADS is clean though. I'm so bad with the ADS.
I can't use it. I can't do it.
It's supposed to do it.
Yeah,
I'm not happy.
He's not happy. He did a good amount. They got the liquid.
And insta push. Kayak's already got Purpo. Purpo's been.
Oh boy, you've got to consider this. There's only space that's free.
Hello.
No, that's like the most common reaction, surely.
This isn't a fun round, is it? It feels like it's the Cloud show right now.
Maybe they don't have anyone put a cage against them normally.
Also trying to find some presence, but Alpha still had that shield up, ready to go. Cloud already noted earlier on. Just don't go away.
I feel like Giants did pretty well considering the new roster.
Team Liquid's playbook, I believe.
Yeah, it is.
Looked a bit better. Looked a bit better when Team Liquid did it.
Yeah. Does that hurt you to say sometimes, or no? You happy to compliment Team Liquid?
But don't they have the Omen run down middle when they do
I
it?
like how they're playing right now. They look good.
Yeah, they do.
They do look good, yeah.
I've never had hatred about Team Liquid.
Publicly.
Publicly.
I'm just staring at the bar, man.
Only when Sliggy was coaching.
Hey, come on.
There was not many positives when he was coaching, was there?
Hey guys, what is this?
You said it.
I mean, you said it behind when we weren't on stream. Things you say about him. Timeout for Giant X. Now, I think contextually we are seeing that depth now being shown, and that capability being shown from Fnatic, and it's something that shouldn't be seen. Right? This sounds. I do feel like sometimes the audience at home thinks games.
What can I
just
do,
coin
chat?
flip
It's
is,
gonna
50-50.
sit here and take it like a mug.
But you know, there are favourites for a reason. There are, you know, favoured sides in this regard. And this is when we're starting to see that little bit
Absolutely foul on the mic today. Totally unprofessional, Hypox says.
Starting to use his ults really
so I was saying, Hypox, dude, it would never happen on your watch. That's the crazy thing.
It's not like Giant X have been bad. This has been 5 really hard fought 4 rounds by Fnatic. So again, this has pushed a lot of those limits here.
There's been a lot of strays here. There has been a lot of strays.
Can lose out from here.
It
and
is
I'm
what
not
it
going to
is.
be happy about it, but their heads will be held. They should be held high. What am I reading? You just got banned from Sliggy chat. Nice.
Mid-show.
Mid-show. Why she got chat up? Focus on the real job.
But yeah, no, it's it gives me like
there's something to work with.
Yeah, like I know that sounds really weird to say, but
Honestly,
it gives me, like,
that was the best bite back we could do.
Like,
Respect.
Who
banned Pansy?
Good look early, but
Yo,
obviously
he did great.
they're not looking for instantaneous results. If you can push Fnatic here on strong maps, that's great. Now, would you ever say you'd win against them? I don't know. You know, you're obviously going to go into it trying your best here, but again, to our eyes, this is already impressive. I'd love to see them with a little bit more depth now. Can they handle Fnatic here? Trying to hit that form.
I have the spike.
Giant Axe getting Aura up close with those jet knives. We've seen Cloud by himself the entire game, it felt like, but now finally having someone
it's a nice drone clears all of this. They can now hold the one, but they're trying to bait it in. This last round for them, what do they got? They got ult to retakes, or...
Garage, and they've got 2 players ready A.
I mean, they are just fighting, though.
2 main kind of points, default points on the map.
Dude, is this going to be where he's going to try and ult, but it's going to hit the jet?
A bad game necessarily, but I want to see this.
He's going to...
Oh my god,
he tried to get the guy in sight, ends up getting the person with a shorty. He gave it a good go.
I loved it.
He gave it a really good go.
Go well for him in the end, but you know, you got to try something.
I mean, dude, it's the only gun he had.
Oh. NT. NT's in chat. 4v4 though now. And it feels like Fnatic start to run the game a bit better at this point as well. Once they remove that one player, they can kind of punish these rotations. And it is all a ruse though.
Also, I will say, he had a good idea that it was going to happen. He started swinging early, like as soon as he had the shield pop.
Yep. Oh, it just feels...
We saw it all against Vitality.
This is so fine though. You got breach ult for this. How does Fnatic want to play it?
That was very well done. Ult there as well.
Double damage as they try flood in.
So
That's
they're
nice.
still going to fight on this, but they're going to try and flood, I imagine. Yeah, they have to.
Oh my goodness.
And Cloud outdoes Kayak. Westside clears Alpha. It ain't over yet. Both
Damn, okay, well.
1v2 this time.
I kind of missed a little bit.
In the game.
Yeah,
should have ADS'd maybe.
But Boaster, if Giant X just run through and hit some headshots, then that's Valorant.
It's you and me.
Hit the headshots, that's Valorant. The new tagline.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm down.
I give up with analysis.
See them pumped up though, because I do feel like Giant X have. You just see the defeat.
I don't think they thought they were that close.
Sometimes you're like, oh,
like number wise.
Rough one for them. Like we're actually seeing them look a little bit more. You know, in it to win it.
Yeah, it's nice to see.
Now,
especially for new, like debuting players, like
100%. Gotta feel great. But I'm
nice from Giants though. A lot of util to make him set up one over towards 8. Dude, that's an early element flash.
We are at 11 to 9.
They really want to hold on to Garage all the time. They never want to give him it for free. They're trying to like make sure that Alpha pops his shield to try force him to Garage. I think is the main plan.
Oof, Kayak, you're a lucky boy. Bloomin' heck, it is.
I mean, the trip's still up.
Giant X doing well to not concede too much space. Fnatic slowly working the space. Have that garage
They're trying so hard to get this popped.
Again, what can Boaster cook in his mid round now?
Alpha's actually having none of it.
Settle for a second.
They did great to re-clear Garage instantly though.
To scratch in this half. Might be a hard test up against Kayak, who's been clean. But this angle very favourable. Nice for him to pick that up. Doesn't need to overstate.
Yeah, and they still have a 3-person strong stack of C.
Looking to catch, and he does. Punishing Aura on the fallback towards sight.
Giant X have read this fake beautifully.
Giant Rex.
Not biting this time at all.
Oh my word. Dart is there for Crashies though. In their way we go. Oh,
yeah, and that's why they wanted to get rid of the shield, but lovely little double swing.
Flick was going to find Crashies. It's Chronicle left in a 1v3 with 10 seconds. We're going to be up at 11 to 10. We actually
No,
Might have
it's getting
signs
close.
of life coming out now. Fnatic being tested in the final push here. Giant X making it up to double digits. And Fnatic not with the perfect solution to this.
Yeah, we started setting up that narrative that Giant X, you know, they could be happy with this. And they're saying, no, we want the win.
Absolutely. I'm so impressed with this. Because it felt like Fnatic had kicked it up a gear, right? We started to see those perfect cycling of the ults, like, you know, good manipulation on the mid-rounding, getting down to that, you know, really good reads, but it was answered back by Giant X. Love that. Love that. Absolutely love it. And now we've got Kayak one away from his ult, one away from Alpha, so we've got a couple of slam dunks coming in
Money's a
real quick.
little low. They should be able to drop off there. We've got one way in. Info trip.
Don't go for Alpha's orb towards C. Traditionally, what you will see when a team is one away
Dude,
from
this is the
Carl
issue
is that
right
C
here.
orb collected. Alpha by himself might go for it, but risky.
This is risky. This
It's
is
a
not
big
the first
play.
time that Ara's done this. Repetition.
No dash anymore, like fully committed no matter what. They got the bait coming in now. That might be a bit too obvious.
In here, but it feels
Apparently
readable,
not.
but Kayak's still going to fall for it. Ara, do you get to keep your life? Do you stay alive?
Doing good.
I mean, now's
Sure,
your
it's
real
happened again, but
challenge.
at least time he got a gun.
Alpha on the 1v1. I don't think he's lost one of these yet. And he still has not. Brings it back to level footing at 4 apiece either side.
This is usually where Fnatic slow down. Often don't commit immediately.
Good news is though, 1 for 1 and he doesn't have his shield anymore.
Ah, now that's nice.
2 personal strong. You guys can hold
That's
this.
a big bit of info. Completely full of sight.
Double
I feel
flash.
Like can't give it up completely, but
There
Cloud's
goes
in
1
trouble
flash.
here.
Ah,
He needed
that's
Flickless
unlucky.
to kind of bail him out a little bit, turn the eyes away, which I guess he did, but now the issues start to mount up. Player to the left, player to the right. The cage going to deny some access. Westside trying to isolate one of his. Boaster to the left.
It's calm from Fnatic. It's incredibly calm from them.
It's
Nice though. Boaster did really good to secure this position as well.
Those moments. Giant X held on 10 as Fnatic make it up to 12.
Yeah, Alpha using his own wall.
It's a shame. What should have happened in reality is like flash, delay for the Omen.
Finisher there.
I think.
Like, not all the rounds need to be these 40,
Flickless just flashed it.
300
Dude, where did his
fakes.
flash go? It
Sometimes
didn't even
just
hit this
can't
guy.
come back. We got so Cypher ult. Let's
Wonder where he
get the
flashed.
insight of that info.
Well played. Hey, come here, Jack. Give me one more.
Heavy breaths from Alpha.
Kayak got the ult ready. Crashies has been having an exceptional game as well. Quietly
They did it, Bacon. They did it in their Sova ult, but someone else in Americas did this before. You talk about the one that lands here.
Westside has been solid at holding this though. To make it difficult.
Or is he doing another one? A hit reveal.
Don't worry.
I don't know which one you talk about. This one, the DRX.
Yeah, I love that little threat.
Maybe there's a different
opener
one.
from Fnatic using their double duelist.
Mate, that's been super common. This is the DRX from last year.
This is all on his plate pretty much. Can he deal with the pressure coming his way? Oh, that's certainly how you do it. Gets out of danger, at least for now, trying to dip away, trying to find some safety, but Kayak is hot on his heels. Takes the get out of jail free card, but looks to try and control Ara, who is still standing on this side. The wall going to be coming his way as Alpha removes his
Good luck,
teammate.
mate.
Ara now surrounded.
Good
He
luck,
falls.
mate.
Alpha
Because
coming
as soon
alive.
as Alpha has that shield,
And
dude,
Fnatic
Giants did
looking
pretty
on the money
good
now.
though.
Just west side to deal
Like
with
they're
3.
sticking with these 5 for sure after this.
And a good game is one thing, but beating Fnatic here is a different ball game. That's a start. Got it in the end. Oh, hello. Finds one. He's fancying it. He's got to go for it at some point. You can see the Boaster getting closer just in case. Spots him as well. He's seen both now.
That was so good.
I don't know if he's got it in. He's got to take the charge.
Yeah, I respect.
Boaster
I respect the go at it.
Boaster
Hey,
strikes.
Finny did way better than I thought they were gonna do.
A 13-10 result is respectable for
yeah, no,
Giant X. They
super
push
respectable.
Fnatic here. In one of their stronger maps, Minnie.
Yeah, I think Fnatic continuing their win streak, but there is work here to be done. Clearly,
Especially
a
on
map
their
has been
Ascent.
exposed.
Yep.
And on their stronger map of Haven there, defense needs some work too. So some clear VOD review areas for Fnatic. But yeah, a win is a win at the end of the day.
Yeah, you take it when you get him. Obviously, Giant X was somewhat of the unknown as well. Hard to prep against. With 2 brand new players, not sure what you're coming up against. But as I said, pound for
The
pound.
pickups, dude. I think both of the
it was
pickups
a
look good.
lovely showing from Fnatic. Couple flaws they have to work on.
Aris was easier to notice from like stats, but I feel like Flickless had some good detail.
They'll be watching the Vetos. They'll be watching how Giant X managed to navigate
NA tomorrow? Yeah, NA starts tomorrow.
That Fnatic like to
Got EMEA into Americas tomorrow.
But Fnatic rose to the occasion. The strong point's still there. Crashies having a big map at the end there as well.
Take your analysis before.
What, obviously many,
how much did you flame Bacon? Am I allowed to say it on stream?
Looking good here today. Fnatic though, as you said, homework to be done.
Yeah, homework to be done. I think they're gonna like that though. Like being exposed a little bit is a good thing.
Yeah.
So
Flickless is decent.
Like this game for them.
Selfless with good util.
You know, it's just a good thing. Like to be exposed.
Yeah,
a
I mean
bit
honestly,
is a good thing.
matches up pretty well.
Though from my side, I think they can go away.
Matches up pretty well for Campbell, what you said.
Heads high.
Yeah,
they've got something to build off here for the split 2.
And that's what I really like there, is as much as it is.
I think Loud and Giant X could be the two comeback stories of Stage 2. I mean, they're at least going to do better than Stage 2. I have more faith in Loud than Giants, even though this was great from them. But I've seen more of Loud.
I know Meg's a little bit out there, but you know, Kukuka at least respectable. We're heading over to the post plant with Kukuka and Meg, and they'll be joined by some of the lovely Fnatic members, so don't go too far away.
Yeah, I'm so respectable, Lauren. But yes, so welcome everybody to the post plant. We will be having a couple of guests in just a moment. Of course, I think that we need to give Fnatic a breather because even though they were able to win that series,
okay, chat.
Meg,
Let's raid someone.
Let's
raid someone.
I mean, they definitely met their match on Haven,
It must be a streamer.
I have to say props to them for definitely taking Fnatic on. But of course, we do come out with the win. So very, very grateful for that.
Cupid
yeah,
is?
especially at
Damn,
the end
Cupid.
with those high
Lovely
tension
raid
moments.
again.
I think that we have to give props, and obviously we will ask the people from Fnatic because I think that Flickless and Ara had a very, very good understanding.
We encountered an unexpected error
in VCT EMEA. I think that Flickless a little bit of course in the supportive role you're not going to be that flashy, but I was very surprised to see Ara taking on duels like Alpha here. And yes, Alpha did win in the end, but he was. I didn't see him hesitate. I didn't see him doubt. I think that for next week, I'm even more excited to see.
Guys, thank you so much. Thank you. I appreciate you. So I can't do China tomorrow, but hopefully I should be able to do the rest of the Chinese games. Like not tomorrow, but after tomorrow. Obviously, Pacific's gonna conflict a little bit, but we can stay on after the Pacific games and watch the end if we get time. Thanks so much, everyone. Thank you. I appreciate you all. Say hi and follow Cupid for me. And yeah, we'll be back tomorrow with EMEA, then straight into Americas, okay? I appreciate everyone being here. If you're from YouTube, subscribe if you can as well. If you're on Twitch, give me a follow. And I will see you all tomorrow. Thank you so much. Have a good rest of your day. Appreciate everyone. Thank you.
Followed up by just having those 3 losses and
being
in a very strong group like the one that they're in, where it's very difficult to even fight for a win.
YouTube, thank you so much, guys. Thank you. Again, subscribe if you can. Bye, everyone.
That might have gone to an international event and grabbed 1 or 2